Welcome Roshan Alarm to the microphone, but immediately it's me, Dick Davis, and delighted to welcome into the box for the first time in all those years, I think, Richard Ray. Good morning, Richard, and welcome to Chelmsford.
Morning, Dick. Thank you very much. It's good. It's good to be back after all this time. Leicestershire have made a couple of changes to the side, beaten at Hove last week, partly due to injury. The injury, in particular, to Tom Scriven, and also due to the fact that a loanee has had to return to his county. So Tom Helm goes back to, or has gone back to Middlesex, and Tom Scriven is the injured man. Ben Mike, familiar all-rounder to Leicestershire listeners, comes into the side, and Josh Hull, who missed out at Hove, also comes back in.
Yes, I overlooked to mention that Essex are unchanged from the side that beat Hampshire 5 or 6 days ago. So the umpires, Messrs Nigel Long, former Kent player, and Neil Pratt, about whom I don't know very much, just made their way out to the middle, followed by the 13 players.
Led by the former Essex player, Rishi Patel, first to the wicket.
Yes,
keen,
indeed.
Keen to impress.
Yes, quite. Yes, well, I thought he showed tremendous promise when he was here, and was somewhat surprised when he moved to Leicestershire. And it is he, Rishi Patel, who's taking guard from the umpire, and the first delivery will be bowled by Jamie Porter from this end, which is something of a, I was going to say break with tradition. It's not exactly a tradition, but we're more used to seeing Porter bowling from the far end, the Graham Gooch end, and just having a few practice deliveries to his skipper Tom Wesley, who's fielding at mid-on. There's 4 slips, keeping wicketkeeper Michael Pepler immediate company, and keeping Rishi Patel company 20 yards away is Jake Weatherald. So the clock, well,
Could have a fractionally early start.
I think it is. Good. Yes. I don't know if the umpires are obliged to wait until the clock clicks up.
Oh, he's pointing at the clock, actually.
Yes.
I think actually, with both umpires having their Panamas, I think it's Nigel Long at this end. I can see traces of those silver locks, I think, poking out from under the hat.
Do you know much about his colleague Neil Pratt?
A little bit. I'll tell you about that
right
after this over.
As Porter's moving in, bowling to his former teammate, and Patel allows that to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Flicked the pad as well, which is
hit the pad, yes, and Michael Pepper in particular got quite excited, but nobody else really joined in the chorus.
It does still have to be hitting, doesn't it?
Yes, quite, yes. Yes,
which that most certainly wasn't.
Fairly basic criterion. As Porter moves in again. Bowls to the right-handed Patel, who has the luxury of allowing that to go by outside the off stump as well. Despite the weather, still a very good crowd in the normal place, just away to our right on top of the Tom Pearce stand. Nobody in front of us because the wicket is pitched. We're not directly behind it, but you know, we're almost. I mean, I'm watching from a very straight, long on.
Perfect position.
Yes,
almost.
And Richard from an almost as straight, long on as Porter moves in and bowls. And that's just nudged around the corner for 4, down towards the sycamore tree, and just strayed onto, well, probably just a little bit outside the leg stump. And
home, essentially.
That's meat and drink to any batsman worth his fee. Just lay bat on it, turn it round the corner.
And him coming home and fighting that by-election, making the big argument about why Labour needs to change and why the government
still trying to find his correct line, which is understandable.
the energy regulator of Gem, has announced that British Gas has agreed to pay
I'll be doing an 11 o'clock update in 2 or 3 minutes' time,
the forced fitting of prepayment
and then we'll
meters.
sort of
It
get
emerged
going in
3 years
earnest,
ago that
uninterrupted
debt
for a
agents
while,
British Gas
as
had
Porter
broken
moves in
into
and
the homes
bowls.
of vulnerable
And again, it's
people
outside
to
the off
install
stump,
the
and again
devices.
Patel goes forward and lifts the
President
bat
Trump says he's been
out of the
making
way.
some fantastic trade deals with China, though he gave no details. He's on his way back to
So
Washington after a state
I
visit
told
to
you there were 4
Beijing
slips.
and
There's also a
talks with
backward
President
point,
Xi Jinping. Mr. Trump called the meeting very
a
successful.
wideish mid-off,
Essex
which
Libraries
leaves
campaigner
a
says
very
he's
big gap
absolutely
in the
delighted
covers,
that
a very
charges
big
to
gap
reserve
indeed.
books have been
Then on the
dropped.
leg side,
A
there's a
reservation
mid-on,
fee of
mid-wicket and a
1.15p
long
for
leg,
adults was
as
recently introduced.
Porter moves in and bowls, and
Former
that's just
UK councillors who won control of
played
Essex
out
County
off the
Council in the local
thick
elections
outside
last
part of the
week
bat,
have announced the charge will
down
be
towards
axed, calling it a
gully
tax on
really, but
reading
there
and
was
learning.
nobody in the gully,
Andy Abbott
so
from the campaign group Save Our
Matt
Libraries
Critchley
says
made
his
a bit
group
of
surveyed
ground
users about the fee.
to his right from 4th slip,
of 90% of library users are either
and
going to use their libraries less or stop
Porter
using
continues.
their local library altogether as a result of these charges.
Moves
Because
in
if you
now,
think about it,
bowls,
it's particularly
and Patel goes
unfair
forward,
for people in the smaller library.
and again
The beach
takes
at
the bat
Canvey
out of the
Island
way,
has
and it
become
goes
an
through
official bathing
to
spot
the
today.
keeper.
It's one
So
of 13
after 1 over,
locations added to a list
Leicestershire 4
produced by the
without
Department for
loss.
Environment, Food and Rural Affairs.
And
Designated sites will be tested by the
unsurprisingly,
Environment
it's going to
Agency
be,
this summer. Right, let's turn to the cricket, and
as you
Essex
just
hoping for a
heard,
second home victory in a
the
row in their
dulcet
county
tones of Paul
championship match
Parkinson
against
in the public
Leicestershire.
address. On the public address,
Play
say,
is getting
the
underway
other
at the
next
county
over
ground,
is going to
and
be
Dick
bowled
Davis is there for day
by
one.
Sam Cook. So Essex had, as most listeners, viewers will know,
I'm so
Essex had
sorry
a very
we
good
can't,
game against
bring you
Hampshire.
that report. We'll come to it just a
Leicestershire listeners and viewers will be less aware of that, but Essex only have 2 victories this year, and they were both against the Southampton-based side. So a very similar field to Weatherald, a left-handed batsman, in fact more or less a carbon copy, i.e. nobody in the covers really. There's a point and there's a wideish mid-off, but nothing else in that gap. And that's just played out on the offside, in addition to the score. Excuse me. There's if listeners will just excuse me, I must. Hello. That's just played out backward of square on the offside as Richard rejoins me.
He was a little bit squared up by that delivery, Jake Weatherald, and hands started to go into the air. Sam Cook turns longish run round the wicket to Weatherald. Is in, 4 slips behind, a little bit short, and Weatherald up on his toes, immediately pulling it around the corner. He should pick up a couple. He will, as Porter runs around from wide long leg to field. Didn't really get up on him too much. The pitch looks a tad soft from this distance, but that is also the report from 1 or 2 of the players. So comfortably taking a spike from all accounts. So it might not be too much bounce, but should be a little bit of movement, certainly early on. In comes Cook and bowls, neatly worked off his hip down towards fine leg, disappears down. He could be a second, but Porter does well there. Had to scramble quickly to his left, and does so. But Weatherall, because he can't pick up the ball cleanly, picks up a couple. 10 without loss. Patel 4, Weatherald 4 now.
Yes, well, as I say, it's a message
Cook turns again, fractionally squared up on off stump is Weatherall, thickish outside edge, it's running down towards wideish gully, sprints back from backward point to field, Shane Snater that is, and then Snater continues on his way, he's heading off down to wide long leg because the right-handed Rishi Patel will now be on strike. For the first time from the facing the bowling from the Gooch end of the ground, renamed both ends at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. We are commentating from the Alistair Cook end. We used to call it the River End. Back over the wicket.
I'm just going to welcome Rushan to the microphone while I try and sort out some technical problems.
Left by, well, not left, he was beaten by that delivery. Rishi Patel bounces through to the keeper. Good bounce. Dick, as you possibly heard then, hopefully heard then, apparently something not everybody is hearing, apparently. And Roshan is alongside me now. Please, good to meet you.
Good morning. Privileged
Good morning.
to be alongside you for this this reunion match of sorts.
It's been a long time, a decade since we've been here, and it will always be prominent in my memory because 13 years ago or so, 2015, so 11 years ago, I commentated on my first Leicestershire win after 37 games without winning in the county championship. Round the wicket goes Porter, bowls fullish onto the legs of Weatherall, turned calmly out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Doesn't look particularly quick, this pitch. Roshan, you'll have seen a few games here this season, or have?
Yeah, I've been here a few times. I mean, it felt like the right decision to bowl, given clouds looming, rain potentially coming, according to the weather forecast.
Yeah. Oh, definitely looking at the pitch. In goes Porter, bowls on off stump. Fullish again, trying to give it a chance to swing. Weatherall leans forward, pushes it out into the offside. Slightly wide of extra cover, has to move across to his right towards cover, and one is taken. 12 then, without loss. Weatherall on to 8. Patel, just the one scoring shot for him.
Yeah, sometimes tends to be a little bit more coming towards us, a little bit more movement down. I mean, so the gentler slope, there's no lords, but
Porter is in, shortish run again, fullish, and it's absolutely in the slot for one of Patel's favourite shots, a clip off his legs towards a mid-wicket boundary, but really good work by Snater, sprinting back to the mid-wicket boundary, put in the slide, dragged it back in front of the pavilion and saves 2 runs. The outfield is quite lush, like a few of them around at the moment, and so it did slow up, but that was very much in Rishi Patel's favourite scoring area, one of his favourite scoring areas. He moves on to 6-14 without loss. Porter is in fullish, and that's going to be driven, but again it's not going to go all the way. He didn't really get his full weight behind that shot, perhaps wasn't quite there, it almost comes to a halt before it is dragged back at deep extra cover, or pulled in by Dean Elgar at deep extra cover, and again, did he get 3 then? He did, didn't he? Patel, I was watching Elgar's not massively enthusiastic chase, but he is not not as young as some of his teammates. Didn't exactly sprint across the ground. Round the wicket goes Porter and bowls, and defensive forward press from Jake Weatherall, straight delivery pushed out towards mid on.
I'm disappointed that wasn't a 4 because the over so far had gone 0, 1, 2, 3. And it would have been nice to have continued that rare pattern.
Well, I'll tell you what, had it gone another 15 yards, just pulled up inside the ropes, that could have been a 5, frankly, judging by Elgar's less than enthusiastic chase. Porter is in, Weatherall leans forward, plays it straight off middle with a slightly closed bat face, defensively out towards mid-on, and again Porter looked somewhat affronted at that shot, as though he had no right to play it there. Both hands went into the air and then he stood and looked at the Australian, Weatherald, for a few moments. This is Jake Weatherald's last match for Leicestershire, signed when captain Peter Hanscom at the last minute, for personal reasons, family reasons, decided he wasn't going to be able to get across for the English summer, and Weatherald was signed for 6 games, so not a bad replacement, you wouldn't have thought. Ashes opener Weatherald, and he's been pretty good for the most part. 422 runs at 60 is good, obviously, but he's got in. He's gone into double figures every innings. So I think he's probably a little bit disappointed not to have gone on to more than 100.
You over then from Cook into Rishi Patel, and whoa, it's edge and taken. Michael Pepper with a catch, and Essex have an early breakthrough. That came from nowhere, really. You're talking about not much movement on the pitch. I felt like that maybe just drifted ever so slightly away from the batter and took the lightest, the featherest of touches, and Essex have a breakthrough. It's the wicket of Rishi Patel, who has been in good form so far. A half century in each of his last 2 county matches, but he won't add to the score today. He's out for 9, and Essex are making early inroads. That decision to bowl paying off, and Essex, who are fielding with 4 slips, in the end needing none of them, straight into the gloves of the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, did just do enough, didn't it? Just straightened, and as you suggested, Roshan, there's that little bit of, I think, extra movement from the top end, the gooch end, the old Hayes close end, as we called it 10 years ago. Certainly lacks a touch of romanticism, doesn't it? As a name, the Hayes close end, very literal. But now the gooch end, the Graham gooch end, I should say. But Rishi Patel just stayed for a moment. He knew his fate. Just straightened on him, flicked the outside edge, and back on home ground, well, opener's fate to get the odd delivery that moves a little bit, and that did just enough.
Yeah, there's no celebratory homecoming for Rishi Patel today.
Not yet, no.
Do you know, I was reading, apparently this is Leicestershire were Essex's first ever first-class opponents, almost 132 years to the day.
Were they so?
Yeah, apparently so. 14th May 1894.
Who won?
I actually don't know that, is the answer. So I don't have a scorecard. Turns out a lot of the digital sources I use aren't. I don't go that far back. It's going to be Sol Bedinger, the new batter in. Just scouting out his crease, taking a walk to the middle. Yeah, kind of classic pat of the bat on the pitch to sort of suss out what the surface is saying. As he gets ready to face up, 4 slips in place again. And it's going to be Sam Cook from the far end, runs in, arms pumping, bowls, and just very similar, just a little bit of maybe movement. Pitching almost sort of on the off stump and just drifting away ever so slightly. This tiniest bit of movement.
That was a lovely delivery, actually, from around the wicket. Beautiful delivery. Bodinger, who is an opener by profession, really, and is batting 3 because of Weatherald, and will presumably, when Essex come to Grace Road in June, be back in his opener's slot. Well,
Cook bowls a good delivery. It's played off the pads into the leg side, straight to the fielder for no run. Leicestershire 17 for 1.
Yeah, good movement for Cook, who has 21 wickets. He's comfortably Essex's leading wicket taker thus far this season. Well, 22 now, I should say.
Yeah, he's had a phenomenal outing so far this season as he runs in again. He'll bowl on the off stump and Bodinger gets right behind that to defend back to the bowler. And Leicester 17 for 1 have been put in this morning. Felt like the right decision at the toss. Sort of clouds looming over Chelmsford. If you believe the weather forecast, it is set to rain, but that hasn't stopped a very good crowd coming in. I pulled into the car park this morning. I was surprised. I thought I'd have my pick of spaces this morning.
It's been well attended this season. We
really
had a cracking couple of Fridays, certainly the first days of matches.
Cook again, bowls, goes slightly back of a length delivery. There's a bit of an outside edge which will send the ball down towards the third man area. Fielder in pursuit will retrieve, and Leicestershire will run a couple. They're 19 for 1 now. Yeah, it's been great seeing the Friday attendances. There are a couple of grounds who are offering the opportunity to work from the cricket now, instead of working from home. At the Oval Surrey, they've got tables and Wi-Fi, so you can turn up and have your Zoom meetings whilst the cricket is on in the background. But yeah, it feels like county cricket's having a bit of a resurgence this year, which is fantastic to see. And I think, and I wonder how much of that is because of there being potential interest in, you know, those England places post Ashes, and keeping an eye on, you know, who's going to get picked and who might get selected. So healthy and welcoming to see.
Porter then from the Cook end round the wicket to Jake Weatherald. Doesn't get up too much on him. A straight delivery that Weatherald again works slightly across the line, pushes to mid wicket where Snater fields and then swings his arms athletically, almost violently, does a few stretches over there. Yeah, we say the forecast is for rain. It's a sort of 30% chance, and there's plenty of sort of slightly ominous looking cloud, but it's moving quite quickly and there's plenty of lighter stuff in between it. We might be lucky. In goes Porter and bowls on off stump this time. Weatherall stays on the back foot, works it out into the offside. He'll be very determined to go well in his final match for Leicestershire. I say final match, I heard an interview with him that was carried out for the Talking Foxes podcast, and he said that, you know, he'd love to come back further down the line, perhaps next season, perhaps at the end of this, who knows, as bowls to him. Porter tries to work it off his hip, thumps into the thigh pad. Umpire Long turns to the scorers, who are not too far from us, away to our left, looking from the Cook end, raises his right knee, gives it a pat, just to indicate that as it sounded like it was off the thigh pad. Still with the 4 slips, all with hands in pockets, now hands on knees. They go down as in goes Porter and bowls, fullish on off stump. Budinger slightly tentatively forward there, I would suggest, pushing it out to wide-ish mid off, where Elgar is the fielder. He's the only man just about in front of square on the offside, point being probably just slightly backward of point. Charlie Allison there. Cries of encouragement from the slips for Porter as he is in and bowls straight-ish, and again off the middle and leg line. This time Budinger can work it out to deep backward square. Cook has to run around from long leg to field, and Budinger wide-ish, long boundary over there, the pitch being cut towards the pavilion side of the square, for those who know the county ground, the Ambassador Cruise Line ground as it is currently. And Budinger picks up 2, moves on to 4, 22 for 1, coming to the end of the 5th over. Porter is in on off stump. Budinger drives very pleasantly for 4. No great follow through, really nice timing from Budinger. Didn't actually sound too mellow off the bat, but he got all of it right out of the middle, and it runs off to the long off boundary for 4. And as you sort of suggested, Roshan, there not as much movement from this Cook end thus far for Porter as there has been for Cook from the Gooch end, although that could be down to the bowler's particular qualities.
Yeah, I think it's the gentlest of slopes. I mean, it's not the most, we're not talking like a Lord's level slope, but there's a bit of a gentle slope. And also just having a look at the flags around the ground, of which there aren't many, and it is going, the wind is sort of blowing right to left from where we're sat, and so I don't know if that's just helping the ball carry ever so slightly. It's going to be Sam Cook continuing then from the Graham Gooch end. Some scaffolding up behind him as he runs in. He'll be bowling to Weatherall. Oh, it's a bit of a deflection into the offside. They'll run across for a single.
He squared both these left-handers up a couple of times as Cook, and he did so again there.
As Weatherall moves to 9.
Right,
Leicestershire 27 for 1.
which way are we looking? We're looking southwest, essentially, over the ground. So
Which would make this northeast, so the eastern end theory with Graham Gooch possibly correct-ish.
we're pretty much north-south, or we're not far off.
Cook in again, and that whips straight past the bat again. That was close. Early inquiries from Sam Cook here on that occasion.
It doesn't feel like we're looking south, but we are. it's I don't know why that is. There you go. So
It's all angles, isn't it?
It is.
Southwest is just, you know, just slightly off kilter of the south, leaning towards the west. We're at a slight angle here in the commentary box. Leicestershire 27 for 1. Cook will come in once again. Slightly shorter delivery, dug out.
well, Budinger walked down there, so that the movement has discomforted him enough for him to try and negate it by shuffling down. A lot of batsmen have seen doing that this season, and it works for the most part. As long as if the keeper's not standing up and the pitches aren't that quick, it's not a bad tactic.
Yeah, it helps sort of apply a bit of counter pressure on the bowling team sometimes, doesn't it? Here's Cook once again. It bowls hard and it's defended back by Budinger. Yeah, some early inquiries, but yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of movement so far. Actually, I mean, we've seen a little bit, but not enough to go. Here's a pitch that's really doing something, and be interesting to see what happens to that over the course of the 4 days, with you know, rain predicted and probably a bit of moisture in the air, the cloud cover. But you sense maybe that urgency you'd want from Essex, having come off the back of a win, to really capitalise on this opponent and try and put some gap distance between them and the bottom of the table. Cook in again, and this is turned into the leg side. It's going to go down to fine leg where there is a fielder on the boundary. He'll retrieve. They'll get a single, and Leicestershire will move to 28 for 1. Budinger will move to 9. Weatherald also on 9. So these two looking to rebuild after the early loss of Rishi Patel, who didn't have the homecoming perhaps he wanted. Maybe there was a round of applause as his name was read out, which I think was very civil of the Essex crowd, celebrating their former academy player. But 25 minutes into play, and you'd say Essex happier of the two sides so far. Next delivery's in from Cook. It's a fuller delivery, and there's a bit of a half-hearted appeal. Maybe thought there was a bit of an edge, but there wasn't. Again, just pinged up a little bit, picking something else a little bit extra from the pitch, and the end of the over comes, and Leicestershire are 28 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, he's bowling really nicely, Cook. You can see why he's taken all those wickets. Bounce, movement, and drew Weatherald into a little feel for the ball, really. It was a nothing shot from the Australian, the Northern Australian. It's not where he plays his cricket, but that's where he's from, the Darwin area. Porter round the wicket still, 2 sole. Budinger bowls, and thick inside edge onto the pads, and it bounces back down the pitch, and 1 or 2 hands go into the air behind the stumps. I thought for a minute that Porter might be in the game for a possible caught and bowled there, but that must have been a little bit deceptive. It was well to his left. Adjusts his shirt. Flashy colours on the sleeves of the Essex white kit this season. On off stump, Budinger pushes it firmly back down to him. Porter fields or half stops the ball with his right hand, and then threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps despite not having fielded it cleanly, and that sends Budinger hopping back into his ground, from which we can deduce that he is shuffling down at Porter as well. Snater's getting through some real calisthenics at mid-wicket. Very impressive. Porter is in and bowls outside off stump, wristily cut away by Budinger. Again, an indication of no great pace in the pitch, and he just waited for it despite being on the front foot, and it was a lovely Budinger shot. This is only his 2nd appearance of the season. Came in, as I say, he missed out on the first 4, Salt, and he was in very good, and he's unlucky so to do, really. As I say, I explained the circumstances. Struggled at Hove, 14 and 0, but he looks in famous last words, decent touch. He's gone to 12. In goes Porter, bowls to him. He's solidly forward on off stump and pushing out to Elgar at wideish mid off. And he checks with umpire Pratt how many deliveries to go. Held up the 2 fingers. 2, said Neil Pratt. Oh, confirmed, just 2 to go. 32 for 1, the Foxes, so decent run rate. But that 1 wicket already lost. Porter none for 20 from his 3.4 overs is in. Bowls. Dropped on the back foot by Budinger out towards mid-on, and you heard the call of yes, seeing that mid-on was a little bit on his heels and a little bit deep there, Tom Westley, and in the end the single was comfortable enough. Westley didn't bother throwing the ball at the stumps. Gives it a desultory polish, lobs it back to Porter. 15 wickets for Porter this season, so he's been pretty effective. In he goes and bowls solidly forward is Weatherald, pushing the ball out to Elgar. End of Porter's 4th over. The scoreboard's quick here. So, well, there's some grounds, you know, they're absolutely, you know, they're sort of almost on the, as the run is being run, and at some it takes a moment or two. Not a moment or two, it's lightning fast. End of the 7th over, 33 for 1. Leicestershire have been put into bat by the home side.
This is solid stuff so far after the loss of the early wicket. Like I say, a decent run rate, just under 5 and over so far. It's going to be Sam Cook continuing from the outside. Cook only bowls. This is blocked out by Budinger. No run, Leicestershire 33 for 1. 4 slips in place, hands in pocket. Now I wonder whether that's just to keep the hands a bit warmer, because it's not the warmest day. We've both kept our jackets on here in the commentary box. So
it's okay when the sun comes out, and it might soon because there's a lot of blue sky around. But that wind is icy cold.
Yeah, and I've noticed not many of the Essex players have gone for their jumpers today, so they will feel the nip as Cook bowls. It's a full delivery and whipped by so close to the bat, taken by a tumbling Michael Pepper, diving to his right to stop the ball going any further, and it was close enough for the first and second slip to think maybe it had taken a little edge. Because take a look at the replay.
It missed the stumps by a fraction. It was right over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, through the gate and
right over the top of middle. So, yeah, lucky not to edge and lucky not to be bowled.
Sam Cook's inquiry and inquisition continues this morning. He's hunting for that second wicket, and he's not relenting with the pressure as he comes in again. It's going to be Budinger to face, and this delivery is slightly more on middle, pushed to the fielder at cover for no run. Leicester remain 33 for 1. Yeah, Sam Cook certainly looking sprightly this morning.
Oh, he's bowling beautifully, actually. Absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, a lot of the Essex fielders had opted not to wear their jumpers, which I'm grateful for as a commentator, because of course now the jerseys all have numbers and names on the back, but once the jumpers go on, you can't quite see them.
They're sort of jumpers though, aren't they?
Yeah, the old half sleeves. Here's Cook again. It's back of that delivery, flicked into the leg side, and that should go for 4.
6.
Was that 6?
Yeah, no, 6. It was into the pavilion. High into the pavilion as well. That almost into the glass in the dug insole pavilion. It was a beautiful pick-up by Budinger, and everybody stood with their mouths open basically, because wow, he got all of that. He just stepped forward, took a couple of steps down, and flicked it, almost whipped it, flicked it high over deep backward square into the glass of the pavilion. Hopefully nothing broken. But my
gosh, you're absolutely spot on. Absolutely flew. I thought that was a 4 from the slow reaction. Here's Cook next delivery, and that's just edged to the fielder at point. But yeah, that flew. There was almost a delayed reaction from everyone. No one knew how quickly that had gone. But you're absolutely spot on. 6 runs, and that run rate now creeps above 5. In the 8th over hit, Leicestershire 40 for 1, Budinger on 20, Weatherald on 9. And
he's an extraordinary player, Sol Budinger. He's got a wonderful eye. And last season he had a lot of success. He went hard from the very start, basically. That's the way he plays. But it came off. Maiden century, first-class century last season.
His kick bowls to Weatherald, who digs this out. It will go to point. They'll run a single, and that will be the over. 8 from it, so almost batting at T20 level in this county championship match. Leicestershire 41 for 1, Budinger on 20, Weatherald on 10. And dare I say it, I think the sun's just come out.
It has. It has. We may yet be lucky. We may get plenty of cricket this morning. You were suggesting around about 12 for the first shower, but at the moment,
well,
the heavier stuff has drifted away, and we are set tolerably fair. So Porter is off, and Shane Snater, greeted with a warm round of applause, is going to have a bowl from the Cook end. Impressive mane of dark hair that he pushes back from his forehead. Captain Wesley hands him rather than throws in the ball, discusses the field. 3 slips stay in place for Weatherald, who is on 10 off 16 as Snater round the wicket, bowls down the leg side. Weatherald steps inside the line, gestures at it. Snater's got his hands on his head as though it was pretty close to leg stump. So too Michael Pepper. The suggestion that really wasn't very far from leg stump. I don't know whether the guys can hear us on the stream, whether we could get to see a replay of that just to see how close that might have been. But as I say, the suggestion that it was rather closer than Weatherald might have realised. Snater turns, runs in and bowls, goes past the outside edge with a delivery that just nibbles away from Weatherald, squares him up. I think it bounced for a second time just in front of Pepper. Again, an indication of the lack of pace, particularly from this Cook end. Sir Alistair Cook's a bit of a mouthful. It's like being at Old Trafford and having to say that. We don't have to say it. The Sir James Anderson. I just call it the Anderson. It's fair enough. The name's the thing,
yeah,
isn't
identifiable.
It?
We know what you're referring to.
Yeah, so the tribute's in the name. Snater in, bowls down the leg side or leg stump line, and Weatherald this time does connect very nicely. Just nibbles it away, works it away down towards wide long leg where Cook is the fielder.
I guess we could abbreviate it SAC, but then the sack end doesn't sound that nice, does it?
No.
No, I don't think we should call it that.
No. And Cook end, the Gooch end. 2 great Essex players, 2 great Essex openers of recent years, of course, and England. Essex and England. Snater, a little shuffle at the start of his run before getting into his stride, and Budinger again in his rather idiosyncratic way waits for the ball with his weight on the back foot and turns it down towards long leg, not quite as classically as say Weatherall just did, but just as effectively, and he just rehearses a little swat around the corner. 21 off 23 for Sol Budinger. Whisper it, Leicestershire listeners, he looks very much in the mood. Snater into the crouching Weatherall, very straight on off stump, blocked back down the pitch by Jake Weatherall. No run.
Yeah, safe to say that the sun is completely out now. I'm dabbling between weather apps at the moment. I'll update you on the end of this over.
Well, hopefully we are now on the BBC Sports app. Stephen Roberts was in touch just to say we were on the stream but not the Sports app, but hopefully now you're hearing us, as Foolish from Snater, on driven by Wetherall, didn't put his weight into the shot, steered it as much as anything slightly wide of mid-on, and called Budinger through for not a quick single, just a fairly straightforward single, and it was completed. Last ball of the over. Wetherall on to 12. He'll keep the strike. Leicestershire, after the nerves that will have come from losing Rishi Patel earlier when the score was on 17, have begun to recover. 44 for 1 off 9, more than recover really.
Yeah, it's been a very counter-attacking response after that early wicket. Budinger, he didn't have the finest of outings against Sussex, 14 and a duck. His comeback and come out counter-attacking. He's on 21 from 23, with him Wetherall 12 from 21, so taking it slightly a slower pace. But with all the rain that was predicted in the build-up of this game, the sun is properly out at Chelmsford now, and I've just had a look at some of the weather apps. That rain prediction seems to have disappeared on one of them. So we might be in line for some decent cricket as Sam Cook begins a new over. First delivery is pounded into the ground, length delivery. And it's blocked out by Wetherall for no run. Leicestershire 44 for 1. In this game between 7th and 9th, it's Essex and Leicestershire. In a game that you'd think Essex would want to win to try and put some distance between themselves and the bottom of the title. And for Leicestershire, well, it's survival, isn't it, Richard? It's
Yeah.
A win from anywhere would just help.
Well, a couple of defeats, so they need just to sort of get back on track a little bit.
Here's Cook, arms pumping, and it's a Foolish delivery. Deflects off the bat of Wetherall to the fielder at point for no run.
I heard Dick say before the toss this might be quite a good toss to lose in a way. I think both sides, well, we obviously know that Essex would have chosen to bowl first because that's what they did, and I'm pretty sure that Ian Holland would have chosen to do the same. But the pitch is playing okay, it's slightly slow. Cook's bowling beautifully, that said.
Yeah, it's slightly slow. We've seen a touch of movement so far, but not a lot to report as Cook comes in again. He bowls short, it's blocked out by Wetherall. He remains on 12, and Leicestershire remain 44 for 1. The run rate just above 4.5 at the moment, so a counter-attacking response from Leicestershire after losing the early wicket of Rishi Patel. He departed for 9 off the bowling of Cook, caught behind.
You can get in touch with us if you wish. I'm on richardray23@gmail.com, or Blue Sky richr23 will find me if that's your preferred method.
Here's Cook, bowls, and this is hooked away down towards the fielder, or slightly wider fine leg. They'll get a single as the boundary is cut off, and Leicestershire will move to 45 for 1 now. Wetherall moves to 13.
Dick, I'm sure, will give us his various methods of communication when he comes back on. Roshan, do you have a?
Yeah, I'm on all the platforms. I'm still on X. I'm on Instagram. But I think I'll be leaning into your.
As well. I should say that too. Yes.
I'll be leaning into your inbox today, I think. His Cook then should be a penultimate delivery of this over. 19 for 1 so far as the next delivery is blocked out by Budinger. Cook, who's probably been the most challenging of bowlers today, he's looked the most inquisitive, bowling from the far end.
Sorry, Roshan. Just Stephen confirms all is good now, so we're on all platforms. Ian Furno, thank you for that, Ian. Appreciate those thoughts.
That's fantastic news. We're back on the BBC Sport app. Every ball of this game as Cook bowls again. It's a full delivery, blocked out once more by Budinger. And that is the end of the over. Leicestershire 45 for 1. Budinger's on 21, Wetherall on 13.
And Dick will be back on after this coming over from Snater, Shane Snater. Cook, of course, has sort of connections with both counties, very much, and well, he's born in Chelmsford and very much an Essex boy, but he went to Loughborough University, which is in Leicestershire's purview very much, so he knows Leicestershire. That's the only real connection, I suppose, in those terms. passport, Steve Snater.
Is that right?
Born in Zimbabwe, but he has a Dutch passport, presumably the parentage. Round the wicket he goes. Bowls to Weatherall, thumps into the pad, that's going a long way down leg side. He turns and appeals, but we had an absolutely perfect view of that. And he can't believe that's been given not out, but my immediate reaction was that's going down. And Nigel Long, presumably, informs Steve Snater as such. It's very hard bowling around the wicket. That didn't really straighten. And it has to straighten markedly, I would suggest, when you're bowling around the wicket to a left-hander to get a decision from an umpire. In goes Snater, bowls outside off stump, driven expansively. Shot of Jake Weatherall's morning. It was out there to drive, and the Australian wasn't going to miss out. Stepped out and creamed it away through the covers. Beautiful shot.
The sun's crept out from behind the clouds once more over Chelmsford. I promise I won't do weather updates all day. I'm just thrilled that the rain, it looks like it might stay away
you were
now.
pessimistic when you arrived.
I wasn't expecting much cricket today.
Snater is in. That's a better length on off stump, and Weatherall forward covers up, pushes it out to mid-off, or wide-ish mid-off. Weatherall 17 off 28. He scored his runs quickly in his County Championship innings thus far. Is in fact very quickly, relatively speaking. His strike rate is over 80, so not that much less than a run a ball.
No, that's one-day cricket level, isn't it?
But, yeah.
Keeping the pace on.
Approaching 450 runs. In goes Snater, bowls to him. He clips him the foolish delivery away off middle and the leg out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's a long chase back. They could run 4 here because it's going to go. It's going to go. The fielder, again, it wasn't the most enthusiastic of chases. I'm not quite sure who the fielder is because he's got his sweater on, so obscuring his number. Could be Walter. Is it Walter or Wesley? No, it's Walter, I think.
I think it's Walter.
And big, tall man. It was a long old chase back to the boundary, and he got there just too late. So Weatherall picks up 4, moves on to 21 from 29. He and Budinger both on 21, as Snater is in, slightly short, looking for the pull, mistimes it horribly. Little bit of a hesitation between Weatherall and Budinger. Never run on a, what do they say, never run on a misfield, but they did in the end. Elgar sort of half stopped it, and he wasn't quite sure where the ball was. It was about 4 yards behind him in the end, and there was hesitation, but in the end both batsmen went, and in the end the run was completed safely enough. Snater turns into Budinger, bowls. Budinger gets a delivery that lifts on him. Well, Snater saw him coming, then he walked down the wicket to him, and Snater banged it in as a consequence, and it rose on him a little bit, and Budinger was discomforted by that one as it rose on him, and managed to keep it down off the top part of the bat. Snater, just a little warning to Budinger, you don't walk down with total impunity. 54 for 1 after 11. Leicestershire put into bat. Budinger has 21, Weatherall 22, and joining Roshan will be Dick Davis.
Yeah, Leicestershire with something of a fight back after that early wicket of Rishi Patel. Essex winning the toss and choosing to bowl. Sam Cook has looked really good bowling from the far end. The Graham Gooch end, he's got 1 wicket for his 19 runs as he runs in to begin his 6th over. He'll be bowling to Weatherall, who hooks this away onto the offside. It's going to run away for 4. So the boundary to start the over. As Leicestershire move to 58 for 1 now. And a rare loose delivery from Sam Cook there. Dispatched away. He's now 1 wicket for his 23 runs. As the sun comes back out over Chelmsford, it's I thought there was going to be rain as Dickie Davis sits down next to me. I thought there was going to be rain. The weather app said rain. I wasn't expecting a lot of cricket, but it's looking good so far. Here's Cook in again to Weatherald, and this one is played leg side. That's going to be back-to-back boundaries. There's no one there out in the deep, and it's going to hit for 4 over at the square leg boundary. So Leicestershire seemingly clicking through the gears as if this was a one-day or T20 match. A bit of a counter-attack after that early wicket from Sam Cook. Now what does Cook have up his sleeve? Back-to-back boundaries, both times on the leg side. Just wonder whether he was trying to adjust his bowling to a slight change in field setting, because Essex are now with 3 slips rather than 4 as the next delivery comes in, and he does adjust his delivery but is driven back past him. That's going to be a 3rd boundary of the over, this time driven past straight down the ground for another 4. And Dickie, you join me as Weatherald is really starting to free his wrist. 3 boundaries in a row off the bowling of Sam Cook. I mean, there's counter-attacking and then there's this.
Yes, isn't it? Yes, not too many people do that. But yes, batting splendidly. 34, slightly over a runner ball off 33 deliveries.
2 down the leg side, and Sam Cook adjusted his bowling to attack the off stump, driven down the ground. What's in store for the 4th delivery? Well, this one's blocked out, so light relief. I mean, I think Sam Cook did everything right there. There were two boundaries on the leg side, and so the 3rd delivery he looked to bowl on the off stump, but that was just pushed right back past the bowler down the ground for a 3rd consecutive boundary. So Leicestershire 66 for 1, but Inches on 21. Weatherald is going at a runner ball for his 34, and the run rate, I mean, it's 5.6, so almost 6 and over. I mean, wouldn't look out of place in a T20 match, this. Cook has 2 more deliveries of what's turning into a slightly long over for him now. It's pounded into the ground, turned to the leg side. They'll take off, and there's a throw coming in from the fielder at square leg. Doesn't hit the stumps. I think a direct hit might have been a wicket, but in the end it's flew to the fielder at point. They'll run a single. They'll add a 1 to the total, 67 for 1. In this game between Essex and Leicestershire, 7th versus 9th. Essex looking to try and capitalise on their opponent and try and move away from the bottom half of the table. Leicestershire be looking for points 2 as the final ball of delivery into Bullinger is directed down towards the 3rd man. He opens up the face of the bat beautifully. They've run 2, they're going to run a 3rd. I don't think it's going to make it all the way to the boundary. It's cut off there by Wian Mulder fielding in the deep, and that is the end of a very expensive over. 16 runs from it. So Cook's bowling figures have taken a battering there. There's now 35 runs for his 1 wicket. Buddinger's on 24, Weatherald on 35, and Leicestershire, wouldn't have thought it 45 minutes ago, they are 70 for 1 off of 12 overs.
Yes, it's exciting stuff. Yeah, and the runs are flowing thick and fast. They came at last, and more and more and more. I must apologise to listeners, viewers, that at the very top of the show we didn't have any communication. Entirely my fault. I'd literally got my wires crossed, but now I've uncrossed them, and moreover, to boot, we've actually got the emails up and alive at essexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and thanks to a couple of people who informed us that we weren't going out at the very top of the show, but we are now, and I accept full and abject responsibility and apology as Snater moves in round the wicket to the left-handed Weatherald, and that's whipped away down to fine leg or long leg for 4 more. A Budinger, I mean. Budinger's the left-handed player. He moves on to 28 off 28. Weatherald on 35 off 35. All very neat and tidy. And the run rate goes over a runner ball, 6.0808. I'll repeat that email address. essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That's Snater round the wicket to Budinger, and well taken by Pepper, who's standing up to the not inconsiderable pace of Snater. Takes the bails off and appeals, but I think that's only more out of excitement than anything else.
Yeah, they're going at a run of ball so far, and it's quite positive batting. Very impressed by Leicestershire so far. You thought they might have been slightly derailed by that early wicket, but having none of it.
No, far from it. Next delivery. As that gets to Porter. That was a slight miscue, going for another big hit. It got to Porter sort of on the half volley and out to his right. I don't really think that can be put down as a chance. If you are that harsh that you think it was a chance, it's a very, very difficult one.
No, it would have taken some sort of acrobatics to have stopped
Wouldn't it
that.
just? Yes. Yeah.
Might be asking too much on day one of a match.
I think so. As Slater moves in and bowls, and that's just played into the onside, fielded by Dean Elgar. 76 for 1 at exactly 6 and over. The one man to go, Rishi Patel, caught by Michael Pepper for the bowling of Cook for 9. Essex won the toss and put the East Midlanders in. And Slater moves again, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Buttinger, who just plays that square on the offside. No addition to the score, and as Roshan said, the sun's come out. It's really quite a pleasant day at the moment. It's still a bit of a chill in the air. We've both got coats on.
We have indeed, yeah. I've kept the jacket on today, which is very uncommon for me.
I don't usually take mine off till August. As Slater moves in and bowls. And that's pulled away, certainly a couple of runs to the mid-wicket area, and they'll come back for a third quite comfortably. As a lot of ground had to be made there, and then a slightly wayward throw made the taking of the third very easy indeed. So rate just gone up to over a run a ball again, into that over. 79 for 1, and if you're watching on the live stream, you're looking at half a dozen young men wearing ginger wigs. Not quite sure the significance of that.
That looks like a stag do to me.
Yes, it does.
Looks fantastic.
Yes. Well, I hope they have a very enjoyable day, and I hope the rain doesn't interrupt their enjoyment any more than it interrupts everybody else's enjoyment.
So we're going to see a change of bowling up from the Graham Gooch end. So Sam Cook, having gone for 16 runs, has been taken off the attack, and we're going to see the return of Porter, who's bowled 4 so far. He's gone for 21 runs, but he's going to have a go from the other end to where he was bowling from this morning. Leicestershire getting on with the business, 79 for 1 off 13 overs. They're batting as though this was a power play in a one-day international, or almost a T20, as Porter does slightly more extended warm-ups up at the top end. Now we've reduced to 2 slips, so Essex changing things around in the field a little bit. They've seen a few go for boundaries and have thought, well, let's put a few more out in the ring. Here comes Porter, first ball is going to be in. It's a foolish delivery, it's edged to the fielder at forward point and cut off nicely, so they'll move to 80 for 1. Budinger moves to 34, Weatherall's on 35, so a very even partnership between these two. They've rotated the strike, they've almost perfect runnable batting.
We've had an email from Ruhan, who says, yeah, good point. With 2 left-handed batsmen in, Harmer would use his words, be delicious to watch.
Here's Porter, bowls again, and this one is blocked out by Weatherall. Do you know what, not too uncommon for me to see 2 left-handers. I follow a lot of Bangladesh, and of course for years opening with Tamim Iqbal. Actually, one of the tactics they'd employed, Dickie, was deliberately making the batting order left, right, just to try and make the bowling team think about it. And I used to think it was quite amusing. Sometimes you'd have a left-right combo and having to watch the fielders all run to the opposite end.
Yes.
Sometimes his delivery as Porter bowls, he bowls in hard and foolish, and that's deflected to mid-wicket for no run. Leicestershire 80 for 1.
Another email from David in Chingford. Thank you. Oh, ex-Chingford, sorry, ex-Chingford.
It's a lovely ground, Chingford.
It is, isn't it? Yes.
It's Dan Lawrence's old hunting ground.
Yep.
Porter in again, and that was a shorter delivery. It's flicked off the pads, and that's going to run down towards fine leg. There's a fielder there to cut it off, and they'll jog across for a single. Yeah, it's a picturesque ground set in the suburbs, so it's sort of back gardens backing onto the pitch, netting up. But they've got a beautiful fencing around the ground, and there's something when you're playing, in a Sunday league match, something quite nostalgic and quite special about walking through gates to get to the crease. Really enjoy playing there.
Yes.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence used to. I think he lived in a house that backed onto the ground. I think his dad was a groundsman there.
I
for
believe
a bit as
so.
well.
Yes.
Yeah. Porter's going to continue. Bowls, and this is was a big appeal, mainly from the slips. Umpire's not interested. They'll run across for a single as the ball was played off the pads into the leg side.
Didn't Porter also play there?
He may well have done, actually.
I think so. I know Cook played for Chelmsford. Snater probably hasn't played club cricket, but there are some really, really picturesque cricket grounds in Essex.
Absolutely. Here comes final ball, the delivery. It's blocked out by Weatherald, so that will be the over. 3 from it. A slightly tidier over as far as Essex have gone. They managed to, I want to say, stem the run flow, but we're still talking about a run rate of almost 6. 14
Yes.
overs then, 82 for 1, Budinger on 34, Weatherald on 36, and as we approach the end of the first hour, despite the loss of the first wicket, you'd have to say Leicestershire quite happy with how they've got on so far.
Yes, watching, David says, watching this free-flowing start by Leicestershire reminds me of the Benson and Hedges final of 1985, when Gooch anchored a very poor innings by Essex, totalling 215. The batsman Peter Willey, yes, of Holding Ditty fame, scored a match-winning innings of 86. It was quite a shock result, considering Essex had a stellar batting lineup. Leicestershire had a certain Agnew in their ranks, as the next delivery just played out on the offside. J. Agnew in their ranks. Only 41 years ago, fond memories indeed. Well, Leicestershire have caused Essex a few upsets over the years. In 2015 they came here not having won a championship matches for 37 games. Not having won a championship match for 37 games. And that's just played defensively out on the onside, and I remember certainly that final day very, very clearly indeed. I don't remember many days of commentating cricket, to be honest, but I certainly do remember that day. And yeah, they were, to paraphrase the great Bill McLaren, they were dancing in the streets of all the villages in Leicestershire, as that's just played totally defensively. We haven't said that too often in the last hour. Well, we haven't even been going an hour, have we? Just no, we haven't said that in the last 3/4 of an hour very much. And Snater. If you can hear a bit of clatter in front of us, as a press photographer putting all his stuff together or dismantling it. That's just played again totally defensively. Trickles out on the offside, picked up by probably skipper Tom Wesley. Can't see Ben. Yes, it is indeed Tom Wesley. Yeah, so thanks David and everybody for your emails. Keep them coming. EssexCricket@bbc.co.uk is our new email address. We don't have any other means of communication, as that's just nudged, really. Can't think of any other verb to describe it. Just nudged backward a square for 4 runs, and down to the vacant hospitality area such that the fielder can't see who it is. Has to clamber over the boundary hoarding to retrieve the ball. Yeah, still a pleasant day. Clouds at the moment don't look too threatening, although looking away to our right over towards Writtle and Writtle Agricultural College, from where the weather usually comes. I don't mean the college manufacture it, it just happens to be in that direction. It's looking a little bit more ominous, but only a little at this stage as Snater moves in and bowls. Although that would be nice if farmers could actually create, or would it be, I don't know, if they could create the weather,
perfect weather conditions,
perfect weather at each time of year. You know, we want some rain, we want some sun, and yes, no doubt, the brave new world it might come about. End of the over, the 15th over, and Leicestershire, having been put into bat and having lost an early wicket, are going along buoyantly. They're 86 for 1. With Buddington not out 38 and Weatherall not out 36.
Just gone past midday here then at Chelmsford. Good first hour's play. Leicestershire 86 for 1. They lost the early wicket at Rishi Patel after being put into bat, but they have counter-attacked beautifully. They've almost gone at a runner ball. There's going to be a new over from Porter, bowling from the Graham Gooch, and the first delivery. Oh, it goes down the leg side. It takes a diving Michael Pepper with the wicket-keeper gloves to stop it. Not sure what Porter was trying to do there, bowling to the left-hander, just maybe giving him something to think about, trying to get the ball to move across, but did too much with that delivery.
Yes.
And Leicestershire 86 for 1. Yeah, rain was predicted, but the crowds have come out and the sun is out, so it looks like we're getting a fair decent bit of cricket as Jamie Porter begins his run-up again. Bowls, it's a good length delivery, that's blocked out by Weatherall. And I wonder what Leicestershire's thinking is here. Are they thinking about bonus points this early on? Are they thinking let's try and get as many as we can in the bag, given we might be in a survival race come the end of this season? Or are they just taking advantage of what's actually been quite good bowling? I'd love to have said it was slightly loose bowling from Essex, but it hasn't been. I thought Sam Cook in particular has been very good.
Yes, the two batsmen just played exceptionally well.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Porter, bowls hard and short, and there's a big appeal this time.
Still doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire.
No response at all from the umpire, but of the appeals we've had this morning, certainly the loudest and most confident, and Porter doesn't look particularly pleased as he trudges back up to his mark up at the Graham Gooch end. Just going to take another look at that. I think it was possibly an optimistic
I would have thought so.
appeal, sort of drifting down leg quite a lot, and Weatherall was quite up his crease as well, so correct decision by the umpire. Leicestershire remain 86 for 1. Buddington on 38. Weatherall, he's going to face the next ball. He's on 36 as Porter bowls again. It's played into the leg side. There is a fielder drifting in from mid-wicket to pick it up at square leg. They'll run across for a single. And they'll move to 87 for 1. Yeah, towards the end of last season, Dickie, I became fascinated with bonus points because I was like, actually, with games sometimes heading towards draws, they were becoming the difference, and you know that bottom end of the county championship table, sort of towards the end, wasn't that separatable. It was points between teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if Leicester were thinking batting points early on as the next delivery is played down towards the fielder at fine leg. It's cut off before the boundary, and they'll get another single. And they'll move to 88 for 1, but the way they're going, I mean, if they keep at this pace, they could be looking at a fair few batting points.
Well, yes. Yes, I mean, almost every year, well, certainly every year it changes. You know, there's great discussion about the relative merits of, you know, the points, the way they're allocated, and there's no right way. But, he pays your money and takes your choice.
Next delivery, it's gets Weatherall into a bit of a twist there. The ball sort of a dead ball by his feet, half-hearted appeal.
But the basic criterion seems to be, you know, don't lose. You know, if you lose, you're in trouble. But yeah, I mean, it might sound sort of pretty obvious, but yes, a draw can be very valuable. Well, relatively, I mean, you look at the table now, you know, Surrey are inevitably riding high, but you know, they haven't won that many, and it's often the way.
Well, I've watched a couple at Surrey this season, and you know they've ended up in situations where they are just playing in draws, and I think also like teams seem to be creating pitches for draws when they were hosting Surrey because they obviously know they're a dangerous team. So I think teams have had to sometimes rethink how they're going to get their points or how they're going to churn out a win this season, which has been interesting to see a sort of reset in tactical thinking because
Yeah.
you know we've seen a fair few draws. Essex have you know after that kind of winning start ended up you know in a draw and a loss. So teams thinking how do we grind out a win, particularly if host teams are creating you know, batting tracks, but you'd imagine Essex would curated a pitch for a win.
Snater, right arm over to the left-handed Budinger. Well, they're both left-handed, but just plays it out on the offside. As press photographer has decided to take up residence right in front of me. Yeah. That's quite all right, sir, quite all right. He's now taken the hint. Shows what a good position we're in, the fact that the press photographer wants it as well. As Snater moves in and bowls, and it's just played out into the covers, no addition to the score.
We are at a phenomenal angle. I mean, obviously, a number of wickets prepared, but to get one pretty much bang on centre is a real treat.
Yes.
We've been really helpful with those LBW appeals, of which we've seen many this morning, none successful. But
well, I'm a little bit ambivalent about that because I've always, and this is my 31st season, always been of the view that it's the umpire's job to judge the merits or otherwise of an LBW appeal, not ours, but each to his or her own.
Hey, I'd like to have an opinion.
That's a shy at the stumps, hits them at the bowler's end from Wesley, but the batsman is home.
Fantastic bit of fielding from Wesley. He really dove in to get that ball and one-handed got a direct hit. So Essex looking a little bit more alert in the field.
I also I find it a little bit tedious when, you know, in football, not that I know much about football except that my only team I've ever followed, Southend United, are in a trophy final on Sunday, but that's the end of my football knowledge. But I do know, because you can hardly avoid it, there's still controversy about 2 VAR decisions, one in London and one in Scotland, as that's just played out on the onside, and they scamper through. They're really playing well, even when they're not peppering the boundary. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking over, and keeping the fielders are having to be very much on the alert, on the qui vive, to use an antiquated phrase, as I'm prone to do.
Yeah, they're going at about 80 an hour. That's runs, not miles. And I mean, we've seen scores touch 350-ish on day one of a county championship match. At this rate, it'd be on 800.
Yes. And that's well fielded in the gully, diving away to his left by, I ought to know who that is by now. Well, I've got a slight excuse, it's Mulder. He's the new arrival.
Wearing the 74 jersey for Essex.
By the way, when you said 80, not driving or something, heaven forfend any suggestion that anybody would drive at 80 miles an hour. Just because you're in Essex, don't think that everybody drives at, oh no, perhaps they do. That's played out down to third man for 4 runs. Whether it was really intended to go there, only the batsman knows, but it doesn't matter. It was played with authority, it was played all along the ground, and the scores moved on to 94 for 1 as and Leicestershire have gone really well since that setback about an hour ago. Thanks, Roshan. See you later. Andrew in Newmarket says, with Sunday and Monday looking doubtful, Leicestershire seem to be after batting points. Well, yes, as we've just been discussing, it does Yeah, I mean, both, maybe, yeah, we're always told that at this level of the game, they ignore weather forecasts, but I take that with a huge pinch of salt, as the next delivery is just turned round corner for a single. I think maybe they're both sides are thinking, well, it's unlikely that this is going to reach a conclusion other than a draw, so we'll bear that in mind and play accordingly. As Richard rejoins me, what with one thing and another and the new technology, there are so many cables and wires on this, on and beneath this bench, that one could get into an awful mess, both technically and physically. That's played out on the onside, no addition to the score.
At some stage we're probably going to electrocute ourselves, Nick, but it'll probably be good for us. Great start by the Foxes.
It is, it's
great
excellent
recovery.
Yes.
After losing Rishi early, Rishi Patel.
Yes. As Porter continues from the Graham Gooch end, it does come back to that up. Porter moves in down the leg side, and Budinger has a wind at that but fails to make contact. Yes, there is big lettering down the far end saying Graham Gooch end, but that's totally obscured by the
sight screen.
By the sight screen at the moment.
Okay. Well, the site covers, the site screens here are, because it's a movable feast, are sort of drapes essentially,
Yes.
aren't they? Like
It's
big white sheets.
As a Porter round the wicket, moves in, bowls, and that's just played defensively. And a lot of scaffolding gone up at the far end, which rather suggests that
T20 TV platforms.
our dim and distant cousins on the satellite television might be making their presence felt soon, yes.
Yes, they've got to do a certain number of games from. It's usually a lively atmosphere down here on a Friday night, isn't it?
That's certainly
Kind description.
Certainly one word for it, yes. As, that's super. It was slightly over-pitched, but nevertheless you've still got to play the shot, and that was for the moment it left the bat. They didn't. The batsman Budinger didn't really need to leave the crease. It full flow of the bat, a sumptuous shot. And has that? No, that hasn't brought up the 100. Not quite. One more will. And yes, they're going really, really well, Leicestershire.
Malcolm on email points out he's a little bit surprised that Tom Helm, having been quote unquote recalled by Middlesex, isn't actually in the Middlesex side. So interesting to speculate.
Porter to Budinger, Budinger on 48, pushes it out on the onside, no addition to the score.
Cost may have been a factor, who knows.
Well, yes, money seems to affect every single aspect of cricket nowadays. And it's the end of the over, end of the 18th over, and Leicestershire, having been put into bat, a 99 for 1 at a rate of 5.5 and over, with Budinger not out 48, Weatherall not out 38, and the man out, Rishi Patel, formerly of this parish, for 9, caught by Pepper off the bowling of Sam Cook. And we are indeed going to see Simon Harmer coming into the attack, which...
early.
Who was it? David, I think. No.
Why is Vian not having a bowl? Have you broken him already?
Who?
Vian Mulder.
No, he bowled and batted very well in the last game, but as somebody else earlier pointed out, was it Rohan? Yes, it was. That with two left-handed batsmen at the crease, and obviously with his high-quality off-spin turning it away from the left-handed batsman, Harmer may well be able to make...
Yes, he should be a fact. I'm just a little bit surprised Vian hasn't had I call him Vian because obviously had 2 very successful years with us at...
oh, I see.
At Gracie. So we sort of see him as one of ours, really. Harmer steps in from the Cook end on off stump. Back goes Weatherall. It doesn't turn, but there's a lovely flight, of course, from Harmer, and is pushed a little uncertainly out into the offside by Jake Weatherald. He remains on 38 as Harmer steps in and bowls, tosses it up pleasantly, thick outside edge in the air, out towards point. There is a sort of backward point, so there was no sniff of a catch. That is an inadvertent single really on the part of Leicestershire. It brings up the 100 and it gets a round of applause. They've been very positive, those two, but the way Weatherald played that most uncertainly will not discourage Harmer and Essex. He's in two. Budinger, who also goes back, plays it off the pitch. It doesn't really turn. Runs on towards middle and leg, pushed out into the offside. There's no run. I think Vian is starting to warm up, actually. In goes Harmer. Bowls. Nice line, but slapped out to deep extra cover by Budinger to bring up his 50 with his second six. I mean, that was dismissive. It was in the slot and it didn't turn, but to hit him for a six over extra cover is feels a bit sort of lèse-majesté, really. It's an affront to Simon Harmer and well, Sol Budinger, that's the way he plays. His 54 has come at a run a ball. And what an innings it has been. Can he go on? Can he make it really count? Can he make a big difference? Harmer is in to him again. Back he goes and pushes in the air for a few feet out towards cover, and Harmer's hands go to his face. Well, he might think about some sort of silly point at some stage, because there have been a couple, one off the edge of Weatherall's bat and one off the face of Budinger's bat. They've gone in the air. He goes in and bowls. Budinger goes back, punches. Straightish delivery out towards extra cover. And well, although Harmer went for a few runs in that over, I don't think he'll be entirely discouraged by what he's seen. Leicestershire will go after him, try and sort of hit him out of the attack, so to speak. They've tried to do that a couple of times this season and without success, really. Liam Patterson-White for Nottinghamshire bowled. They couldn't get him away at all. He bowled 40 odd overs in the game at Grace Road very successfully. But if they can put Harmer under pressure, it could be interesting. So, been positive cricket by the Foxes this morning. 106 for one off what, 19?
Yep, very entertaining stuff. Good to watch as Porter moves in. Bowls to Weatherall, who pushes it out on the onside. No addition to the score. Porter just starting his 8th over, conceded 29 runs so far. Just clouding over a little now, but no imminent signs of any real trouble. And what wind there is fairly gentle, so let's just play diligently out on the onside. I can confidently say we won't have rain before lunch, but, which is another 41 or 2 minutes away, so no, I don't think there's going to be any precipitation before then.
Hampshire struggling a little bit at Southampton, as they've struggled a bit all season, haven't they, bar one game. They're 48 for 3 against Nottinghamshire.
Porter again to Weatherald. And Weatherall, there's runs here, or run in the singular as he nudges it down to long leg. Fielded by Charlie Allison.
Apologies, I think Glamorgan on the back of a good win last time out, 47 for 2.
Yes, I watched the final stages of that on the live stream on Monday afternoon. It was gripping stuff.
They're 47 for 2 against high-flying Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Yorkshire with Root at the crease are 64 for 2 against Surrey at Headingley.
Porter in again. That's just pushed out on the offside. And from what I recall, the hero for Glamorgan in that victory over Somerset in the end was a chap whose name escapes me.
Ryan Hadley.
Hadley, I was going to say Hartley. Hadley, who came in as night watchman the previous night and batted out the whole day and saw his adopted side to victory.
Just the other First Division score, Somerset are 68 for 2 against Sussex at Taunton.
Porter. Allowed appeal for LBW, but that looked very high to me. We've got our backs to. I'm sorry, the batsman's got his backs to us, but just from what we could see, that was well born of optimism. Maybe an indication in itself that Essex a little bit frustrated. That was never ever going to be out.
One thing we have noticed in the First Division, Dick, Leicestershire that is the standard of umpiring is much higher.
Well, that's an interesting observation, because I thought, as that's played out square, well, just in front of square on the onside, I thought the umpires sort of did a rotation irrespective of whether it was first or second division.
We've seen occasionally in the second division, we'll see one of the top umpires, but not as often.
Oh.
There is. I hesitate to use the word, but what the heck? There is a bit of a hierarchy
yes.
in terms of standards, and they'd never admit that for a minute, the ECB, but the better umpires do tend to get the First Division games based on what I have seen in my time, and there's no question. I think that occasionally, you'll get a First Division umpire quote in the Second Division, but by and large they get bigger games. Harmer round the wicket to Weatherald, who pretty much gets to the pitch of that one on the front foot and pushes it back up the pitch towards Simon Harmer. Extra cover comes in and obliges by picking up and handing the ball to the fair-haired Harmer. That fair hair catching the sun at the moment. He's bowling in sunglasses. He bowls down the leg side. It's worked off his legs and in the air, not far wide of short leg. And Michael Pepper's still got his gauntlets on the top of his helmet behind the stumps, and Harmer himself raised his hands. It wasn't far away. Weatherald, a couple of slightly fortunate escapes, really, as Harmer is in to him and almost bowls him. How did that not?
Oh, I thought it
did, but I think it
did.
I thought it came off the gloves of, or the pads perhaps, of Pepper in the end. But my word, that missed off stump by next to nothing and went back onto the stumps, I think, from the keeper. We'll get to see a replay. Possibly. He looks hopefully to his left, but no sign of one. In goes Harmer, tosses it right up and driven hard down into the ground. It not half stopped, slowed by extra cover diving to his left and runs out to longish off. One is taken, but I would love to see that. I don't know if they will see it again at the end of the over, but Weatherald on 42 now has lived very dangerously against Harmer. Budinger is forward to that next one. Harmer gets through his overs at a pleasingly rapid rate. Steps in and bowls. A little bit short by his standards. Back goes Budinger and cuts, but can't get it past backward point. End of another eventful over from Simon Harmer. 110 for 1 at the end of it, but, well, frankly, Weatherald could have been out at least twice in that over and has looked rather less certain against the off-spinner than Budinger. Not used to facing them, relatively, I suppose, if you're an Australian Test opener. Used to playing on hard Aussie grounds in the morning, but he's survived by hook or by crook. He's on 42 now. Budinger has 54, 110 for 1, and we are now going to see our old Leicestershire colleague and friend Vian Mulder have a bowl from the Graham Gooch end.
Yes, indeed. He'll also be bowling round the wicket. To Budinger on 54. He's slowed down a little bit. It's now he's got 54 off 60 deliveries, whereas he was going more or less a runner rate. And a runner ball, Weatherall slowed down considerably with the introduction. That's gone hard, high, and 6 penneth.
Good caught, catching the crowd.
Well caught in the crowd.
Well caught, sir. Biggest round of applause of the morning, despite it being a third 6 of the morning, all in the same place, incidentally,
yes,
in front of the the pavilion.
Yes,
Little
so
short-armed hook pull really, and did he take that one-handed?
I think he did.
I say,
Yes, very nonchalant.
I'm impressed.
Get two hands to it if you can. That's what I was always told. As Mulder moves in and bowls no ball. First one of the day, I think. And signalled by umpire that we think
Neil
to be
Pratt.
Neil Pratt.
Yeah,
Yes, you were
he's
going to tell me what you knew.
well, he's a northeasterner. He's from Durham, Neil, and that is the 100 partnership.
Yes.
Hence the little round of applause.
So Mulder not had the best,
No, 8 from his
Start.
first legitimate delivery, essentially.
and more to add in the singular anyway. It's just deflected backward of square on the onside. Budinger taking a fresh guard. Looks around, see where the gaps are, where the fielders are. Takes his place at the crease. And faces up to Mulder. Loud appeal for LBW, but I think that's a bit optimistic as well.
It's going down. Wasn't a bad shout, actually, but just going down, I'm afraid,
Yeah.
Vian. Again, from round the wicket. You've got to... It's hard.
It is.
Very hard, you know. Yes, it sort of hit him in front, but it was going on down. And Neil Pratt explains to Mulder, who's a very equable soul, and he sort of indicated with his right hand it looked to be going down, possibly.
Mulder again. Balls. Another no ball, and played out on the onside. Jabbed out on the onside, really.
It's all sort of coming back now, and I do remember Vian from time to time having little spells of being called no ball. It is down, there isn't much of a slope, as Roshan has been saying, but there is a very slight one from that gooch end. So
My
even
colleague
so-
Don Topley would tell you there's a greater slope than you think, but
yeah.
well, the next delivery worked away backward of square. Where I've chosen to sit, I'm obscured even by a very large window frame, 2 window frames in fact,
And the balcony.
and a balcony and a press photographer. And I think I shall take my leave after this delivery as Roshan has just walked back into the box.
Hence the movement of the windows.
Yes,
Bit of draft when that door comes open.
as Mulder 2 no balls so far in this over. Moves in, bowls. Another one, 3 now.
Could be a long over.
Dear, oh dear. I'm not quite sure how experienced first-class bowlers can do this. I can understand
No.
them doing it once, but 3 times in an over.
It is ridiculous, actually.
Well,
frankly.
I'm glad you put it
Sorry.
that strongly, because I was tempted. All you've got to do is start a foot further back.
That half an inch isn't
Well, yes,
make a difference.
but to make sure, problem solved. But it depends how much over the line he was, of course. That's just pushed out to mid-off, where what might have been a tight single became an easy one because the fielder stumbled over it somewhat, and that brings up Weatherall's 50 of 61 deliveries.
Oh, outstanding from Jake Weatherald, another 50. Work out how many he's got so far this season. he has been outstanding since coming to Leicestershire.
That's pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score, and eventually the over comes to an
The wind has gotten up a bit.
end.
It was a dark cloud
Yes, it
around.
has. The overs come to an end with Leicestershire after 22 overs, 125 for one. Buddington not out 55, Weatherall not out 50, and after a few more words from Richard, he'll be joined by Roshan.
Weatherall for Leicestershire. This is his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, ninth innings. 43 and 13 at home to Sussex, 14 and 38. In goes Harmer and bowls outside off stump. Weatherall steps forward and guides it to backward point, and there's no run. 104 not out against Glamorgan. 96 at the Oval against Surrey. 83 and 31. That was in the home game against Sussex. Harmer is in and bowls. Weatherall forward defending, and now another unbeaten half century. So, as I say, starts in every innings. 1 century, 1 and 2 50s, and now 3 50s as Harmer is in outside off stump, goes back, steers, nice timing out to extra cover, who's deepish, but he timed it nicely and it went more or less straight to Snater out there, and there was no run. But he's maintaining, it's a genuine average, that 60. In goes Harmer, bowls to him, he's down the wicket, working it wristily out towards mid-wicket. But more or less again straight to the fielder, no run. 1-2-5 for one. Harmer is in, bowls down, walking down a little bit is Weatherall. Plays it down into the ground too short leg, who flicks it back at the stumps because he was walking down, but he got back into his ground, and the shovel throw sort of missed anyway. Twiddles the bat in his hand, Weatherall. Harmer is in, down the wicket and thrashed through mid-on for 4. Well, he used his feet very nicely, got to the pitch of the ball, drove it in a very muscular style. He does have blacksmith's forearms, Jake Weatherall, and thumped to the long on boundary for 4. So this excellent partnership for the second wicket continues. It's run a ball stuff from the Foxes. 129 now for 1. We've had just 23 overs.
Well, this
Rollicking stuff, isn't it?
it really is. I don't think this was in the script, but those who've come out to Chelmsford today have been treated to quite a batting display, more or less running over both batters with
run
a
a ball
striker rate.
even.
Run a ball, sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, okay, that'd be a very different innings. 129 for 1 then, Leicestershire. Budinger and Weatherall both with a half century. It's going to be a new over from Mulder. Bowls, it's flicked to the leg side. Two fielders converge backward square leg, and it's 1 run added to the total, so 130 for 1. And yeah, after that early dismissal of Rishi Patel, which feels a very long time ago now, Leicestershire have kept up the pressure through the morning. They've kept the run rate high, almost one day / T20-esque batting. The run rate has been around that 6 run and over mark. They're showing no signs of relenting. As Mulder runs in, bowl to Weatherall, who pushes back to the bowler for a dot ball.
They've done it throughout the season, really. They've started at a rate of knots. It's usually been Weatherall, obviously, and Patel at the top of the order. But Patel's early dismissal, and then Budinger coming into the side and playing like he always does, it means that the momentum as such has been maintained. The middle and lower order is obviously scores at a rather more, not sedate, but I suppose normal rate, really. They're a little bit more restrained by and large.
Mulder bowls a slightly shorter delivery with a big appeal. And as we've seen all morning, umpire unmoved.
That looked a better shout than some this morning. And Mulder standing with the doing the old double teapot.
Hands on hips.
Got to be a bit careful.
Yeah.
Umpires are quite quick. Let's have a look at this one. It was a better shout.
Close shout.
That was a better shout than some because it hit him on the sort of left pad. And he was on the back foot. Might just actually have been outside the line.
Yeah.
Rather than going down.
A tight call and a good call by the umpire. 130 for one then, as Mulder continues in and pounds hard into the ground, defended again. And a really good turnout here at Chelmsford. I keep talking about the rain, that was pretty. I'm genuinely shocked. I thought we were going to have an hour of play. I brought Life Admin along to get on with.
Yeah, but it was only 30%. So
yeah, that's very true. But as
the odds were in our favour.
Yeah, the odds are in their favour. And as things stand, Leicestershire have had a very good hour and a half with the bat so far. They lost the early wicket, but since then Essex have had very little in response. They've used 5 bowlers looking for that second wicket, that breakthrough to break this partnership as Mulder bowls. And it whips past
keeper.
the keeper. That's going to run away, I think. As I stand up to see where that's gone.
4 byes, I'm
4
afraid.
byes.
That wasn't great from Michael Pepper.
Now we've seen him diving all sorts and largely getting behind the ball, but couldn't do much with that one there.
Should have done though.
Given us 4
It
wide,
was swinging. No 4 byes. He gave it 4 byes. It swung back a little bit, but it just sort of stuck out a right gauntlet. Didn't really dive, and that wasn't great. I would suggest.
So their run of ball more or less continues. 5 off this over so far. Last delivery over to come from Mulder. This is turned into the leg side. Fielders out in the deep will stop it. A slight delay in my response there. I'm sat where I'm sat. The window frame perfectly obscures my vision of anything beyond square leg, so just having to lean in to get a view of the ball. End of the over then, 135 for 1. Budinger 56 and Weatherald is on 55.
Just a few second division scores. Kent going okay. They're 82 for 1 at Beckenham against Durham, having won the toss and chosen to bat, usually flat at Beckenham. The Gloucesters are in trouble at Bristol. They're 46 for 4 against Northamptonshire. They were put into bat. They're Worcester 73 for 2 at Southport against Lancashire. Harmer is in, bowls a little bit short, back goes Weatherald and pulls it mightily out to mid-wicket for 4. Harmer, expressionless, walks back to his mark as the fielder jogs in long pursuit, but again there's that, it was a very muscular pull from Weatherald. He moves on to 59. Budinger 56, 139 for 1. Run rate not far off 6s now. Carnage. Even Harmer going around the ground. Food for thought for Essex as Harmer is in, tosses it right up, uses his feet. Weatherald gets to the pitch of it, doesn't try and smash it away though. Clips it down towards wideish mid-on and takes 1. Good batting. 4 followed by a 1, and he moves on to 60. Harmer is in, Budinger is forward, respectfully pushing the ball back up the pitch to Simon Harmer. Who steps in and bowls, and Budinger again pushes firmly, this time wide of the bowler, out towards long off where Tom Wesley is the fielder, and 1 is taken. But yeah, much for Essex to think about during the luncheon interval, which isn't so very far away now. 20 minutes, can they break this partnership? Harmer is in, drops touch short, Weatherall cuts, but only as far as backward point. Is that Mulder at backward point? 74?
74 is Mulder, yeah, correct.
Vian is there. slip, short leg and a shortish extra cover as Harmer is in. Down the wicket, hit up into the air, should be caught, running round mid-on, drops it! Oh, big groan from the crowd in front. He came running round, he got there, 2 hands to it, falling forward, and out popped the ball. Well, that was the chance, that was the moment, and the fielder put the chance down.
It looked like it went into the air for a very long time. I thought the fielder would have had plenty of time to get themselves properly under it, but in the end was actually still moving.
75. Who is?
Was it 74? That'd be Mulder.
No.
No? Oh.
It was, maybe it's 25, but it's 70. It's just because, apologies folks,
jumpers.
but he's got his sweater on. We can't quite see the note. It's very obscured. It was
Sam Cook.
Sam Cook.
With a 16, which might look like a 5. New over then. Oh, they've had the breakthrough. After that drop catch, start of a new over the next ball, and Mulder gets the breakthrough, and it's Weatherald who's out. Caught behind, and so Essex do get the breakthrough they wanted just before lunch. They tried everything, 5 bowlers, and these two, what a partnership, going along pretty much.
I think he chopped on, actually.
Did he chop on?
onto the
Apologies.
stumps, yeah.
I was still watching the replay of that drop catch, and the new over caught me off guard there. We're going to watch the replay. Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah,
he's spot
little
on,
inside
chopped
edge.
on.
It bounced up onto his elbow. It hit it down into the ground, inside edge, bounced up onto his elbow and went back onto the stumps.
Well, a wicket from nowhere, really, from Essex. They've been inquiring and looking for that breakthrough for the best part of an hour and a half, and it comes in the form of William Mulder. Partnership broken. Leicestershire 142 for 2. And it'll be Ian Holland the next man in.
Ian Holland.
Well, it was all getting a bit frenetic, wasn't it? And that dismissal was in that sort of sense of the word. He's always busy at the crease, or has always looked very sort of busy and a little bit fidgety at the crease. And the ball, after getting away with one, being dropped, and you might think, well, now you can go on and really make hay. And, well, having had a huge slice of luck, his luck then ran out in spectacular style. Jake Weatherald goes for 60.
And what a partnership that was. Really,
Yes.
Really put Essex onto the back foot, so the new man out will be Ian Holland.
125?
Partnership?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the second wicket in at a runner ball.
Holland will face his first ball. It's defended and blocked out. 3 slips back in place now for the new batter just before lunch. So Essex looking to turn the screw before the break, just create a little bit more pressure. Now, I would expect that run rate to drop a little bit. I kind of see Leicestershire looking to
It will
keep
drop.
that momentum up.
It's just he's a very different batsman, Ian Holland. It's not that he's sort of less positive, but he's just relatively normal.
Here's Mulder, bowls in again, and this one is left, straight through to the keeper.
Jake Weatherall, 61, came off 77 balls.
Just reading up on Ian Holland. Born in Wisconsin, played.
Yeah, plays for America.
Plays for America, plays Major League Cricket, so has got experience with the faster format.
He'll be going over there in, I think it's June, July.
Here's Mulder. It's a fuller ball and a big appeal. Did clatter into the pads of Holland, but bit of movement away as well, so not given.
Cut back, and good to see movement. He does have that delivery, Vian. And seam it back in. He looks to essentially try and swing it away from a right-hander, but he can bring it back. Looks to have found his rhythm now. 1 for 17 off 2.4.
Here it comes, penultimate ball, the over. It's sort of defended and ends up on the offside for no run.
That is Jake Weatherall, sort of 61. That's pretty much exactly what he's averaging for Leicestershire, which is pretty good. But again, he'll be disappointed having had that chance not to have gone on and gotten to 3 figures. And that's now Buddinger's job. It's centuries that really change games.
100%. Here's Holland then facing up, next delivery from Mulder. It's going to be the last one of the over, and it's flicked onto the leg side, fielded down, and fine leg will cut it off, and they'll take a single. So Holland's off the mark for the final ball of the over. Leicestershire 143 for 2.
Yeah, applause for Mulder. If there's a sound I associate with Chelmsford, it's sirens going down the dual carriageway behind
they are
us.
loud, aren't
It's
they?
my word, they are noisy. And the problem slightly is because there's a couple of sets of traffic lights right behind us on the county ground, that they're often stopping there or slowed there, so you hear them for a long time. So while Harmer will be pleased, he's got a new batsman to bowl at, he'll still be probably stewing about the dropped catch by Cook, because he should have held it for sure. It was in the air a long time. Didn't cost Essex a run. Well, it did, 1 run, because they took a run off it, but Weatherall went to his very next delivery, not Harmer's though. So he's got a Holland to bowl at. The right-hander comes in over the wicket, of course. Holland is 4, just turns his wrists on the defensive push out towards mid-wicket. No run, 143 now for 2 off 26.1. Harmer's bowling means hopefully we might get fairly close to 31, 32 overs. That one is wristily worked past mid-wicket. Snater uses his feet in a pleasingly old-fashioned way to make the stop. Deepish at mid-wicket though, and Holland is off the mark with a single. Important for Budinger and for Leicestershire now that he gets through to the luncheon interval. 57 off 67 as round the wicket goes Harmer. Back goes Budinger, slaps it to extra cover for 4. No chance for Snater to cut that one off. It was dropped short, sat up quite nicely, and Budinger on the back foot thumped it away past Snater and extra cover for 4. 148 for 2. Budinger into the 60s now, 61 to him. Wind gets up again under a bit of dark cloud. In goes Harmer. Budinger goes back and plays the ball off the pitch, and there's a collision between short leg, they're grinning at each other, and mid-wicket. Snater came running in there, and short leg, who is number 56.
Allison.
Charlie Allison. A little bit of byplay. Short again from Harmer. Back again went Budinger and thumps it out to extra cover, but more or less straight to extra cover, and there is no run. Might have to do some rearranging of open windows during the interval. We're having to hold them at the moment. In goes Harmer, ooh, on off stump, and it was foolish, and Budinger went back, and he should have got forward to that one, and it skittled on towards off stump, and he just got down on it in time. 27 overs gone, 148 for 2. Leicestershire after being put into bat here at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford.
Well, as far as first sessions on the opening day go, it's been an entertaining one. Early wicket, runs pummeled to all corners of the ground. At points like we were watching a T20 match. But Essex have taken a wicket just before lunch. Leicestershire 148 for 2 as Mulder begins a new over. 3 slips in place. None of them are needed as the ball whizzes by the batter straight to the gloves of Michael Pepper.
England Lions squad has been announced, and Charlie Allison is in it. So a bit of good news for Mr. Allison.
That's fantastic news. What a breakthrough season he had last year, and he's sort of continued on that form, and Someone joked to me that the queue for the England squad was a long one and Charlie Allison might not be near the top of it, but that's a fantastic bit of news as Mulder comes in. This time it's played off the pads onto the leg side, only as far as forward square leg for no run, but Charlie Allison here showing a lot of early promise in his second season with Essex. I find his haircut quite hard to keep up with. It's always different. He's had a buzz cut, he's had floppy curtains, and he's fielding in a helmet at short leg from a little while ago, so I couldn't tell you what his hairstyle is today, but depending on which website you look him up on, he's always sporting a different style as Mulder comes into Bolter. Holland is a new batter in, this is defended.
I'll give you the rest of the Lions squad as between deliveries. Dan Mousley of Warwickshire captains the side, Charlie Allison. Henry Crocombe of Sussex, so we've seen a lot of him this season, Leicester having already played Sussex twice. He's in for the second 4-day match. Eddie Jack of Hampshire, Ben Geddes, Middlesex, Ben Mays of Hampshire, Ben McKinney, a lot of Bens, of Durham, Tom Laws of Surrey, Alfie Ogborne of Somerset. He plays the first 4-day match, Crocombe the second.
As Mulder begins his run up, bowls to Holland, and this is off the open face of Holland's bat, and that should run away for 4.
Yeah, there's no third man. Leicestershire nearly always have a third man, and indeed a long leg, and that brings up the 150. And why there wouldn't be a third man is, I know there's so many runs they give away down their sides. Just to finish the Lions squad, Liam Patterson-White, who bowled very well for Nottinghamshire against Leicestershire, he's in the squad. James Sales of Northamptonshire, Navya Sharma of Middlesex, Mitchell Stanley of Lancashire, Asa Tribe of Glamorgan, and James Wharton of Yorkshire.
Mulder comes in, and there's a big appeal once again. And once again, nothing from the umpire, and there are more hands on hips.
Well, there's
From Mulder.
smacking of the pitch from Mulder, and he's going to get in trouble, Vian, and he might be on the naughty step at the end of today. Neil Pratt is explaining why it wasn't given out. Let's have a look. See, did a lot, went cut back, and I think it was going down. You know, height wasn't the issue. It didn't get up very much, but I could see both off and middle stumps as it hit. So that was almost certainly going down the leg side. Again, I think that's a correct decision from umpire Pratt.
Umpires have been very much on point today.
Yeah.
As Mulder begins his run up for the final delivery of this over. It's going to be into Holland, and this is edged down to third man. Again, no
That'll
one
make
there,
him feel better.
No fielder there. And so that's going to be a boundary at the end of the over. 8 from it. Leicestershire moved to 152 for 2. Well, we were worried about the scoring rate slowing down, but Holland's moved to 10 from 13 deliveries before lunch.
Two fours in that over down to third man, but if you're not going to post a third man, you're going to concede runs there, and umpires are not overjoyed at the moment, I think, with 2 reactions out there. No. Both very experienced, Neil Pratt and Nigel Long. Nigel Long may be having a word with 1 or 2. And the Essex skipper. How are we doing for time? 28 overs, and there are still 6 minutes to go. So we could get, given that Harmer is bowling, we could get 3 overs in. He steps in and bowls round the wicket to Budinger, outside off stump, cut down to third man for 4. Wasn't very far wide of first slip, but it was may have been a touch closer to that first slip than Budinger intended, but it was otherwise a perfectly deliberate late cut, delicately played. Budinger moves on to 65, and Leicestershire on to 160 for 2.
Remarkable number of runs for a first session. It's been very attacking play from Leicestershire. I think the start they'd have wanted and needed in this game.
Harmer is in, tosses it right up. Budinger is forward though, having picked up a 4 off the first ball, and just defends on the front foot. Back up to Simon Harmer. None for 28 from 5.2 for Harmer, who is in and bowls. That's a nice length and draws Budinger plunging forward rather. He didn't. It didn't spin, so he was able to play it comfortably enough, but he was rather deceived in the flight. Harmer is in and bowls an edge to just pass for a second slip. Would have been in the game there. God, that did straighten a bit. Could just pick up 4. Good diving stop, chasing back to third man. More runs though down to third man, 3 of them on this occasion. Well, we've seen in the last 2 overs alone,
maybe
15 runs.
Yeah,
down to third man. You know, so go figure.
We've seen as many as 4 slips today, obviously deciding on.
Well, then you can
one
just about understand it, I suppose, because they're almost covering third man. Harmer is in 2. Holland, who nice stop by Ellison at short leg, turned to his left, but he just stuck out his left hand and made the stop on the second bounce. But it is slightly baffling. It's one of Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach, big things is they always have a third man almost from the start. In goes Harmer and bowls a flatter delivery by his standards that is blocked on the back foot, almost French cricket style, by Holland, and pushed back up the pitch to Harmer, who flicks the ball away with his foot because it's the end of the over. The 29th, 163 for 2. Budinger has 68. Holland has 10, and the weather continues fine. Cool, but in the sun and out of the wind, feels almost like a summer's day. In the wind, it feels very chilly indeed.
Yeah, we've certainly been teased with the weather, but we've had all but a few minutes of a full first session. Leicestershire 163 for 2 with a couple of minutes to go till lunch. I think we might be able to squeeze in a couple more overs. Mulder is going to bowl this next one. First delivery is in and straight through to the wicketkeeper. A beauty of a delivery. Just giving Budinger something to think about. Budinger on 68, Holland on 10.
Just thinking, I mean, obviously Sol was around when Vian was at Leicestershire, but he was playing mostly one-day cricket at that stage. Sol, obviously Vian did as well, so they'll be good friends, I'm sure. But that was a beauty, just swinging away slightly from the left-hander.
From the way he's batted today, you'd think he's in one-day mode.
He always plays this way. It's how he plays.
It's been very entertaining to watch as Mulder bowls. It's a length delivery off the edge of the bat, and that's going to go down to third man again. There is a pursuit on, and I think it might be
it'll roll to a halt, but it's still going to be 3.
3 are going to be running absolutely spot on, and Essex have leaked runs. I've seen best part of 20-odd runs down towards
18
third
runs
man.
in 2.5 overs down to third man.
At some point you might say to your captain, could I just have one of my colleagues down out in the deep at third man, or at least a second slip to try and cut those off. It does look like Charlie Allison's going to sort of hang around in the deep a little bit more. He's sort of taking a few paces out, so perhaps that message has got down to it's a left-hander as well. Yeah, we are going to have
outside off stump, and again beaten Holland on the outside. Dick will come in for me because I have an update to do at 1 as well.
So Leicestershire 166 for 2. And a couple of overs to go, so Mulder 3 from this over so far, down at third man. And it's Budinger. He's on 71 now. He will now look to anchor the innings, as Richard was saying. He'll want to get that century. Mulder taking a long time to get up to his crease there, having a little bit to think about, but he is now down the track, bowling to Holland, and it's a full delivery this time. Holland had to really dig that out and push back towards the bowler.
Mulder still continuing it over from the far end. He has 2 deliveries to go. I've taken over because I'm about to do a 1 o'clock update, and it's easier than interrupting, or more polite than interrupting.
Brilliant stuff. All right, Kieran, thanks for playing.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a lot of fun.
Yeah, and have a good weekend. And Kieran, Stamford La Hope today. Trading Places is back on
as Mulder moves in and bowls. That's just played defensively, trickles out on the offside. Played by Holland. Holland on 10 off 10. Buttinger 71 off 77. Really has been quite exhilarating. 166 for 2, and we're in the 30th over. Fantastic stuff for an opening day of a championship game. It really is. As Mulder moves in and bowls. Oh, and flirts outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and they are walking off to lunch. So that's it. At lunchtime, Leicestershire, having been put into bat, are 166 for 2, with Buttinger not out 71, Holland not out 10. Thank you very much for listening. Sorry we weren't on air for the first few minutes, and but I hope everything's okay now, and also thanks for the emails, and we'll talk to you again in about 40 minutes time.
Please be aware of the ground staff working between the pitch.
The force is also increasing the availability of drones to support their response to ongoing incidents. It comes after one farmer told us he'd suffered £30,000 worth of damage by hare coursers on his land since last July. 21 motorists have been arrested during the day of action by road traffic police in the Chelmsford area. Most were detained for alcohol and drug offences, with roadside tests identifying cannabis and cocaine. More than 180 speeding offences were detected on Saturday last week. The beach at Canvey is among 13 new official bathing water locations designated by the government. It means the water will be tested from mid-May until the end of September, with the government suggesting new sites give greater confidence for local swimmers. Dr. Jenny Gamlin is a professor of health who swims at Manningtree and believes there's increasing awareness of sewage issues.
Swimming groups all over the country are getting active and demanding safer and better water. People are becoming much more aware of what they need to do, so much more aware of what the risk factors are and what's causing the sewage. But because there's growing awareness and there's growing groups who are becoming more active and pushing for greater regulation and for better monitoring, things are getting better, but there's still an enormous amount to do.
In football, the Southend United captain Nathan Ralph says the chance to lead the side out at Wembley again was a big motivation to returning to fitness. The 33-year-old missed much of the second half of the season with a knee injury, while the side was securing the National League playoff place. The Blues face Wiltshire in the FA Trophy final on Sunday.
It's been unbelievable to get the points that they've got in that stage. That made it more frustrating, knowing that I'm sat there watching.
They've had a pretty good morning down here in Chelmsford. They were put into bat by Essex on a greenish looking pitch, and they did lose Rishi Patel, the opener, early for just 6-17 for 1.
Cricket now, Essex are playing Leicestershire in the County Championship. Dick Davis is live for us at the county ground.
We've had a really absorbing morning. Essex won the session of this first day of the Division 1 match of the County Championship between Essex and Leicestershire, and it's been a very, very interesting morning. Having won the toss, Essex fielded, and they had Rishi Patel dismissed when the score was 17 for only 9, but that proved to be very much a false dawn, because the next wicket added 125, of which Jake Weatherald made 2, and Sol Buttinger is not out 71, and Ian Holland on 10, but the score after only 30 overs in the morning session is almost incredibly, at the current rate of scoring, especially on the first morning, the score is 166 for 2 at a rate of just over 5.5 and over. So it's been a very, very entertaining morning.
Yeah, it's been like witnessing a T20 match almost at points. We've seen consecutive boundaries. I think there was one point at Sam Cook over that had 12 runs from 3 boundaries in a row. So it's been an entertaining morning, and actually a fantastic first day's play. The crowd who've turned out to Chelmsford today have been thoroughly entertained by what's been on display, and as if on cue, Dickie, the sun's just come out as the players have, so
yes, quite.
We're all set for a fascinating, I hope, afternoon session.
But we've all watched enough cricket over the years to know that it could very quickly change within a matter of half an hour or so.
Quite right.
Essex supporters will be earnestly hoping that is the case. And
well, it's going to be Jamie Porter bowling the first over after lunch, and it's Buttinger to face. 2 slips in place, played off the pads down towards the fielder at fine leg. And they'll start off the afternoon session with a single. I know it went for 4. I thought it was going to be chased down, but the fielder was in hot pursuit. So Leicestershire start the afternoon with a boundary, and Buttinger moved to 75. So what has the afternoon session got in store? We saw early wicket, and then a Leicestershire counter-attack as Porter runs into Buttinger. This one is left straight through to the keeper. 170 for 2 are Leicestershire. 65 odd overs to go today, and Dickie, I mean, a surprising counter-attack from Leicestershire. I think Essex winning the toss and choosing to bowl, given the conditions, slightly overcast, might have hoped to get more out of the pitch and make a few more inroads in this Leicestershire team.
Well, yes, very much so. And I think also Essex haven't really bowled badly. It's just that the Leicestershire batsmen have really taken the scruff of the neck. That's down the leg side, sorry.
Sorry, apologies.
So, yeah, all credit to Messrs. Buttinger and Weatherald for that incredible stand of 125 at about, or sometimes just in excess of a run a ball.
Yeah, there'll be T20 teams will be proud of what we saw this morning as Porter bowls. It's a slightly shorter delivery, defended into the leg side for no run. And a slight breeze. I'm just looking at the flags. The wind direction has changed ever so slightly. It's sort of going, I want to say that's east.
That's east, yes.
Sort of from the right to left of where we're sat in the commentary box, the Graham Gooch end here at Chelmsford.
Yeah, it's usually the way the prevailing weather comes from.
Porter runs in, number 44 on his back, and it's a fuller delivery down the offside left by Buttinger, wisely so, as it goes straight through to the gloves of Simon Harmer. Oh, sorry, Michael Pepper, even, I beg your pardon. 170 for 2 then. 4 off this over so far. It's Roshan Allam and Dickie Davis with commentary on this County Championship match on BBC Sport, on BBC Essex, BBC Leicester.
And at times maybe a Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, I don't know.
They do dip in and out, they do. Porter comes in and bowls. This one's on the off stump and it's played into the offside. Buttinger thinks about a single and then thinks better of it. So 4 runs come from the over. Buttinger on 75, Holland 10, and Leicestershire 170 for 2.
Yeah, so 4 off the first ball after lunch, but Nothing else added. So, well, I was going to say, I wonder if Essex had a bit of a, a chat at lunchtime. But as I say, I don't think they were doing that much wrong, really.
No, they bowled really well, I thought, through the morning. I thought Sam Cook was basically 1 over destroyed his bowling figures. It was 15 or 16 off that 1 over where he was hit for consecutive 4s, which has made his figures look slightly worse than actually he's, slightly unfairly perhaps compared to how he's bowled. 1 wicket for 35 runs from his 6, but actually he's bowled very tidily and he's returning.
Yes, to bowl to Ian Holland, who plays that round the corner off the back foot, and they go down for a single.
Nice delivery from Sam Cook, I think, just starting with a classic wicket-to-wicket delivery there. Not trying anything too difficult, just going back to the basics, almost looking for a hard reset after his expensive last over. But yeah, I mean, Essex have tried 5 bowlers. They took a wicket at each end of the session, but really you have to feel with the rate that Leicestershire have gone. I mean, if they continue at the rate they have, they'll be looking at bonus points by the end of this session, and that's a very good position to be in.
Yes, it is. Round the wicket now to the left-handed Buddinghamshire. Yes, they've had one bowler, well, one of the bit bowlers they haven't yet tried. Matt Critchley usually has a fairly successful time when it comes to breaking a partnership, and the skipper Tom Wesley would probably bowl more if it weren't for the fact he is skipper. But then when you've got a class off spinner like Simon Harmer in your armoury, you don't really need to purvey a similar fare too often. As Cook moves in and bowls. Oh, with a play and a miss. Well, a prod and a miss, really, by Budinger.
Definitely seeing a lot more movement from the far end from where we're sat, the Graham Gooch end. Sort of, I keep describing it as a kind of gentle slope down the hill. It's not the biggest of slopes. It's not like the one we see at Lord's, but certainly with the wind moving from left to right from where we're sat, just a little bit of movement, and bowling into the left-hander, we're seeing it move across the batter, looking to sort of tempt them into a drive or a scoopy shot into one of the fielder's hands.
Cook again, and played into the mid-wicket area, where it is indeed fielded by Critchley, but no addition to the score. It was Critchley who came to the crease on Sunday afternoon when Essex were 43 for 3, if memory serves me right, needing 177, who steadied the ship in a masterly innings, scored 90 of the remaining runs, undefeated as Cook moves in and bowls. And again, got well to the pitch of the ball. He might say he deliberately played inside the line. And if he did say that, I'd believe him, because I'm like that. But, nonetheless, Cook is bowling well. The sky is, well, it's got a lot of clouds, but there's nothing really rain-threatening at the moment.
No, that threat seems to have completely disappeared, hasn't it?
Yes. Well, bizarrely optimistic appeal there, but much too high. Yeah, I mean, often we find that almost whatever the forecast, the rain somehow seems to go round Chelmsford.
It really does. It's all bathes in its own spot of sun.
I think so, yes.
A lovely way of describing it. But yeah, and we spoke a lot about how, I'm not going to lie, Dickie, I brought some life admin along. I thought it was going to be long rain delays. I thought it would rain from 12 o'clock till 6 p.m, but thankfully it's not happening. We've had some good cricket instead, some phenomenal batting from Leicestershire to really peg Essex back and put the pressure on and keep that scoreboard not just ticking, but really going at a rate of knots at times. They're 171 for 2. They've batted for 32 overs, so just under 5.5 and over, and it's Holland who's going to face the next ball. He's on 11 as Porter runs in. Bowles' first delivery, it's a big appeal again, and I think just a little bit more movement than
still outside the leg, the off stump when it
slightly outside of the off stump. So
yes, I in view of the weather forecast, chucked a an umbrella into the back of the car.
Did you?
But then afterwards I thought, with the increased level of security now, are you allowed to take umbrellas into cricket grounds? Because, I mean, they could be really offensive weapons.
Yeah, quite right. Here's Porter, bowls to Holland again, and another appeal, back-to-back appeals, and this time the finger does go up.
Yeah, that was.
Straight to delivery from Porter, gets the result, and for the first time today, the umpire's dreaded finger does go up, and Essex get their third wicket. It's that.
And I thought it kept a little lower than most of the other appeals. So yeah.
Well, 10 minutes into the afternoon session, and Essex have a breakthrough. It's the wicket of Ian Holland. He goes for 10.
So he didn't add to his overnight score, and
his over lunch score.
Yeah, yes, what did I say? Yes, overnight lunch score. Thank you. And while 5 were added, Holland wasn't responsible for any of those. 171 for 3 now. So a breakthrough. They'll be glad of that, will Essex, because they didn't want to chase too much leather to the extent they did this morning. They may still do, of course. There's plenty of highly accomplished batsmen on the horizon, and number 12, Johnny Tattersall, formerly of Yorkshire, and then Stefan Eskenazi, formerly of Middlesex, Ben Cox, Ben Green, Ajaz Patel, Josh Hull, and Ben Mike.
Yeah, plenty of batting to come to that partnership. 29 runs. It's not panic stations from Leicestershire, but they won't want to have a flurry of wickets here through this session. Essex obviously
certainly not.
Have come back slightly reset post lunch. As I say, Johnny Tattersall, the new batter in, about to face his first ball. It's going to be Jamie Porter in from this Alistair Cook end. Bowls short, and it's blocked out by the batter, no run. And Leicestershire 171 for 3.
And by dint of that wicket, Essex have the first bonus point of the match, but that would normally go to the bowling side anyway, since 250 is now required from the batting team. Which,
with the way Leicestershire are going, you'd expect them to have, well, if they go at the rate they went in the first session in the next hour, but certainly this session you'd expect.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't lose batsmen, they're on target to get full points.
Here's Porter, bowls slightly back of a length delivery, which is played into the leg side. There is a fielder at fine leg who will cut it off as they run across for a single, so 172 for 3. Tattersall gets his first run, he's on to 1. Budinger is on 75, and Leicestershire will be leaning on Sol Budinger to go on to make 3 figures. That will give him a morale boost and give Leicestershire the kind of impetus to go on and put on a big first innings total here. That's what they'll want. Essex may have other plans. As Porter at the top of his run-up runs in, arms pumping as Budinger faces up, taps his bat, bowls a fuller delivery onto the middle stump, and it's blocked out by the batter for no run. 172 for 3 remains the score. I feel like we might have an interesting afternoon session on Dickie. Can Essex make more inroads, or can Leicestershire pile on the pressure and pile on the runs?
Yes, the constant equation of this wonderful game called cricket, than which nobody has ever invented a better one, in my very humble opinion.
Porter bowls well wide of the off stump, and Budinger has a go, slightly riskily perhaps, but bats it into the ground, and it gets a bit of a bounce into the hands of the second slip, safely so, for no run. But slightly wild arms there from Budinger, which is perhaps what we expect to see from him with the kind of his natural attacking stroke play, but a slightly risky one there from him, and that will complete the over. So it's 172 for 3, Budinger's on 75, and the new batter in Johnny Tattersall is on 1.
Yeah, so Budinger, well, he's got to 75, so he's done very well, but you always get the impression that, you know, his wicket could come along at any time, which isn't a criticism in the least, it's just the way he plays. As unsurprisingly, Cook continues the attack from the Graham Gooch end, whose company we were very pleased to have during the last game. That's down the leg side. What a fund of tales and he has.
Oh god, yes, I can imagine bedtime stories for decades.
Yes. And he seems to have this phenomenal memory for almost every innings he's played, every match he's played in. I must have played the best part of 2,000 games of club cricket, and I don't think I can remember one of them. As the next delivery, it's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Somewhere between 1,600 and 2,000 anyway. But then I wasn't getting handsomely paid for it at the time.
Yeah, that probably does help.
Yes.
That would help the memory, wouldn't it?
As Cook gets the end of his run up at the far end. Moves in now in front of the sign promoting the benefits of the promoter of this competition, or the sponsor. And up on his toes, played square on the offside by Tattersall. No addition to the score of 172 for 3. Tattersall 1, Budinger 75. On a, I suppose in a way, a typical spring day. We've been rather spoilt the last week or so, and this is more like what we're used to. There's some blue sky away to our right, away to the west. In fact, quite a lot of blue sky away to the west. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. And looking at the weather map on the telly yesterday, yes, it looked as if there was going to be a band in the afternoon when there was going to be not a cloud in the sky. And but then returning. Anyway, enough of the amateur meteorology.
I was enjoying it. I should get you to do the actual weather.
As Cook moves in right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Tattersall, and there again playing a miss, goes through the wicket keeper. So Essex will be very well pleased with this early session, this first quarter of an hour or so after lunch. They've taken 1 wicket and they've threatened to take 1 or 2 more. 2 slips now. Paul Walton and Simon Harmer. Backward point to cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And again, playing a miss.
Yeah, a little bit of extra lift in that delivery there.
Yes. Well, it's because of that extra lift. So many LBW appeals were understandably fruitless.
Just going over, weren't they?
End of the over. Having been put into bat, Leicestershire 172 for 3 of 34 overs.
So I was doing a little bit of reading. I mentioned this earlier. Essex and Leicestershire both played their first ever first-class match against each other. Leicestershire won by 68 runs. That's 132 years ago in 1894, almost to the day. That was on the 14th, 15th and 16th of May in 1894 as Porter begins a new over. The first ball is blocked out by Budinger. So yeah, both teams played each other in their first ever first-class match.
And where was that?
Where?
Yes.
Chelmsford.
At Chelmsford.
Shire Hall, it says, so I don't think it was here, I mean. But yeah, 14th, 15th and 16th, so today would have been the day 2.
No, Leighton.
Oh, Leighton, I beg your pardon, there you go, against Leicester and Leighton, yeah, sorry.
Leighton.
Yeah. So an anniversary in Essex's anniversary year as Porter bowls, and this is, it's once again goes down to that third man boundary. There'll be another 4 runs there. Essex seemingly not learning their lesson, choosing not to put a fielder down at third man, and 2 slips there, just getting past them, so easy runs for Leicestershire. They know where to direct the ball if the ball is pitched ever so slightly onto the offside. I mean, that one wasn't particularly, but still made the best of it, so runs for the taking down of that boundary.
Yes. Yes, Leighton was the ground which up until fairly recently, was the ground at which they'd played more games than anywhere else.
Really, is that right?
For the first, I don't know, several decades, they never played anywhere but Leighton.
Porter to Budinger, leans forward to get behind this one, thinks about a run, chooses against it. Tattersall had already made part of his way down and jogs back.
Yeah.
Leicestershire in there with their green numbering, which I really enjoy actually. You don't see the sort of brighter colours. Most of the teams opting for the dark blacks or the navies, but I quite like the green, the dark green lettering and numbering on their
Yes.
jerseys. As Porter comes in again, it's going to be another Budinger delivery. This one whips straight through, very close to the batter, to the wicket keeper. So the score remains 176 for 3. Just over 60 overs remaining today, and we're hoping that we're going to get all of them. Overcast conditions, but the clouds aren't moving, and there are bright skies around Chelmsford, so fingers crossed we could have enough cricket for a result, which I think both teams would much rather opt for than another draw, as Porter comes in, bowls, and Budinger leans in, steps forward and defends. And it's quickly collected by Porter and passed to Dean Elgar to give it a good old rub on his trousers. It's Essex versus Leicestershire from the BBC, and of course on the live stream on YouTube. Every ball of every county cricket match brought to you by BBC. As Porter runs in, bowls this time slightly wide of the off stump, and it's driven to the fielder at mid-off for no run, and that will complete the over. 4 from it.
All stewards to post. All stewards to post.
But a good over.
All stewards to post.
A penetrating over. An over that asked some questions of the batsman. And it's probably going to be cooked to continue from the far end. I nearly said the Hayes close end, but I didn't. I got as far as the and I was going to say Graham Gooch end, and renamed during the winter. It looks as if the slip cordon is going to be strengthened.
Yeah, it looks like a third man joining it. I mean, they could just have someone sort of a short third leg, but they're opting against that and choosing third slips, I guess, catching opportunities.
Yeah, Mulder goes on the slips as that's played out on the onside, just in front of square. No attempt to add to his current score.
And that third slip has drifted and moved around, almost in that point's looking like a kind of gully position, and at points even a kind of a backward pointish at some points. I mean, so wide of the rest of the slips. So a lot of movement in the field from Essex, and almost indecisive in what they want to do with that slip cordon. But they've gone for 3, and they're all standing relatively close together.
They are. I was just thinking that. It's played solidly, but just trickles out to mid-on.
Yeah, pull ball to Simon Harmer, and can't see the number of the third.
Oh, pull ball to Simon Harmer. Mulder's the third slip.
Mulder, yeah.
So a lot of South African chat in the slip cordon. But then there's probably that in most county sides now. As Cook moves in, and again it's played out to mid-wicket. Charlie Allison Fields, who also had a good innings on Sunday to help steer Essex towards their winning target.
And named in the England Lions.
Yes, so I heard you say, or was it Richard who said it?
Yeah, to face South Africa. I mean, well earned and well deserved, and a very exciting play for Essex. I mean, what a breakthrough season he had last season in his first outing as a county championship player, and sort of seems to be continuing that form. Certainly one to watch.
Moves in now, bowls outside the off stump. Just a little bit of gentle movement.
Yeah, just moving away from the batter, and Tattersall thinking better of it than to try and greet it with the bat that time, especially with three fielders in the slips. probably
Yes.
wise.
Lurking there. Hungrily, avariciously. Yeah. Aeroplane goes over. Don't often get aeroplanes going over Chelmsford. Oh, and an inside edge onto his boot, and it goes out on the offside. But you do hear from this ground, and particularly where we are at the northern end of it, you get a lot of traffic noise, really, because the city of Chelmsford is, well, very, very close. It's almost on the main road going through it, going through the middle, and, which makes it very handy for public transport, both for the trains and the buses. As Cook moves in and bowls. That just trickles down to Mulder at third slip, and Cook bowls a maiden. 1 for 40. And picture's gone off out. The scoreboard picture on the television has gone off. It just goes into idle mode.
I love how much.
If I can find the.
I love how much you how much tech you've done today. I've just helpfully heard from Oakley, who is the media officer here at Essex, confirming that game was at Leighton. That first match between Essex and Leicestershire. Thank you, Oakley.
Yes. It's still used for club cricket.
Porter's going to begin a new over there, and it's bowls, and it's... well, Buddingham looked like he wanted to have a go at that one, but didn't get hold of it, and it's into the gloves of Michael Pepper behind the stump. So Essex pursuing with 3 in the slip cordon. Still nobody at third man.
No.
But hoping the slips will do the job.
Although it's a while since there's been any first-class cricket at Leighton, nevertheless it still features in the record books, because the highest opening partnership was achieved at Leighton by Yorkshire.
So in that first game, Mead took 6 for 49 for Essex, and the Leicestershire captain, C. de Trafford, top scored with 70. And in the second innings, 80 Power of Leicester scored 109 not out, and then took 8 from 60 with 19 maidens. So quite a performance.
Yes, indeed.
1894.
Yeah, thank you.
Porter comes in again, bowls, and this is blocked out again by Budinger, who is not saying he's slowing down, but slightly risk-free batting. I think he's recognised that he's the one who's going to have to anchor this innings and help out Leicestershire sort of rebuild after that wicket. So it is risk-free batting, and Essex will look to turn the screw. You can tell they're doing that. There's a little bit of movement out there. Potential catching opportunities for the slips as Porter begins his run up, arms pumping, number 44 on his back. Bowls, it's a slightly fuller delivery, and it's down the leg side. Budinger ducks underneath that, so Porter getting a little bit of extra bounce there from that delivery.
And talking of records and Essex, I have a vague recollection, no doubt somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, that the first county championship game played on this ground at Chelmsford ended in a result that not many other games since have ever finished in. It was a tie.
Porter bowls, and it's a good length delivery, whizzes by just wide of the off stump into the keeper's gloves. So this is a good over from Porter.
It is.
No runs from it. This is what Essex would want to see after the lunch break. They are asking questions of this Essex lineup, asking questions of Budinger, and they definitely feel like they've had a bit of a reset post-lunch, which is what they would have wanted. One more ball to come this over. What's Jamie Porter got up his sleeve? Bowls, and it's bowled on middle stump and defended by Budinger. So a very good over comes to an end, and made it over from Jamie Porter. His figures now 1 wicket for those 40 runs.
Will all stewards return to normal duties?
And Leicestershire 176 for 3.
Return to normal duties. Attention, attention. Will all stewards return to normal duties?
Yes. Yeah, thanks Oakley for alerting us to that bit at the bottom of the scorecard. Yeah, now the text. It now being the end of the over and half an hour after lunch, it's time for me to take my leave and make way for Richard.
I am going to shout you out, Dickie. You started commentary after lunch having eaten half a pie, so I hope that the rest of it's still good for you. As Cook begins a new over, this will whistle by the bat of Tattersall into the hands of the wicketkeeper. Yeah, Dickie had half eaten a pie, Richard, and then lunch ended, so he came on commentary. He's now returned to that steak pie. I hope it's still in good condition, not too congealed for him. That'd be devastating news if
I've seen more appetising looking lunches, but Dick won't mind. He's a man with an iron constitution.
That's very true. There's one thing I know about Dickie Davis, he loves a pastry, so I hope it doesn't let him down. As Cook runs in again, bowls to Tattersall. This is played off the hips to the fielder at mid-wicket, no run. Leicestershire remain 176 for 3.
Yeah, Sol Budinger going through a very tough patch post-lunch, but the two Essex opening bowlers, well, Cook bowled really nicely this morning. Porter I think will have been slightly disappointed with his bowling this morning, but I think this afternoon it's been a completely different proposition, and clearly I would imagine words were said during the lunch interval, and Essex have sort of got into their rhythm now, but a lot of damage done in the meantime.
Here's Cook, bowls Tattersall. Oh, it looked uncomfortable with that one, a little bit of extra bounce, almost getting Tattersall in the midriff. Were it not for a bat, that would have been a lot more painful. 176 for 3. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. I mean, Essex did very little wrong in the first session, and that, you know, they like their bowling I thought was generally all right. You're giving me a look there.
Yeah,
were you less impressed?
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, by their standards, I didn't think they, you know, to let Leicestershire sort of score at 6 and over, which they pretty much did throughout an entire session. Something's wrong.
Yeah,
it wasn't just the batting.
Well, the batting was very good, and bar maybe a fielder at third man. As the next delivery is edged.
Short.
And it's just short, dropped shy of the third slip fielder who will collect it, but got a reaction from the crowd who thought maybe it had carried, it hadn't. And Tattersall save, he's on 1, so he's taking his time to build his score.
Yeah, he's been very, very good since coming into the Leicestershire side. He missed the first game at home to Sussex, but he came in for the game at Cardiff against Glamorgan, obviously. Scored a century there.
As the next delivery whizzes through to the wicketkeeper.
27 and 61 against Nottinghamshire, 20 and 54 against Sussex at Hove. So in his last 3 appearances, he's scored at least a half century. Well, he scored a half century or better in all of them, plus a 20 and a 27. So he's brought an awful lot in. This is a different sort of examination there.
It certainly is, and I think he's going about it the right way, just patience after that wicket loss after lunch as Cook bowls, and again just slightly wide of the off stump, and Tattersall plays a sort of defensive-ish shot, and
that went miles. Just seeing, watching on the stream, it from behind it looked so it didn't do too much, but it seemed away, and he must have missed it by a good 6 inches.
Yeah, Cook bowling towards us. Yeah, look, you're right, absolutely. Look, watching it on the replay now, slightly further away than it looks, certainly coming towards us. Maybe it's the angle we're slightly out, ever so gently diagonal of the pitch that has been played on today.
You have to be a very fine batsman to edge delivery that does that much. James Porter then round the wicket to Budinger, who's been a little bit becalmed, and he can do that sometimes. He can bat so fluently as he pushes that one back down the wicket carefully towards Porter. so fluent for so long, and then suddenly if he does get a little bit tied down, he can get a little bit twitchy and misses one or two, and then suddenly he looks a different batsman at the crease. I think mercurial would be the right word for Sol, and that's within the same, you know, in one innings. In goes Porter, bowls to him down the leg side and misses out a little bit there. He gestures at the ball as it goes past his right hip into the gloves of the keeper. 176 for 3. Remember, at lunch it was at 166 for 2, so just the 10 runs added post lunch in 8.2 overs. Well, that gives you an indication of the difference. In goes Porter and bowls, and will pick up a run there. His 80th of his innings there. That one was reasonably easy to ease into the leg side. Only the sweeper out there, not quite on the leg side boundary, a good 15 yards inside the ropes, but out there nonetheless. Comfortable single for Budinger. He takes it. Moves on to 80.
Yeah, Sal Budinger with just a single first-class century to his name. So
yeah, last season.
It'll be
but a lot of 50s.
A lot of 50s, yeah. 8 of them, or 9 today.
In goes Porter, whipped away nicely, wristily turned into the leg side by John Tattersall. Good work down there on the deep backward square boundary, in front of the, not quite in front of the pavilion. Dina Elgar down there. Tattersall picks up a couple. Most of those 50s probably came last season as well. It was it 6 50s last season? I can't quite. Don't worry, I'll look up last season's figures in a bit, but there were plenty. In goes Porter, bowls, and again it's there for, or looks to be there almost, for Tattersall to clip away into the leg side. He picks out the man at mid-on though, who grabs it at the second attempt. Snater starting to do a few warm-up exercises, suggesting that Cook or Porter coming to the end of their post-lunch burst. Porter in, bowls straight. Tattersall greets it with a very straight bat back down the pitch towards Porter, who picks it up and lobs it out to a fielder, it being the end of the over. 179 for 3. 39 overs have gone, so the run rate has plummeted to, still it's 4.6, but it was almost 6 at lunch. 166 for 2 off 30.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we expected it to do. A wicket either side of lunch for Essex, just stemming the flow of runs for Leicestershire. And obviously, I think with those wicket losses, Sal Budinger now with a slightly more reframed objective. He'll need to anchor this innings. He'll need to get to 100 really to see Leicester through, as Cook continues from the Gooch, and the first delivery is driven straight past the bowler. That's going to bounce a few times and go for 4. Nobody out there to stop it. And we talked about just now Sal Budinger slowing things down and taking it easy, but he starts that over with a 4 straight down the ground, and he'll move to 84 now from 106 balls. Leicestershire 183 for 3.
Yeah, that was much more in the way he batted this morning, but it was hit in the air, you know, in the air. But he's not afraid to do that. And it was well above the reaching right hand of Cook. That'll make Budinger feel a bit better, I think, post lunch.
Cook bowls, and oh, that's a big old appeal. It looked. I thought I heard bat. I'll get a good look at the replay from the other angle in a moment, but looks like an edge and a half-hearted appeal at most.
Hit him quite a long way outside the line, I would suggest. Yeah,
it was off bat, wasn't it?
Well, could have been, but either way, it was sort of a long way outside the line.
So Budinger survives. He's on 84, William Tattersall at the other end, biding his time on 3 from his 23 runs as Cook bowls. It's a fuller delivery. Oh, and it's guided and dropped. Second slip really carried through, and that's going to run all the way for another 4. So Budinger will move to 88 now, riding his luck a little bit now. It was kind of a late cut.
Simon Harmer at second slip, yeah, a little sort of dabby cut thing, wasn't it? And 2 hands above his head. Harmer got both hands to it, couldn't hang on. He'll be disappointed about that because he didn't have to jump that much. You know, his feet might just have been up off the ground, but it was 2 hands above his head, and as I say, both to it. On another day, he'd hang on to those. He kind of used the pace quite well.
How important will that chance be later on in this game?
Yeah.
Kirk bowls to Budinger, who looks to drive this straight, doesn't quite connect, and there's another appeal, turning to a very eventful over. 8 runs from it and 2 LBW appeals.
Slips didn't go up at all there. Pepper went up, sort of, but it was all about Cook's appeal there, wasn't it? But again, let's have a look. High, possibly. It did straighten, actually.
It did straighten, yeah. I think possibly just a bit high. We've seen a little bit of extra bounce from the bowlers coming in from the opposite end to where we're sat.
But if the slips don't go up, it's usually a pretty solid indicator that the umpire's not going to respond in the way the bowler wants him to.
187 for 3 as the next delivery is bowled down the leg side and flicked on down to the fielder at deep fine leg. They'll run across for a single, so Budinger moves to 89 now. And Leicestershire 188 for 3, so 9 off the over so far. It's turned into another expensive one for Kirk. As we're starting to see a bit of the Leicestershire that we saw from the first session. Essex certainly came up with something about them after lunch, just looking to stem the flow of runs and ask a few questions, and they've done that relatively well, but a dropped catch this over hasn't helped his way, and Budinger he's off the strike, but he's on 89. It's going to be Tattersall who faces the next delivery and the final delivery of this over, and this is played onto the leg side. There's no one there at square leg, so it's going to be a fielder sprinting in from deep fine leg who will cut it off, but they've run 2 in the meantime. So Leicestershire looking good for their batting so far, 190 for 3. Budinger's on 89, Tattersall's on 5, and if you're a Leicestershire fan, this is a good day at the cricket so far.
Long way to go, though. It's either shirt sleeves if you're in the sun and out of the wind, or padded jackets and hot water bottles almost if you're in the shade, and or the wind. Snater is now coming on to replace Porter, so similar sort of pattern to this morning's attack from the Essex bowlers, but as I say, a little bit of an improvement in terms of the consistency. Lines and lengths are much better. 190 for 3 off 40. Budinger waits. Snater's ready to go from around the wicket. Comes in and bowls down the leg side, and again Budinger no more than a sort of vague waft at the ball as it goes down the leg side. Long leg is long leg, i.e. quite wide. It's tempting to try and work it on down to fine leg, and he sort of tried to, but didn't look to have too much belief. So it went to Pepper behind the stumps. Snater with that splendid, very black hair, mane almost, comes in and bowls, straightens his line up, and Budinger is solidly forward, playing it back up the pitch on the on side. Tattersall watches it run through towards very straight mid-on. No run. A couple of, say, dark clouds around and in the distance, but also plenty of blue.
Yeah, they're not moving, are they? So I think we might be okay today.
Fingers crossed.
Famous last words.
Yes, this man who had us abandoning by 12 o'clock. In goes Snater, bowls a bouncer and just ducks underneath it. Budinger, I'm not trusting your
that's valid.
Meteorological sense.
I think that's totally valid.
No chance.
And according to the weather app, it's still raining now. So
this is your neck of the woods. You should know. But we're kind of looking towards the south west, where the weather often does tend to come from. It has been raining down in Hampshire. They had a little bit of a delay down there. As in goes Snater and bowled him! Cleans up Budinger and well, not another century, first-class century that is, for Sol Budinger. He has been a little tentative post-lunch. He was wonderfully and excitingly fluent this morning. This afternoon, they've tied him down, Essex. Got one away, but he's been living dangerously, looking a little bit uncertain. And round the wicket, Snater got that one, maybe just to leave Budinger a fraction off the pitch, but top of off stump, and Budinger's excellent innings comes to an end. He goes for 89, and suddenly a very different feel to the game. 2 wickets post-lunch, and Leicestershire 190 now for 4.
You can tell how important that wicket was for Essex. Snater ran all the way, arms pumping, and straight into his colleagues and teammates to celebrate that one. Disappointing end for Budinger in the end. He looked, like you say, good and fluent this morning. Rode his luck in the last over, a drop catch, but still finding the boundary, but luck ran out. And actually, quite good correction there from Snater. I thought the first delivery was way too down the leg side, given the 2 fielders were in the deep, just cutting off boundaries. That wasn't a wicket-taking ball at all. But if anything, it potentially drew Budinger into a full sense of security, because the next 2 deliveries were bang on, and obviously that one crashing into the stump. So Budinger goes, the danger man goes, and the landscape of this game now looks quite different, with an innings to rebuild. Obviously Tattersalls been there for 23 balls, but only on 3, and
114 balls saw Budinger face, that's all. A couple of huge sixes as well, but his innings has come to an end. So, well, Tattersall, as you say, has been there a while. Eskenazi comes to the crease, so 2 immensely experienced county batters at the crease now for Leicestershire, having to rebuild. Snater is in to Eskenazi, who turns him off middle and leg stump out towards square leg. Should be 2 comfortably, and there are. So he's off the mark, first ball faced. It won't be a wicket maiden for Snater, but he'd just settled for taking a wicket in the over, I'm sure. 192 for 4. Eskenazi, like Tattersall, has been in pretty solid form this season. In fact, 3 centuries in 5 games, if you include the century scored against Northamptonshire at the end of last season. Waits with bat raised as Snater is in, bowls to him. He's forward on off stump, a little bit of a flourish with the bat as he blocks that one out to mid-off, and applause for Steve Snater from the knowledgeable Essex crowd. But 32 for 2 after lunch. No, better than that. 192 minus 60, 166, so 26 for
26
2.
for 2, yeah. It's the opening to a session that Essex might have wanted this morning. We're going to see Sam Cook continue. He's gone for 47 runs for 1 wicket in his 11 overs, so we've got 3 in the slip, Gordon. As the first delivery comes in, and it's left by Tattersall. Straight through to the keeper for no run. Leicestershire 192 for 4. They're in the 42nd over of their innings. Where do they go from now? They've lost their danger man. And it's 2, I don't say new batters in, because Tattersall's been there for 24 balls, but nothing short of a rebuild job needed as the sun comes back out over Chelmsford. The crowds are now fully back in their seats after the lunch break. There's Cook. Bowls wide, well wide of the off stump, and it's collected by Michael Pepperer with the gloves on today. For no run, 192 for 4. Essex against Leicestershire on BBC Sport. Every game of every county championship match on the BBC and on local radio. Yeah, the sun's now fully out, so shining down on this county championship match as Cook begins his run up again, hands together, and bowls into Tattersall and got a little bit of extra bounce there. That was ever so slightly closer to the off stump, still wide of it. For no run, so 3 dot balls to start the over. This is better from Cook, who has been generally good but had the odd expensive over. The last over he bowled went for 2 boundaries and a drop catch, so it's just good response, capitalising on a new partnership and just trying to put a little bit more pressure on Leicestershire after 2 wickets in the first hour after lunch. Here's Cook again. Tattersall faces up, taps his bat. This delivery is on the off stump this time, so a little bit tighter from Cook, and it's defended back by Tattersall. He remains on 5.
Eskenazi scores this season 1 and 54, home to Sussex. Only batted once at Surrey and Glamorgan, 100 against Surrey, 50 against Glamorgan, 100 exactly again against Nottinghamshire under Naught. He's dealt in sort of round numbers pretty much, Stevie Eskenazi, but then 14 and 26 at Hove last week.
Cook is in, and it's there's another appeal, and that's
cut back sharp.
yeah, did there was
a bit high as well.
Nothing
when
from
it
the
cuts
umpire.
back at that sort of angle from off just outside, it's very hard to see how it's going to hit the stumps, but yeah, maybe just hit him outside the line as well.
192 for 4. Eskenazi just having a little bit of a shadow bat at the non-striker's end. A couple of times just see him wander to the kind of middle and have a little bit of a shadow bat. Trying to maybe sort of find his eye quicker than usual. Here's Cook. He'll be bowling to Tattersall. It's a fullish delivery, driven into the leg side. Couple of fielders in pursuit as it goes through towards the boundary over at Cow Corner. Sliding stop will cut off the 4 runs, but they will run 3 there.
Somebody's going to run 4, aren't they, at some stage?
I think so, especially at those slightly wide out boundaries. So
good chase by Tom Wesley, but yeah, it's a good 80 metres, something like that, I would suggest. And maybe one for the throat, but they settle for the 3. That's all on to 8 then. 95 for 4. Certain amount of discussions about the field for Snater bowling to Tattersall, because it's the first time apparently he's bowled to Tattersall, judging by the fact Tattersall was retaking his guard, or checking his guard, or just taking his guard from umpire Nigel Long. Snater runs away from us and bowls. Tattersall covers up on off stump, plays it back down the wicket to Steve Snater. I remember covering a game at Hove. I can't remember who Sussex were playing. This are the days when I was writing for the Guardian. And Nigel Long, in his early days as an umpire, at the end of the day was lapping the ground. Didn't have a silver hair on his head. Now nothing but. I know just how he feels. In goes Snater, bowls Fuller this time, but Tattersall, although more inclined to get forward to that Fuller delivery, is still in defensive mode and blocks it out into the offside. 95 for 4.
I think I'm starting to know how Nigel Long feels.
He's gone for the full look. Used to it now, so it sort of suits him.
Yeah.
2 slips behind Tattersall as Snater is in and bowls down the leg side, gets away with it. Tattersall tries to flick it on down, doesn't get anything on it. Pepper takes it, falling away obviously to his left. Heavier cloud overhead at the moment, but again it's limited in its scope. Blue sky behind it. As Snater in, bowls, nice shape to that one. Swinging in a little bit, shaping in as much from the arm though as anything, and Tattersall deals with it solidly enough, leaning forward and pushing it out into the offside.
It's been a good over so far from the Snater, hasn't it? Been very tidy. Just a spring and a step post that wicket. Of course, was frustrated on the other side of lunch with a drop catch, but making amends and getting.
In he goes and bowls and pushing firmly again, this time with a slightly closed bat face. Is Tattersall out towards mid-on. Again, there is no run though. They got some, well, they have control back on the scoreboard. As I say, an awful lot of damage done in that first session, as far as Essex were concerned. 195 for 4. The run rate is still over 4.5s, which is very high by Division 1 of the County Championship standards. Snater is in, again straight, again. Tattersall prepared to be patient. Blocks it back down the pitch. And that is, I think, a maiden over by Steve Snater.
Yeah, receives a deserved round of applause from the appreciative crowd here at Essex today. And there is a crowd at Essex today. I said this morning I was quite thrilled to see how full the car park was as I pulled in this morning. Had already filled up well before the toss, and it's been really a positive thing to see Friday crowds out, particularly over these 4-day weekend games. A lot of people working from the cricket. A few grounds like at Surrey, you can get on the Wi-Fi and do your emails whilst watching the cricket. So Leicestershire 195 for 4.
Vian back in the attack. Mulder, yeah, that is.
Mulder will start his start a new spell from the Graham Gooch end. I always get the two ends mixed up here. 29 runs and 1 wicket from his first 5 overs. First delivery is played onto the leg side. There's a fielder in the deep who will collect it. They run a single, I think about a second, and choose against it. So the first ball of that over is adds 1 to the total. 196 for 4 for Leicestershire.
This sort of middle order trio of Tattersall, Eskenazi and Cox have to a certain extent been something of the engine room as far as Leicestershire's batting has been concerned, if the openers haven't fired, and they have for the most part, in fairness. It's been those three who've sort of dragged the innings up to sort of 400 or more.
Mulder bowls foolish delivery, big appeal this time, and the finger goes up. And that is the end of Tattersall. The bowling change has worked wonders. Mulder strikes in his first over back after lunch.
You know, I'm a little bit surprised about that. I thought there'd been some better appeals. The wicketkeeper went up. It wasn't as concerted or as loud an appeal as some. So we'll have a look at the
yeah, we've definitely had a lot of appeals this morning. Yeah, so let's have a look at this. It was a fuller delivery, and I think that's why it's been given. Even there's a little bit of movement down towards the offside.
For me, that was very close to missing leg, but
I think because it was a slightly fuller delivery, I don't think the umpire thought it was going over.
It may not have been going over, but as I say, I think.
You think it was?
I think there've been better appeals. So maybe it's a case of just a little bit of luck that has gone Essex's way, and they would have deserved it in that respect. But first leg before appeal to be answered in the affirmative.
The new Leicestershire batter, Ben Cox.
And it goes against John Tattersall.
So now we do genuinely have 2 new batters at the crease. So Leicestershire just losing their grip on the good start that they had. They were 171 for 3.
Well,
142 for 2.
So yeah, lunch 166 for 2. And now 196 for 5. So 30 for 3 post-lunch.
Suddenly that first bonus point seems a slightly trickier assignment than it did maybe an hour ago.
Well, I did say to a Leicestershire supporter, well, good first session, but I said we could still be 250 all out. That's still a possibility. Tatzel goes for 8.
Ben Cox is the new man in, doing a few warm-up crunches at the crease, keeping Mulder at the waiting at the top of his run. I haven't seen anyone do so many stretches at the crease, and then Mulder sort of starts to take off, and then I think Cox pulled away. So I think if batter and bowler are now finally ready for the first delivery, 3 slips in place for the new batter. Mulder runs in from the Graham Gooch end. It's a full delivery, and it's played to the fielder at mid-on, and the slight misfielder throw came in. It's been thrown all the way past the fielders, and it's required another fielder on the other side of the pitch to stop it from going for 4 runs at the boundary. But how did they run in the meantime? I sort of was so occupied with the ball.
Just one.
Just the one after all of that.
So it only cost 1 buzzer. It was worth the throw.
It was worth the throw. 198 for 5 then, Leicestershire. A flurry of wickets after lunch in this first hour of play. Essex coming back with something of a spring in their step after what would have been a frustrating first session, as the sun comes back out after Chelmsford for this afternoon session. Mulder, he's got 2 wickets to his name already, bowls, and it's banged into the ground, and picking up a little bit of extra bounce there as Cox backs out of the way.
Good bounce. Mulder, say, all very familiar to Leicestershire watchers and listeners, that he can do that. He's a strong man. Probably bowls sort of late 70s, maybe 80, 81, 82s. But when he really bends his back, he can get extra bounce and movement.
Just give the new batter something to think about. Here's Mulder again, bowling to Ben Cox. And it's a Phillish delivery, bowled wide of off stump, and it's guided to the fielder at point for no run. So Leicester 198 for 5, and they're now going to have to negotiate an afternoon of testing bowling from Essex, who will feel certainly on top after the lunch break. And Leicestershire will want to put off further wickets, denting their progress, but Essex, well, a real opportunity here to turn the screw. They certainly feel like they're on top. Decisions are starting to go their way, and luck is starting to go their way as Mulder runs in again, bowls, and this is pushed straight to mid-on for no run. And that completes the over. Leicestershire 198 for 5. A few words from you, Richard, and then Dickie Davis is going to join you again.
Yep. 32 for 3 post lunch then. The Foxes, difficult to know what may be a good score. It looked at a tad slow, but it possibly has quickened up and under the sun. It's not warm out there, obviously, but it's dry, and the sun has been out periodically. It does look to have quickened up a touch, and the movement has been there, a little bit of movement from the start. So Essex have very much bowled themselves back into a position where the decision to bowl first is looking at justified. Steve Snater then in from the Alistair Cook end, bowls, and pushed by Eskenazi out to mid-wicket. Standing up to the crease now is Michael Pepper, the wicket-keeper, from which one guesses that Eskenazi has been moving out of his ground, moving forward to try and negate or to reduce the effect of the movement from the pitch. Ball is 44 overs old as Snater in, bowls forward, Eskenazi on off stump, out into the offside. No run, obviously. Digs back. How was your return, having returned to your meal? How was it?
Well, I opted to go into town and
yes,
and patronise a well-known chain of bakers.
one glance at the what was left of the pie, and that was enough.
No, it was rather unappealing.
In goes Snater and bowls forward again. Eskenazi out to point this time, no run. Pepper claps his gauntlets together behind the stumps. Snater has settled into a much more consistent line and length after lunch. Bowling figures: Porter 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. Cook 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 50. He bowled better than that, or better than those figures suggest anyway. Snater is in, no run, wraps out Eskenazi, a man of many countries and voices, bless him. Born in Zimbabwe, brought up in Australia, but with an English, and then England. Spent most of his last 15 years in England, but a man of many parts. Eskenazi waits with bat raised as Snater is in, bowls to him, seems back in, it's going on down, and the appeal was a gesture, I suggest, as much as anything. Snater's expression indicating as much. Bounced and cut back in. But they're getting good movement, these two, at the moment. Just to finish those bowling figures, Snater at the moment 1 for 33 from 7.4. Harmer none for 31, got tanked around a little bit by Weatherald and Budinger. And Vian Mulder 2 for 32 off just 6 overs. In goes Snater and bowls again. Eskenazi, he's been hit a number of times this season, including about there, just above the waistband. He's worn one at least twice there, so he's got a bruise there, and he got one pretty much adjacent to that bruise there from Steve Snater.
Thank you, Graham, for your email. Yes, well, I hope it all goes well this morning from your visit. Graham the bookie can't be there today for personal reasons, but he hopes to be back tomorrow. Good, thank you. Meanwhile, it's Mulder still continuing from this end, yes. And yeah, what was I going to say? I was going to say that Shane Snater has been posing as many, if not more, problems as his colleagues. He's taken 1 of the 4. They've all been spread about, but Shane Snater's just a bit as good as the others, as that's short of a length and a bit of a waft outside the off stump. Goes through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, Graham, along with some others, emailed us on essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. We'd love it if you did the same. I really enjoy the emails coming in. It's nice to know what aspects of the game interest you and what your views on things are, whether it's county cricket, international cricket, club cricket, school cricket, beach cricket, maybe not.
French cricket?
French cricket, yes. As that's whipped away very pleasantly through the onside. And it's going to be hauled in. I hesitated before I finished that sentence here. It's going to be hauled in just short of the boundary. And I was watching the ball rather than the batsman, but I'd imagine they went through for 3.
Brings up the Leicestershire 200. It's taken a while to get there. From the position of strength they appeared to be at lunch.
Yes, 166 off 30, wasn't it? So it's taken another 15, half as many again to get...
yeah, just 34 runs, so 2 and over post-lunch, haven't been 6 and over pre-lunch.
As Mulder moves in, bowls. Oh, when the... well, Eskenazi came down the wicket. I think that was rather premeditated, and a bit of a yahoo across the line. He got a bottom edge, which then went onto his thigh pad, I think, and bounced away harmlessly, but shot possibly born of frustration. There's no need to. I mean, his side are okay. They're obviously not in such a powerful position where they were at one stage when they were 170 for 2, but yeah, this is easily They could easily get 300 and plenty, if not more. As Mulder, they'll be looking to get more than that. That's just played with rather more authority and just putting the bat in the way of the ball. I wondered aloud on air today, and also once somebody asked me just as I was leaving the ground, with the very much heightened level of security, are we allowed to bring umbrellas into the ground? I mean, part of county cricket in this country, it's almost a tradition that you take a brolly, and you can usually tell what the weather's like by seeing when the umbrellas go up, as this next delivery just played defensively, trickled out on the offside. So I asked the head steward at this end, Martin, what the view is, and he said, I thought, oh, here we go, this could be a long answer. Those with metal tips are taboo, you can't bring those in, but those with plastic tips, you can. So, possibly worth knowing. Well, it is worth knowing. Certainly worth for me knowing. That's just played defensively. So I think most of these sort of big umbrellas, golfing type umbrellas, do have metal tips on the end. So
do they?
I think so. Be interesting to see what sort of what the county umbrellas are that they sell in the shop. Presumably they can form.
That surprises me a bit, bearing in mind that one puts them up when it's raining and possibly a storm. And metal attracts lightning, etc., etc. But there you go.
Well, but yeah, but golfing, yes, true.
I appreciate that's not the reason for banning them.
No.
For security reasons, but even so. So, Ben Cox has been started the season in outstanding form, but had a little blip at home to Nottinghamshire, a couple of ducks there, but another very good performance at Hove against Sussex, and with the bat anyway. He's up there at the top of the batting averages at the moment as Snater is in and bowls. He tucks it away to mid-wicket. It's going to pick up at least two. In fact, might pick up four. It's rolled down the slope. There was a sweet piece of timing. It sounded very sweet, but you heard him say wait, as he wasn't sure whether it was going to go between mid-wicket and wideish mid-on. It did, and it ran away for 4. So that moves him on to 9 and takes him to 400 runs for the season. He's averaging 65, and as I say, that includes a couple of ducks. So in goes Snater, bowls to him again. He looks to have times. He pushes that one essentially defensively out towards mid-on, and there is a mid-on in the solid form of Tom Wesley, so no run.
Very pleasant afternoon now. The sun come out in all its glory. Richard's abandoned his woolly hat. I've abandoned my top coat. So it's typical Chelmsford weather.
He's checking his guard, Cox. Pepper comes up to the stumps as Snater is in and bowls back slightly short of a good length, and on the back foot Cox defends firmly down into the ground. Party in orange caps over there in one stand. We had
yes.
2 stag parties at Hove last week.
Oh.
And the Leicestershire players absolutely love them. I'll tell you why in a minute. As Snater is in and bowls. Back again goes Cox and defends back down the pitch. One party was dressed as cricketers very, very correctly, with Cambridge blue and Oxford blue hooped caps and everything. And the other party was dressed as umpires. They were not in any way related, the two parties. They were sitting fairly close to each other, but in one of the parties there was an absolute dead ringer for Ben Green with a moustache, lots of hair, and he just looked so like Ben it wasn't true. and in goes Snater and bowls. Cox again stays on the back foot to defend. So Leicestershire were in the field for much of that day, and they adopted, of course, Ben Green as soon as they realised, and cheered his every move to the rafters. And Eskenazi, who was down in front of them for a fair chunk of the day as well, also got his share of approval.
It's very interesting. I've just noticed how Cox takes guard. He appears to take it outside his off stump first of all.
He is pushing off the back foot firmly, just wide of mid-off, who has to run 10 yards or so to his left by the time he does so. Cox has taken 1. He ascribes his improvement in form to the work he's done with James Taylor, the Leicestershire assistant / batting coach. Who he reckons, he said when he came to Grace Road from Worcester, after a long time at Worcester, he said his technique was all over the place and he just really wasn't at all confident in what he was doing. And so this season and towards the end of last, it looks like he's taking off stump, doesn't it? He is much more confident in what he's doing, and looks like he's playing like a famous last words.
But then any minute, he's not going to do it now, is it? Yes, he takes he pats the ground outside the off stump, the leg stump, and then moves across.
Short mid wicket has gone in.
And that's outside the off stump. Sorry, I was so absorbed in this style that I'd forgotten I was commentating. Yes, I do apologise. It's outside the off stump.
He sort of takes Garden off, but as you
yes,
say,
he takes guard if anything, just slightly outside off, and then moves outside. Well, his leg stump really, like there, and then then moves across a couple of paces. Very interesting, and well, I'm tempted to say unique, but maybe somebody else does it. Oh, that's outside the off stump. And unique means unique, one of. And it, as I get older, I get slightly irritated when people use phrases like the most unique. It's either unique or it's not.
Exactly. One cannot have gradations of uniqueness.
No, quite.
Good afternoon to Matthew down in Melbourne. He says, good afternoon, Richard and co-coms. This is a tough game to watch for me, he says. Firstly, because he was meant to be here, but circumstances meant he had to go back to Australia.
Oh, that's outside the off stump. And, well, I'm tempted to say a shot slightly born again of frustration. Cox may have had a good season, but I don't think he'll be too enamoured with his own shot there. Diana in Calgary, Canada.
Wow.
Oh yes, one of our very regular emailers for donkey's years. Well, it can't be that long. She's only a young girl.
Yes, I was going to say be careful.
Can you explain why they increased the batting points threshold from 200 to 250? Spring is often low-scoring game season. Autumn is not that much better. I am baffled, as that's just dug out almost and played out into the offside. If I were you, Diana, I wouldn't be too worried about being baffled. The more I watch this game over the years, I realise I understand it less and less.
It's basically to try and improve the scoring rate, to make teams bat a little bit more positively, Diana, really. Because the rates per over, run rate per overs had dropped a little. So they encourage, if you want 5 batting bonus points, you've got to score at 4 or 5 runs and over. So that's that, simple as that, really.
As next, it gets lift, and the bowlers have been getting quite a bit of lift from that far end. And I noticed that actually in the preceding game. It might be coincidence, but against Somerset, the ball was rearing far more when it was pitched towards this end. In other words, the bowling was at the far end, than the other way around. It might be coincidence, or
Roshan mentioned it. He said, when he's watched games here, he's noted that there seemed to be a little bit more movement from the a gooch end.
Yes. As Mulder moves in last ball of the over, assuming it's valid, which they weren't all this morning. And again, a bit of lift, and the batsman pushes forward. A good over from Mulder. A good maiden. Not all maidens are good. Sometimes they just sail harmlessly by outside the off stump, and they are greeted with tumultuous applause. But that was a good, penetrating, challenging, threatening over. Andrew emails, hello all, hope you're well, and I'm enjoying the coverage on the stream from just outside Southend-on-Sea, just where I live. Well, it depends which part of outside. Leigh-on-Sea. I have two questions I'd like to pose. The injury substitute rule is confusing to pretty much everyone. However, I have thought of a scenario that I haven't seen anyone discuss. We may get to this, well, we will get to it, although Shane Snater is just about to bowl.
With Michael Pepper standing up and 2 slips as he comes in and bowls to Eskenazi, who plays it back past the stumps, calls Ben Cox through for a single. And I can tell you that in almost exactly those circumstances, those two, Eskenazi ran himself out last week at Hove. He played it back down the pitch. Ollie Robinson stuck out his right foot, and because Cox was thinking he might deflect it onto the stumps, he made sure he stayed in his ground, as he did there, because Snater nearly did the same. Eskenazi called for the run, Cox couldn't respond, and Eskenazi was duly stranded, and it could have happened again there. Snater is in to Cox, who is forward, back down the pitch, and Snater almost deflects the balls onto the stumps.
I'll come to your email at the end of the over, Andrew. It deserves
it, yes, proper consideration and time.
I always think if you've taken the trouble to put fingers to keyboard, the least we can do is give it a proper answer. It's the very least we can do. Otherwise, what's your point in making the point?
Snater's shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers, runs in and bowls. It comes in from the arm. Cox is forward, thick inside part of the bat, ball runs out to mid-wicket. No run. There is some sort of heavyish dark cloud away to the southwest where the weather's coming from, but at the moment we are set very, very fair. We are over the halfway stage as well over the day, only by 3 balls in terms of the number of overs that are supposed to be bowled. Snater is in and bowls. Cox gets a ball that bounces and cuts back in and comes off the top of the sort of thigh pad area and bounces out into the offside. Good movement being obtained by Steve Snater. And for 39 from 9.4 overs for Snater. Tosses the ball up and down in his right hand, turns. Runs in, bowls, forward goes Cox and defends the ball back down the pitch to him. What's going on elsewhere? Let's have a quick look at the live scores. Snater is in and bowls. Again, slightly short of a good length on off stump this time. Cox defends off the back foot out into the offside. Still delayed at Southampton. It's still raining, although play is due to resume shortly. Hampshire 96 for 5 off 31. Glamorgan going nicely, 156 for 2, having been 0 for 2. Yorkshire 168 for 4. Root is out. Somerset 187 for 3 against Sussex.
Andrew's question regarding the injury regulation is if a player gets injured on the Friday of i.e. the first day of a championship match, he is taken out of the match and is replaced with an injury substitute. He is then suspended, in quotes, for lack of a better word, as he says, for 8 days, as that's just played solidly defensively. Batsman thinks of a run, but he'd be ill-advised. Yes, I've often wondered this. Is it in 8 days from when? From that moment or from the end of the game? Because he then says, does this mean he can come on as a replacement Or does this mean he can come on as a replacement? Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Towards the end of the match that follows. Yeah, I see what he's saying.
Yes.
As far as I'm aware, Andrew, he can't. You miss the next game, basically. Certainly in the championship.
Yes, I mean, could he play? Here we are. Yeah, if a player goes off injured today, as that's
beauty from Mulder.
It was a very good delivery, yes, and it had the batsman in all sorts of potential trouble.
Yeah, and just missed the stumps.
We then go into 2020 game. I don't know off the top of my head whether Essex have a game on Sunday week. They may do, they may not. But could a player who's injured today play in that game? And I'm sorry, I do not know the answer. It's much better to be honest and say I don't know rather than bluff my way out of it.
I'm 99.9% certain it's from the end of the game. It's the following 8 days after the game.
It would make sense, wouldn't it? Yes. That's played solidly. The second point he makes is, I think I mentioned it on air, I'm not sure, in Around the Wicket, our midweek programme, that former South African international and current Italy player JJ Smuts hit 278 not out off 145 balls for Upminster in local league cricket. Do you think it's possible for Essex to potentially pick him up later in the season? He seems a very useful player. He's already in the county playing cricket. There again, I'm afraid the same answer. I don't know if they would consider it, and that's just pushed out the onside. I mean, it's obviously a very impressive innings. Yes, I picked up on it when I went through the club cricket results, but that's not even sort of a Premier Division now. That's the next division down in the Essex League. I mean, it's still, there's no such thing as a bad 270 odd. It's about 200 more than I ever scored in one innings playing club cricket. But no, I'm not really sure. Sol Bedinger, born in Colchester, played at least one game for Elmstead Market. That's just pushed out on the onside, says Andrew. Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, he was. But then he was brought up in Perth. Sports Extra are with us. Welcome to listeners. Apologies you've been with us for a while. Didn't acknowledge your presence.
Yes, indeed.
Fascinating day's play so far. Leicestershire absolutely got off to a flyer, 166 for 2 at lunch, but very much pulled back. Essex have dragged themselves back into the game, have bowled very well post-lunch.
As Mulder moves in again from the far end, the Goring Gooch end, and he's bowled 2 consecutive maidens, as again the batsman is just obliged to push it out on the offside. No addition to the score of 207 for 5. We have one more email lined up from Chris in Deeping St James in Lincolnshire. That's your
indeed.
neck.
Near Stamford.
Your neck of the woods. Good to see Essex women improving their performances in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Excellent performance against Surrey. Hoping to get to Chelmsford for a game this season. To watch a game, presumably, rather than for a game, but you never know. Excellent. Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, I have. No, I'm giving my age away. Still, nobody thinks I'm 23. I did play club cricket at this ground before Essex had it. Yeah. Not many times. It would have been an away fixture.
Snater to continue from the Alistair Cook end, formerly the River end. Bowls solidly forward is Ben Cox, Leicester's wicketkeeper on off stump, pushing the ball firmly out towards mid-off, who is beginning to loosen his shoulders, so I think we can expect to see him come back on shortly. It is, he says, Jamie Porter, who is warming up very vigorously as Snater is in bowls and walking forward and pushing with a slightly closed face, slightly across the line. That is Ben Cox pushing it firmly there out to mid-on and immediately calling no. Cox remains on 10. Eskenazi has just 4 off 20 deliveries. Cox's 10 has come off 25, but much more, in inverted commas, normal county cricket post lunch
Yes.
than we had pre-lunch. Snater in, bowls, Cox solidly forward.
Yes, I mean, it's remarkable that at lunchtime, when 30 overs have been bowled, the score was 166. And now, here we are, we're in the 21st over since lunch, and only a further 41 have been added.
Correct, yeah. So from 6 and over to 2 and over,
Yes.
essentially, plus the 3 wickets. So Essex have wrested control with a W back from Leicestershire. Snater is in. Cox defends on the back foot, slightly short of a length. Straight delivery that he drops out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. The crowd absorbed and pleased with the way Essex have come back into it.
Yes, they are. Yes, I mean they would. I was going to say they would have enjoyed just watching good batting this morning. Yeah, some supporters don't have quite such a generous spirit.
Snater in, and it bounces nicely, comes back in, beats the bat, comes off the top of the pad / thigh pad, outside off stump, and bounces out towards gully. But again, ball beats bat. It has been so much better, so much more consistent, the bowling. The seam bowling, well, we haven't seen spin post-lunch.
No.
From the Essex seam attack, and I'm sure this will have been discussed during the luncheon interval.
And yet, as we were saying this morning, that the bowling wasn't that bad. It was just superb batting.
It was, yeah. I'll go with 50-50.
Yes, right.
If you bend my arm. In goes Snater again, it seems back in. And again it beats the bat, and again discomforts Cox. Another excellent over, another maiden, as the Essex seam attack turn the screw. 207 for 5.
You'll go for 50-50. You're mellowing, Richard. You're mellowing.
Well, yeah, it was good batting, and they basically hit the seamers off their lengths, really. And I'm sure that Essex wouldn't have wanted to go to Harmer after an hour on the first morning on a greenish-looking pitch. And we see the movement there, but it was relative. We've seen the movement that continues to be there. It was relatively slow though, and Harmer got smacked around a little bit. He was a little bit unlucky. He should have had a wicket. Should have had Weatherald.
Mulder to continue. Moves in, bowls to Eskenazi, who goes up on his toes, plays defensively. No addition to the score of 207 for 5. As Rushan lurks with a view to taking Richard's seat and microphone. And as Mulder moves to the back of his, that's at the end of his run-up, and the facilities here. It's a nice commentary box, but it's you know, I've been in plenty bigger. This is that's just pushed out the offside. I think estate agents would describe it as bijou. It's yes. Not a lot to, I was going to say swing something in, but that would be totally politically incorrect. But not room enough to have a party. Well, it would be a pretty intimate one if you did. As Mulder gets to the end of his mark, trudges off towards the sycamore tree, the only part of the ground in shade, and that's only a very, very small slither on the outfield. As he moves in now, right arm over the wicket, to the right-handed Eskenazi, who just plays it back to the bowler, who in turn throws it to Michael Pepper, the keeper, who in turn throws it to Simon Harmer at second slip, and thence by little loops the ball gets back to the bowler. Such is the way of cricket. Long may it continue. Start again. Essex cricket at bbc.co.uk. Forget that first mention of a dot, that was rubbish. Essex cricket at bbc.co.uk as that's just a thickish outside edge, goes down for It could well beat Critchley to the boundary, but no, he just hauls it in short of boundary. A good throw, but they'd scampered through for 3, and Pepper looked over his shoulder at the umpire, but didn't really appeal, and I think he knew batsman had just about made his ground.
Well, I've taken my jacket off for the first time today.
Yep, I've taken mine off. Richard taken his woolly hat off, so we're basking in the glories of mid-May in Chelmsford.
And we thought there'd be rain today.
Yeah, well, there might yet, but make the most of what we've got. That's outside the off stump. Again, a little bit of lift goes through to the keeper. Rushan Alarm is our third voice, as they're known in the trade today.
I love that title, Third Voice.
It's a great title. Sounds a little bit impersonal.
No, I quite like it.
I prefer the word guest or something like that.
Guest flatters.
Yeah, guest commentator. Although that just a thick inside edge goes for a single out to mid-wicket. Trouble is that might imply a lot of things that goes with the word guest. You might expect lavish hospitality.
Yeah, well, I would. That's why it's a dangerous.
In which case you'll be bitterly disappointed.
It's a pleasure to be here, and what a day of cricket this has been so far. It has ebbed and flowed. It's been an entertaining first day's cricket here at Chelmsford. Essex and Leicestershire, 7th versus 9th in the County Championship, playing each other for the first time in 10 years, split by divisions, and what a start for Leicestershire in that first session. They were scoring about 6 and over. That's really slowed down. Essex have taken regular wickets after lunch, and we're going to see a change in bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Jamie Porter is going to return for a new spell. He's gone for 43 runs and taken 1 wicket so far today, so sort of a mixed bag for Jamie Porter. But you have to feel, Dickie, that Essex have looked so much better after lunch, and the day on balance probably leaning towards Essex favour so far, as Jamie Porter begins this new over. We bowling to Cox, and the first delivery is bowled on the off stump and blocked out by Cox. The 2 batters, Ben Cox on 11.
Thank you.
On 7.
Thank you, Andrew of Newmarket, for your email clarifying by way of forwarding the player regulations for 2026, in fact 7.9.1 of those. In the case of injury or illness, the affected player, as they're known, will not be eligible to participate in a match for 7 full days.
Porter bowls, and this is blocked out again by Cox. Straight to the field at cover.
Brackets, such period commencing the day after the affected player, capital A, capital P, has been formally withdrawn from the match.
There we go.
Thank you. I think that explains the situation. Andrew LIB in Newmarket. Not quite sure what the initials are. Maybe a racing qualification? No, maybe not.
211 for 5 then, Leicestershire, so heading towards a potential first bonus point if they can get there. Porter bowls. It's a foolish delivery, blocked out again by Cox. This is cautious stuff now from Leicestershire, so 2 new batters in. Eskenazi and Cox as they look to rebuild and stabilise this innings from Leicestershire.
And this, today what we've seen just perfectly sums up the glories of 4-day county championship cricket. How the style of play can change so much within an hour or two. It was going and run a ball before lunch, and now, as Richard pointed out, about 2 and over.
Porter bowls, and Cox will step forward, dives this to cover, no run. Yeah, absolutely, and I think there have been a few games this season where, certainly ones I've witnessed, where they've been absolute batting tracks and wickets have not fallen in day one. We've seen, day one end 350 for 2, and you kind of feel like a game's heading to a draw before it's already begun. But That's not been the case at Essex. Essex have prepared a pitch that they think they can win on. They won the toss and they've chosen to bowl, and Leicestershire find themselves 5 down with still the odd 11 overs to go before tea as Porter is in again. This is flicked off the ankles to the fielder at mid-wicket, no run.
I don't know if you've noticed this somewhat idiosyncratic style of Cox's. You know, he'll take his guard apparently well outside his own leg stump. You watch just about as the bowler's about to. There, you see.
Yeah, he almost.
And you think you're going to try and take a stance on it, and then he shuffles it across.
Forward, yeah. That's a fascinating sort of trigger move there from Ben Cox.
Yes.
He faces up, next delivery, final delivery of the over from Porter is driven again to mid-wicket for no run. So it's a maiden over for Porter. Gets a round of applause from the appreciative Essex crowd, which is looking extremely full. I said earlier, a very full car park as I drove in this morning, and even with the rain predicted, the crowds came out and they've been rewarded by now a really sunny afternoon over Chelmsford.
Yes.
No sign of that rain. The weather apps were wrong. And,
yeah.
And they're getting treated to a very decent bowling performance this afternoon from the home team. 211 for 5. Eskenazi's on 7. Cox on 11.
Yes, Essex is amongst the better supported counties. Certainly not up. Well, I was going to say not up with Surrey, but nobody as Surrey have an incredible support. Quite justifiably. I mean, I went there a couple of weeks or 10 days ago, and Essex weren't playing. I think they were playing. Surrey were playing Sussex, and I had a really good day. But yeah, no other county can afford quite what they can. As that's even that one lifted a bit, and the batsman probably got it higher on the bat than he would choose, up towards the splice.
Yeah, Mulder getting a little bit of extra bounce there.
Yes, he is, isn't he?
Eskenazi. He looked a little bit discomforted there as that delivery came in. And like you say, yeah, hit the splice really quite high up the bat.
He's a powerfully built man, Mulder. Being a South African, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he either had or maybe still does. But certainly had played rugby quite a bit in his time. I might be barking up the wrong tree totally, but he moves in now and bowls. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper. No addition to the score of 211 for 5. Eskenazi on 7, Cox on 11.
Now, Dickie, I don't mean to detract from the cricket, but there is a bee wandering just outside the open windows here in the commentary box. I'm quite anxious it's going to fly in any moment. So if you hear me clapping or flapping in the background, that's because I'm trying to waft a bee away.
Right. Well, yes, okay. I work on the theory if you don't bother them, they won't bother you.
No,
but
that's valid.
sometimes it's easier said than done, of course.
Well, I think they'd rather be out of this commentary box than in.
Oh, well, Eskenazi didn't get an edge just looking at the replay, but they pushed the bat out not particularly straight, which I hadn't appreciated live, but looking at the replay a couple of seconds later. And yeah, so Mulder has done just about everything except to get another wicket, but he's still taken twice as many as anybody else. He's taken 2 of the 5 to fall.
Yeah, 3 deliveries, 3 very different deliveries from Mulder so far. Just keeping Eskenazi on his toes, just asking questions of this new partnership, just trying to keep Leicestershire on edge.
As Mulder moves in, bowls. That's down the leg side. Not sure if it brushed the thigh pad or not, but no semblance of an appeal, and Pepper took it away, diving away comfortably, but not particularly spectacularly, but comfortably diving away to his left. Now in animated conversation with tall Paul Walter at first slip. You need to get on with your first slip, I should imagine, as a wicket keeper. The two of you need to get on. You spend an awful lot of time making small talk. It can't all be about cricket, surely. That's a good-looking shot. Well, I say it was a good-looking shot. It was in the air, but it was nowhere near a fielder, and maybe didn't even quite get the pitch to it. But it had 4 written all over it the moment it left the bat.
Yeah, it was an aggressive shot. I wonder if it was trying to get through the covers there and actually ended up with more
Just
of
looking at it now.
A little bit of an edge.
Yeah.
Because it did, yeah. It was a flighted shot.
Maybe
Ended
not.
up just wide of third man.
Maybe not out of the most pedantic of coaching manuals, but very effective. As Mulder moves in again, straight run, right arm over the wicket, bowls to the right-handed Eskenazi, and that's edged away for 4 more. Far less convincing than the one which preceded it, but on the other hand, they look identical in the scorebook.
Another one down at third man. Essex have just refused to have a fielder down there, and we've seen. I'd love to see a wagon wheel at the end of the day, because I'm willing to bet a fair proportion of runs have gone down to that part of the ground. They've had at times 3 slips in place, but fielding for Mulder just the 1 or 2 slips, and nobody in sight in that whole segment or almost quadrant of the pitch, and they've leaked runs there all afternoon. You must just start to think, Leicestershire are taking advantage of that massive gap in the field. Let's just move the fielder in there for a few overs. Let's just make things a bit uncomfortable. Now it's going to be JB Porter, 1 slip in place. Sorry, beg your pardon, 2 in place actually. First ball is defended back by Cox. The slip standing actually quite a way back actually from the
yes, they are
this time. Bit of a gap between the keeper and the slip. So yeah, small talk between the 2 slips in place. You've got Simon Harmer there with Paul Walter. So.
Yes, between you and Richard came out with some amazing statistic this morning about the number of deliveries that have gone through third man.
Yeah, it's that anything that goes down towards third man, your fielder at points or has a lot of running to do as Porter comes in again, and this is off the face of the bat for no run into the leg side.
Wasn't it something like 18 runs
yeah,
in
there was 18 runs in 2 overs.
2 overs, yes.
Yeah, it was that really expensive over from Porter where there were consecutive boundaries, pretty much all in the same part of the ground. And you'd think just move a fielder in, just stem the runs in that part of the ground, make the batter have to rethink where they go. As Cox does his traditional stance out off the leg stump before stepping in front of the stumps, as Porter runs in, bowls, and straight through to the hands of the keeper for no run.
Well, Essex continue to tighten their grip on this innings, because it's no exaggeration. Start again. It was no exaggeration to say that the Leicestershire innings was rather running away at lunchtime with 166 off 30 overs on the first morning. But since that time, Essex have hauled it back most impressively.
Next delivery from Porter is just wide of the off stump, straight through to Michael Pepper with the wicket-keeper's gloves on. So no run added to the score. 219 for 5 for Leicestershire. A minimum of 41 overs to go, so just under 10 overs till tea. Essex will look to turn the screw before they have to break. And Leicestershire will look to keep their composure for another 31 odd runs, see out that first batting point, and then look to build as Porter comes in again, bowls to Ben Cox. It's a back of a length delivery, and a lot of activity behind the stumps there from Michael Pepper. That's the second time I've seen him whip off the bails, or Ben Cox rather helpfully helping him pick up the bails to replace them back on.
I thought it was Pepper's cap actually that came out of his back pocket.
That explains it. I did think well, that's happened twice this over now. 219 for 5 then. Porter, 44 on his back, runs in, arms pumping. Ben Cox to face, and lets this one go straight through to the keeper again. It's turned to a very good over for Jamie Porter. It's a maiden. Eskenazi's on 15, Ben Cox on 11. Leicestershire 219 for 5.
Yes. Oh, we've had another email from Andrew. Do you think, great commentary, he says, well, it's in the eye of the beholder, so thank you anyway, we'll take anything that's going. Do you think that Mulder could be used in a short burst as a potentially opening bowler with his pace and the new ball?
Well,
yes, but yeah, of course I could. I mean, Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I don't think they would, probably.
I think you've got quicker bowlers at your disposal, and you'd probably want them to take on the new ball, wouldn't you?
Yes, quicker. I mean, it's known that neither Cook nor Porter is sort of electric. As a Cook moves back into the attack, that's just played defensively. Neither Cook nor Porter is, electric. Scare the pants off you sort of speed. But they do an awful lot with it, and I think probably Essex will stick to that. As an opening pair of bowlers, I know many a far more reputable commentator than I has said it before. As an opening pair, there are a few better on the county circuit than Cook and Porter.
But I could see Mulder coming into the attack sooner. If it looks like conditions might suit him.
As that's met with stern, solid defence, just pushes back to the bowler.
Because he was the fifth bowler to be used today, I think. And obviously he's taken 2 wickets, so understandable to see why you'd maybe want to see what he could do with the new ball. But yeah, I think the Porter-Cook combination feels fairly set. But I don't see a reason why Mulder might not maybe be given first change potentially if it looks like conditions might suit, or Porter and Cook are getting something from the pitch that Mulder could look to exploit early on.
Next delivery, a little bit premeditated, as if Eskenazi is almost saying to himself, I've had enough of this, I'm not going to be tied down, and gave Cook the charge, really.
Yeah, you see no fielders out in the deep. You've got a fielder at mid-wicket and a fielder at mid-on, and he sort of body language looked like he wanted to try and clear Cal's corner, didn't connect anywhere near. In fact, hit him in the midriff, which looked quite painful, if I'm honest. Had to jog it off a little bit, didn't he?
Yes. Anyway, no harm came to either him or his wicket, as Cook moves in again and bowls, and that's an altogether more respectful shot, just nudging it out into the covers.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I as you know, Dickie, I cover a lot of Bangladesh, and I've seen Bangladesh open with spinners.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
so
well,
you don't always throw the ball to your quickest bowler, but I guess in these sort of conditions, mid-May, in the County Championship,
yes,
you'd have to spot something very special on the pitch. Perhaps if you're bowling second and you've seen how the pitch is behaving, you might give it to Mulder.
And that's just played solidly. Hardly leaves the batting strip, just enough to accommodate it being picked up by the fielder at point.
But I think you're right. That Cook Port opening pair is just so well set. We are really talking hypothetical scenarios rather than probable tactics.
Yes, indeed.
In a world of what if. But Mulder has looked good for his 2 wickets, 47 runs from 11 overs.
Cook in again, right arm over, outside the off stump. And since lunch, the batsmen haven't had the luxury of allowing a ball to go through outside the off stump on too many occasions. Such has been the improvement in the Essex line and general.
Back-to-back maidens there for Essex. Leicestershire 219 for 5, as they look to rebuild their innings and put together a partnership to try and edge towards that first batting bonus point. Eskenazi is on 15, Cox on 11. It's Essex, who are in 7th, take on Leicestershire, who are in 9th. The first time these two teams face each other in 10 years, separated by divisions until then, so both teams with a sense of occasion. They were each other's first opponents in first-class cricket.
Yes.
Over 130 years ago. So a sense of history and occasion at Chelmsford today. We are going to see Jamie Porter continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end. It's going to be Ben Cox to face the first ball as Porter jogs in and bowls. It's a back of length delivery defended by Cox for no run. 219 for 5 the score. It's the County Championship on the BBC, with every ball of every match brought to you on the BBC Sport app, on local radio and on 5 Sports Extra.
As soon as Richard comes back into the box, then I'll make way for him to carry commentary through until but he seems to have gone AWOL, probably been waylaid by one of his vast posse of admirers. He's got a very large fan club, as Richard Ray, understandably.
Of course he has. As Porter comes in.
Oh.
There's a premeditated paddle scoop by Eskenazi, by Cox. He's got 4 there and just looking to free the wrists a little bit with a premeditated. No, 6, I beg your pardon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only a short
paddle.
boundary.
Yes, a short boundary behind him. Goes for a paddle shot. Now, we joked about Leicestershire batting like it was a T20 through the morning, and that was the first glimpse of them batting that way this afternoon. A very confident shot, given they've been largely on the back foot.
They have. Yes.
What's Porter got in response? As he bowls again, and this one is straight through to the keeper's gloves.
So I think we've seen at least 4 sixes, haven't we? If not 5, I'm sure 3 or 4 of them went into the pavilion, or the bar, the members' bar area, and below actually the changing facilities, but the same building.
Yeah, I think 4 sixes. It's felt T20-esque at times.
Yes, it has.
There's Porter into Cox, and this is played off the pads down the leg side. There's a fielder in the deep, will collect it. They'll run a single. The score will move it to 226 for 5.
Well, most of these players will be playing that version from about the middle of next week. So.
Well, do you think the mindset's starting to shift early?
Yeah, they're getting in the mood. Yes, that's right.
This is the last round of county championship matches before they break for some T20 cricket.
Then the first championship match after that is against the same opposition at Grace Road.
The reverse fixture,
which I'm looking forward to. Haven't been there for a number of years.
There's Porter, bowls, and Eskenazi will defend to mid-off, who uses their feet. That was Tom Wesley just doing a bit of a keepy-uppy style retrieval of the ball. I think it's very brave to do that, because the cricket ball's not a soft ball to be stubbing your toe on.
No.
226 for 5. Jamie Porter to bowl, his final delivery of this over. It's gone for 7 runs so far, and it's Eskenazi to face the final delivery, and this is driven back to the bowler for no runs. So that's the end of the over, 7 from it. Eskenazi's on 15, Cox is on 18, and Leicestershire 226 for 5.
Yes, have you ever been to Grace Road, Rushan?
I was thinking, as you said that, I don't think I have actually. I've been to most grounds, but no, lovely ground to go to.
Well, I like it. Yes, it's one of the very biggest certainly in the country, if not the world. It's very, very big.
I'm just going to have a quick Google of.
Well, the commentary position is well, to reach it, it's so high up. To reach it, you need the agility of a mountain goat. And then once you've got there, it's better to take oxygen with you. It's that high.
Good vantage point, though?
Oh, good grief, yes, probably. None better. A few as good, but yeah, none better. Nick from Hanya in Crete has emailed, another regular emailer, although I think it's the first time I've heard from him this year. But then I haven't been on air very much. Afternoon, chaps. I'm watching on YouTube here in Crete as Cook moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively, back to the bowler. About every 15 minutes there is a split screen advert lasting approximately 10 seconds, and the ad is in Greek. I'm wondering if UK viewers also experience ads, but obviously English. I've watched on the live stream, yes, and I think we do. Yes, occasionally it's interrupted for adverts.
And do you know what? Fair play. I mean, the stream is free, so
yes,
clubs need to monetise.
As end of this over, I'll make way for Richard. Well, again, a bit of a. It's a nice way of saying a bit of a yahoo. I don't know. Use your own phrase, but again, premeditated. A bit of a waft outside the off stump.
That said, to Nick's email, I do like an international TV advert. They can be fascinating to watch. Sometimes I spend guessing what the advert's for.
Yes.
There was once I was in. I was quite surprised. I was in Bangladesh. An advert came on. It was Shakib Al Hassan, the cricketer dressed as a superhero, and only in the last 5 seconds did you realise the ad was for noodles.
That's, again, an attempted scoop, and I think is equally successful. It is. Oh, except it bounced beforehand. It's just gone for 4. Yeah, it's just to the part of the ground that we can't quite see. It's nestled just below us. So, yeah, when the runs come, they come in quite spectacular manner. So I hope you're enjoying your Greek adverts, Nick. I studied Greek for umpteen years at school, but I don't think I'd understand them, since that was ancient Greek rather than modern Greek, which I understand bears no resemblance to it. But, yeah, Crete. Lovely place, so I'm led to believe. Never been much further south than Croydon myself. That's just... Oh, that tucks the batsman up a little bit. As it trickles out down to third man, where it's fielded by Simon Harmer, who may well be in the attack before tea, although present bowlers are doing pretty well. 2 more deliveries, then I'll make way for Richard. And then there'll be 37, 38, there'll be half a dozen overs before tea. And field adjustment, sees leg slip come in. Where's he going to? No, fine leg.
Fine leg.
Oh,
still no third man.
Fine leg to take account of the 2 Dilshan scoops for 6 penn'orth. As Cook moves in and bowls. Played defensively, just bounces off the bat to mid-off. No addition to the score. This is so much better day than the forecast. It's unbelievable almost. And not only that, but the even better news is, looking away to the west from where the weather comes, there's no sign of rain-bearing clouds, whatever, just fluffy white bits of cotton wool.
I love that. The west where the weather comes from.
It does.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's facade.
Oh, I think that was going to be another premeditated drive, and Cook saw him coming and dug it in a little bit shorter to prevent the shot being even a possibility. So the end of the over, 2:30 for 5. After a few more words from Rushan, he'll be joined by Richard Ray.
So Leicestershire then 230 for 5. The story of the day then, Essex won the toss and chose to bowl. They took the early wicket at Rishi Patel. He fell when Leicestershire were on 17, but an incredible partnership from Jake Weatherald and Sol Budinger, who scored 61 and 89 respectively. Well, they put on quite a display through the morning session, scoring at about 6 and over. It was quite T20-esque at times. And they certainly, Leicestershire would have got into the lunch break the happier of the 2 sides, but post-lunch it's been all Essex. They fought back. They've taken wickets, and Leicester now 230 for 5 as Porter begins a brand new over. Get a little bit of extra bounce on that first delivery into Eskenazi, who just opens the face of the bat and dabs it to point for no run. And the sun's going in and out here at Chelmsford, but this is a result compared to the weather that was forecast. It looked like it was going to rain across 3 out of the 4 days, and this would have been a draw before it even started. But as things stand, no rain in sight, and we've had a full day's play so far as Porter runs in again. It's Eskenazi to face, and he drives this to mid-off, and they'll run across for 1 run. As Leicestershire move to 231 for 5, Eskenazi moves to 16, and Cox will face strike. He's on 22, as I'm rejoined by Richard Ray, who has chosen to wear shorts today, and I was cynical when I first saw you this morning. I was like, that's a misguided wardrobe choice, but paying off now that the sun's out, Richard.
When my knees were knocking at about sort of 12:30, I think you were right, but looking good now.
He is looking good. Here's Porter again into Cox, who looks to flick off the pads as an appeal, but I think it was moving down the leg side.
Yeah.
The umpire is unmoved. We've had a lot of appeals today from Essex, only one successful LBW'd one, and actually one that you thought was fairly ominous.
Yeah,
Richard.
I thought we'd seen better, but you'd set off that sort of ratio. I can bring you a little bit of news. Jake Weatherald, who was hit on the elbow.
Porter to Cox. Plays this to the covers. No run.
When he was bowled by Vian Mulder, has gone for an X-ray, and there is concern. It doesn't look particularly good. So we'll see what the X-ray says, but it looks as though he is going to be out of the game. Now, Leicestershire's next overseas player.
Porter runs in, number 44 on his back, bowls to Cox, who caused a bit of trouble there and looked to go forward, didn't quite meet it, and there was a cry for an appeal, but it was nowhere near even the off stump that time, so no run, 231 for 5.
The New Zealand opening batsman Kelly is, I think, in the country. May just have arrived, who will be replacing Jake Weatherald.
Here's Cox final delivery of the over, and it's driven through the covers and beat the fielder. There's a bit of a pursuit on. The fielder should be able to cut this off as his hat flies off and he slides to stop the ball. They've run 2 though. So at the end of the over, Leicestershire will move to 233 for 5. Eskenazi on 16, Cox on 24, and Leicestershire just starting ever so gently to start clicking through the gears again. 17 runs off their first bonus point.
That's Nick Kelly, who plays for Wellington, Australia born. So it may be, if Leicestershire get permission, and there is, as appears possible, a real problem for Weatherald, that Kelly will come into the game to replace him. But all that is up in the air at the moment, subject to the X-ray and match referee's permission and finding Kelly, etc, etc. So 5 overs to go until tea, and it's been very much Essex's session so far, as Eskenazi manages to push that one out a little, sort of fiddles it out really. He's had to work so hard for his runs, and he's had a few sachets down the pitch to try and create something. The bowlers have seen him coming and have adjusted accordingly. So Eskenazi's 16, he's had to work so hard. Is that 41 deliveries his face? Can't quite see from
41
from here.
For his 16 runs.
And he usually is quite free scoring. Again, he has to play in defence as Sam Cook, who has been metronomic since coming back into the attack for this spell. Absolutely on the money every time, and seaming it back into these 2 right-handers. It does so again.
Well, Eskenazi came in at a slightly ominous place. Leicestershire just lost 3 wickets in the space of 25 odd runs, and so perhaps playing with a little bit of restraint as they look to just balance things out and rebuild.
And goes Cook bowls, a little bit of bounce there as well. Eskenazi manages to get on top of it and squeeze the ball out to point. He never looks the most fluent, Eskenazi, but his method works for him. He's a lovely guy to talk to. I do recommend it if you ever get the chance. And he's basically come to Leicestershire and said, I'm going to play with a smile on my face. You know, I let it all get on top of me a little bit at Middlesex, where he spent a long old time. And you can sort of see it for the most part, or you've been able to see it so far, as Cook is in, and he steers him down to 3rd man for yet another 4. And I would say we've had close on 50 runs down to 3rd man, bearing in mind we had 21 in less than 3 overs before lunch. It has been remarkable, really, to me. The number of runs that have come down there.
Yeah, I'd love to see a wagon wheel at the end of the day and just see how many runs have gone down to 3rd man. And I wonder what's stopping Essex here from just taking. We've seen as many as 3 or 4 slips at times, and just putting a man, even if it's a short 3rd man,
I might ask Paul Rogers at Leicestershire Scorers if he's got any sort of record of that.
That'd be fantastic.
He's just up the road from us as Cook bowls. It seems back in. It's going on down the leg side as it thumps into Eskenazi's thigh pad, low on the thigh pad, just above the leg pad, seaming on down the leg side. It can't be far off 50. It really cannot.
No, I'd agree. I mean, like you say, we saw 20 odd in the space of 2 overs before lunch. So, but runs have just leaked down that quadrant of the pitch, and Essex have not done anything to stem the flow there.
No, it doesn't seem to have worried them at all. 237 for 5. Eskenazi 20, Cox 24. Cook is in and bowls on off stump. Eskenazi sinks to one knee like a man about to be knighted as he forward defends that one out into the off side end of another very fine over, or very accurate over, getting plenty of movement as well for Sam Cook, but no breakthroughs. These two came together when Essex, Leicestershire even, had lost 3 relatively quick wickets post lunch. Ian Holland, Sol Budinger and John Tattersall, and 196 for 5 at that stage, but they've added now 41 for the 6th wicket. My word, they've been made to work hard. They've had to innovate at times, particularly Cox, who's played the scoop 3 times, 2 6s and 1 4.
Yeah, you felt like he was starting to warm up for some T20 cricket, which happens on the conclusion of this game. Maybe it's on the mind.
he will certainly play it.
He absolutely will. So 4 overs to go before lunch, and we're going to see some spin in the form of Simon Harmer. Leicestershire 237 for 5, so this partnership, a rebuild job. 41 runs, and Leicestershire have needed that just to stabilise the innings. There were 3 quick wickets after lunch, but these two are doing a decent job. Can Simon Harmer disrupt that? First ball of the over comes in, bowls to Cox, who defends onto the leg side for no run. Now into the 61st over of their innings, Leicestershire, as the clouds come back over Chelmsford. No sign of rain yet though, as Harmer comes in, bowls a flighted delivery, defended onto the offside this time. Once again, no run. And it's been, I thought it was going to be risk-free batting from Leicestershire until Cox played 2 paddle shots in the space of 2 overs. Managed to get a 6 and a 4 off the back of them. So just a little bit of counter-attacking thought as Harmer bowls again. Another flighted delivery, this time played into the leg side. There is a fielder at backward square leg to collect, no run again. As Harmer just looks to try and give them something to think about before the tea break. Leicestershire will be keen not to lose another wicket at this stage. They want these two to see them through to tea and into that first bonus point as Harmer, another flighted delivery in as Cox lunges forward to defend this one. This ball runs to the fielder at mid-off again for no run. Harmer whipping through these deliveries, 5th ball of the over already. This one is slightly less flighted as Cox plays off the back foot, drives to the fielder at cover. Another dot ball, no run added, 237 for 5 in Leicestershire.
I thoroughly approve of the speed with which he gets through the overs.
Either he wants his tea break sooner, or he's just trying to keep that over rate down. His Harmer final delivery of the over into Cox, who again defends onto the leg side. It was a delivery bang on middle stump, and that concludes the over. It's 237 for 5, and a round of applause for a solid and very quick maiden over from Simon Harmer.
Delivered from around the wicket, interestingly. So obviously looking to use the footholds, but to 2 right-handers, you've really got to rag it to get a leg before in those circumstances. But we are coming up to the sort of 64 over mark.
Graham Gooch and Matt Critchley.
Interesting.
Matt Critchley on to bowl first time today.
There has been movement off the seam most of the day, really, but not that you wouldn't expect there to be sharp spin on day one, and there hasn't been really for Harmer.
But I wonder whether Essex
Critchley's He bowled leggies last time I saw him. Is he still bowling leggies?
Yeah, there's a leg break, yeah. Well, I wonder if Essex are just behind the over rate and trying to catch up a little.
They're fine. I would think. Let's see what he's got to offer. Watched him for Derbyshire over the years. In he goes and bowls a leg break and almost goes through. Well, it did go through Eskenazi and missed everything. And I'm not quite sure how it missed everything. There's a few chins in hands out there. Critchley also bowling in sunglasses, bounces in and bowls. Eskenazi's forward. I'd love to see that first one again. Did it turn? Did he just misread the line? I think this wickets could certainly fall in clusters. Well, they have done already in these first two sessions. Critchley is in, Eskenazi forward. No obvious turn in the last two deliveries, although the batsman has pretty much got to the pitch. Hoists up his sleeves. Critchley is in forward, Eskenazi again. This will certainly speed matters up as Eskenazi pushes the ball back up the pitch to the Essex all-rounder. 237 for 5. Critchley is in forward again, goes Eskenazi. Out into the offside goes the ball. 2 overs and 1 ball before tea. In he goes, and forward goes Eskenazi again, and down on one knee he goes again as he pushes it out into the offside, and a very respectable opening over on the part of Critchley. Now, it isn't always easy just to come in and land every one when you're a leg spinner. Rahan sometimes has issues in that respect. Rahan in the England Test squad and forecast to play. Yeah, Leicestershire's young superstar. May well play ahead of Bashir, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, it's a very exciting England squad. I think.
It's nice to see the changes, isn't it?
Yeah, we need the selectors to be watching the opening rounds of the County Championship, and it looks like they absolutely have. And the new face in that squad, probably exciting. We already know Amelia Gay is going to open the batting, so I think it's a super exciting summer ahead. Harmer is lining up to bowl what will probably be his last over. Well, will definitely be his last over before the tea break. There's a bit of a discussion going on between Ben Cox and the fielder at short leg. Here is Harmer, bowls and is defended. Actually gets past the fielder at short leg and to the fielder at square leg, who collects it in the end for no run. Leicestershire 237 for 5. Eskenazi is on 20. Cox, who's facing at the moment, is on 24. And Harmer again bowling around the wicket. This time lands on the offside and it's defended again, blocked out by Cox. No risks from the two batters this close to tea so far. Back-to-back maiden overs with the two spinners from either side. Harmer in again, bowls. It's a fighted delivery, driven to cover. Another dot ball. Leicestershire just seeing out these two spinners ahead of tea, no risks. They can't afford to lose a wicket at this stage. That would properly put them in the back foot going into the final session of the day. 237 for 5.
Contrast in sessions has been genuinely extraordinary there.
It's been a fantastic day's play as Harmer switches to bowling over the wicket this time, and it's driven to cover by Ben Cox for no run. Yeah, really it was Leicestershire's session this morning, and Essex have pegged them back with wickets and a slower run rate this session. It's gone from about 5 or 6 runs and over to now 3.5 as Harmer comes in, a flighted delivery driven powerfully to the fielder at mid-off. That'll be another dot ball.
Well, what is it, 71 off from the session so far. Bear in mind there were 166 off 30 at the lunch interval.
Here's Harmer, final delivery of the over. It's another flighted delivery. It's cut to point, and Cox thinks about a single and stays in his crease. So it's another maiden over for Simon Harmer.
It so often happens, doesn't it? I mean, he hit those last 3 balls beautifully, 2 drives and a cut, all straight to the fielders. You know, a couple of yards on either side. Each shot would have gone to the boundary for 4, but one of the amazing things about Championship cricket, really, this sort of way it can wax and wane and fortunes change and luck plays its part and the pitch and everything can change in a moment, really, and you have to apply yourself throughout and adapt accordingly. So one more before tea will be bowled by Matt Critchley. Again, he's bang on the money on middle and off. Again, Eskenazi stretches forward and pushes it back to Critchley. I was watching the Essex warm-up this morning, which involved a game of football. Critchley is in, pushed out to mid-wicket on this occasion. Critchley scored an absolutely brilliant goal. They're very good, these guys, at most sports. By definition, if you're very good at one sport, you're often good at most. In goes Critchley and bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi again. But some of the Essex players looked as though they wouldn't look out of place up the road at West Ham. As Graham Gooch's team in goes, sorry Essex listeners, push to him. Update coming for BBC Radio Essex. Okay, it might be me who does it. We'll see.
That gives Labour a whole range of other problems. Would a leadership contest even take place? If it did, would other
Critchley is in and bowls and pushed out to mid-wicket by Eskenazi for a single.
For robbery when they get a call. Ben Julian Harrington says they'll
Eskenazi on to 21.
Increase the number of officers who are trained to drive them.
38 for 5. So 72 from the session.
First run in 4 overs now.
Damaged by hair courses on his land.
1 ball to go until tea.
The energy regulator Ofgem says British Gas has agreed to pay.
Critchley bowls it, Coxich is forward, and that is tea. Essex's session. 238 for 5, 72 for 3 Leicestershire in the session. And a really good comeback leaves the match very nicely balanced indeed. We'll do the update and then we'll leave you on your own to enjoy a cup of tea yourselves. News of the bandstand in Harlow. It's progressing rapidly, the rebuild. I like listening to local news to which I am not familiar.
Been speaking to us about his progress.
We said the next morning we would build a bigger and better bandstand ready to host major events this summer, and as you can see it's motoring along. It is going at some pace, but it's going to be ready for the big reopening of July.
That will close 30 minutes.
In cricket, Essex are playing Leicestershire in the County Championship. Dick Davis is live for us at the county ground.
Players just leaving the field for tea, and it's been very much Essex's afternoon session. 72 for 3. Leicestershire have scored from it, having been 166 for 2 off 30 at lunch. The wickets to fall, those of the Leicestershire captain Ian Holland, leg before wicket to Jamie Porter for 11. Sol Budinger, bowled by Steve Snater for 89, and John Tattersall, leg before wicket to Vian Mulder for 8. Stevie Eskenazi and Ben Cox have begun to rebuild for the visiting Foxes, but Essex will be delighted with the way they have come back into this game. At tea, Leicestershire put into bat by Essex at 2:38.
in that vein for the remaining 32 overs, which, looking at the sky, will probably be uninterrupted, which is very good news and far better than we'd anticipated when we set off for Chelmsford today. So we resume with Eskenazi 21 not out, Cox 24 not out, Leicestershire 238 for 5. They scored 166 in the first session and then 166 off 30 exactly. Then off 34 they scored 71 in the afternoon. So to use a football analogy, an innings of 2 halves so far. And be interesting to see how this final session pans out. It's going to be Shane Snater to bowl the first over from the end from which we commentate the Sir Alistair Cook end, and he will be bowling to Eskenazi. Eskenazi on 21, 238 for 5, so 12 more and Leicestershire will have their first bonus batting point, or batting bonus point. And umpire says, yes, away you go. And dutifully, Shane Snater is on his way. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed batsman, who pushes that out to mid-off, where it's fielded by Jamie Porter. The 5 wickets have been spread around, Mulder taking 2, but then Cook, Snater and Porter have all taken 1 each. So nobody particularly dominating the bowling, as Snater moves in again and bowls. That's just played totally defensively. And the score remains 238 for 5. And welcome Richard into his seat beside me. Well, the morning was very much Leicestershire's. The afternoon was probably Essex's. It'd be interesting.
Definitely Essex. Yes. I would say 72 for 3 after 166 for 2.
So it'll be interesting to see who has the final session of the day, as that's just played defensively. It's been a good day's county cricket so far. The sort of cricket that no other version produces. Really, really differing 2 halves. Fascinating stuff.
I suspect if you'd offered Leicestershire 238 for 5, having lost the toss and been put in, they might have been tempted. But these two have got to go on.
Yes. Snater in. That's just pushed out on the onside.
Just been speaking to a former Leicestershire player's dad, who is sitting next to Ben Cox's dad.
Oh right.
So Ben's dad comes to just about every game. I think he's watched most days.
Who's the former
cricket that his son has played?
Who's the other former player?
I'll tell you in a second.
Oh right. Snater moves in and bowls. Let's just play defensively.
It was Alan Matt Salisbury's dad, so former. He's a bowler, a seam bowler who was at Durham and then at Leicestershire for 3 years, and was very ridiculously unlucky with injuries. Really, always seemed, he'd get recovered, bowl well, and then just seemed to pick up another injury and the setback again, and never just seemed to get an injury-free run, and really therefore be able to establish himself.
As Snater moves in, bowls, and very optimistic. Well, not exactly an appeal, a sort of polite inquiry of the umpire.
I've never seen one of those given out.
No, quite.
Yes, turning to the umpire with a finger half raised and asking in a perfectly normal voice, how was that?
And at the end of the over,
no,
a maiden over.
No one would have been more shocked than Snater had the umpire said, yes, that's how.
Are you sure?
Perhaps the batsman.
Are you sure, umpire?
many maidens this afternoon.
There were,
Morning
weren't
after
there?
tea
Yes.
from the Graham Gooch end, Wian Mulder.
Vian, or Wian, but it is Vian. With he pronounces it, or his mum pronounces it, his parents, with a V. So he told us when he came to Leicestershire.
Right, I must
so
admit,
since
yes.
we've always called him Vian.
I'm tempted to fight shy and just call him Mulder all the time.
But Vian is a combination name of various names that were put together to make up Vian. Anyway, he emerges or runs through the shadow of the floodlights from the Gooch end and bowls to Ben Cox, and not for the first time today he's bowled a no ball. He barely bowled one this afternoon. He bowled 4 or 5 this morning and then seemed to get out of lose it, but he's immediately overstepped first up this evening.
He bowled 3 in an over.
He did. Cox defended that one out to mid-off, but expensive at 2 runs a pop these days. Inflation.
Yes, quite.
240 for 5. Leicestershire. Mulder is in and bowls. Cox again is solidly forward on off stump. Mulder probing away.
Essex cricket at bbc.co.uk if you care to email your thoughts.
Yeah, or should you wish to contact me direct, richardray23 at gmail finds me. I haven't checked Blue Sky today, which is I should have done, but I'm also on there. Mulder turns in past umpire Pratt and bowls and played back down the pitch in the air. It popped a little bit and Mulder sprawling to his right, hoping to scoop it up before it landed on the pitch. Wasn't quite able to do so, but did just stop a touch on Ben Cox. Popped it up into the air. Could easily have been hard enough for Mulder to get there. Fewer more athletic.
And the sun continues to shine here at the county town.
It's a gorgeous afternoon now. And it's warm. The wind has dropped, thankfully.
It is, yes.
And it is much more pleasant. Mulder is in. That seemed back in. Cox on the back foot. Managed to get down on it in time. But again, Essex making a very impressive start with the ball as they did in the afternoon. But no, not this morning. Accuracy has become their watchword, tying Leicestershire down. Only, what is it now, 15 or so overs until the new ball becomes available. 240 for 5. Can Leicestershire make the most of those overs, or will Essex pick up more wickets? Mulder is in, bowls, and Cox pushes forward out towards mid-on, who slides to his left to make the stop, and although he picks up cleanly, he's sort of still on the move and almost lying sideways when he throws the ball at the stumps and can't get any real momentum or power behind it, so it was a well-judged single.
Or even direction, almost
Cox.
an impossible position from which to throw anything.
That said, Rishi Patel, once of this parish, was run out by Jack Carson of Sussex in the first game of the season. Carson was on his knees at long leg and hit the stumps directly. But he was at least upright on his knees, so to speak. Mulder is in. Eskenazi's going to pick up 1 as that seams back in, takes a thick inside edge. Mulder affronted by the fortunate element in the shot, stands with hands on hips and looks in amazement as the ball runs down to wide long leg, and Eskenazi takes 1. (22) Eskenazi, 25 Cox. They have worked very hard for those runs. A couple of nicely executed scoops by Ben Cox, but he had to innovate. Mulder is in, bowls to him, he turns that one away nicely off middle and leg. Mulder's eyes go to the heavens as another single is taken. So in the end, quite an expensive over, given the no ball and 3 singles.
Yes.
By the standards of the Essex seamers after lunch. Let's ignore the morning session from their point of view. 243 for 5, Leicestershire.
Yep, just 7 away from the first bonus point. And Essex 1 wicket away from the second bonus point. So, be interesting to see how the remaining 30 overs go. And it's Shane Snater to continue from this end. Dark-haired. Right arm over, bowls now. And that's just dug out in a somewhat ungainly but nonetheless effective way.
Another delay at Southampton, where Hampshire are 128 for 6 now against Nottinghamshire. They look a good side, Nottinghamshire.
They do, don't they?
Some seam bowling lineup. Ollie Stone bowled like the wind at Grace Road, and they could afford to leave Josh Tongue out, and
yes,
it was formidable.
Slater again to Cox, who just pushes it out into the covers. No addition to the score.
Glamorgan 215 for 4 against Warwickshire at Birmingham. Yorkshire 242 for 4 against Surrey and Leeds. Somerset they're all very similar. 259
yes.
for 4 against Sussex at Taunton.
Yes, very similar, very similar. Snater to Cox. Run here, just the single as it's pushed out on the onside for an agreed single. The inference to be drawn from that is that everybody knows there's a single, the batsman, the bowler, the fielders, and nobody really breaks into a sweat too much.
Kent going nicely against Durham. 264 for 1. Ben Dawkins 122 not out. Sam North East back home. 89 not out.
Snater in again, bowls, and that's pushed out for a single to wide mid-on and mid-off rather, and Jamie Porter has to make ground to his left to cut it off, but it's still only a single. 1-1 this over. Snater 1 for 41, 2/3 of the way into his 13th over.
Gloucester's struggling a bit. 1-2-3 for 6 off 40 at Bristol against Northants.
That's down the leg side and very well cut off. A pretty straight, fine leg, and he had to move along, well, not too far, but very quickly, because it's a famously or notoriously short boundary down there, and Cook did well. He's limping just a tiny bit, nothing I don't think too much to worry about. But yes, he did really well there. Pepper stood no chance of getting across. Yeah, just looking at the replay, very, very good. There was a time when opening bowlers wouldn't dream of throwing themselves around like that to stop a couple of runs. It's not what I'm paid for. That's pushed out on the onside. Now they're all expected to be three-dimensional, I think the phrase is. They bat, bowl, they field. That's the end of the over. I remember when we were talking to John Childs last year, he came up into the box, a man whom everybody respects, I think, a former Gloucestershire player before he came to Essex, and a very good, and England indeed, he got half a dozen or so caps, and a very canny left arm spin bowler, and one of the nicest blokes you could ever wish to meet. And he said in the modern game he probably wouldn't even get any county to look at him, because okay, he knew he was a useful bowler, but he said, I can't bat, I can't field, nobody would want to know.
Mulder outside off stump, brilliant stop at backward point, half stop, diving across to his left, saves 3 runs.
Yes, it was superb.
Snater in there? Can't quite see. No, he's waiting for him to pick himself up.
I think it's Critchley.
Not sure. It looks could be. Either way, it was a brilliant stop at backward point. Cox must have thought that's 4. every time.
No,
as it is, just
I
the
think-
one. I think he's a bit younger and lither,
Yes, I
with
think-
respect to Mr. Critchley.
I think it is Snater.
In goes Mulder. Down the wicket goes Eskenazi's got that one. Mulder sort of saw him coming and bowled a slower ball, but Eskenazi was able to adjust and basically club it back over a very straight mid-on to the boundary for 4 and bring up the Leicestershire 250, a first batting bonus point for the Foxes. It's taken a while. Well, put it this way, it's taken a lot longer than it looked like it was going to take after that morning session.
Yes.
But these two are now beginning just to score that little bit more quickly as Mulder turns, runs in and bowls. Eskenazi drives pleasantly but controls, checks the shot, steers it out to mid-off, and there is no run. Just to finish the scores I was giving you, Worcestershire 2-3-7-4-8 against Lancashire at Southport. I suppose I ought to look and see how many wickets Anderson has taken, but you'll probably take it as read. He's picked up a couple at least. And Middlesex all out at Lord's, 177 against Derbyshire. That'll delight our colleague Fletch. Derbyshire 7 without loss in response. Mulder turns, straightish run, bowls, takes a thickish outside edge. There is now a third man, therefore it is 1 instead of 3. Critchley it is down here at third man with a whisper it, something like a mullet out the back of his cap. But it does save 3. Lesson took a while, the lesson, but it does seem to have been absorbed now.
Not only a while, time-wise, but a few runs as well.
Well, I reckon very close to 50.
Yes.
Mulder is in. Cox pulls that shortish ball down towards deep backward square, grabbed at the second attempt by Longleg, running around Cox, who is in his 30s, but he's as lithe and athletic and as quick as anybody in the Leicestershire squad. In fact, I think he wins the bleep tests things. He's right up there. He runs like an athlete. Anyway, he picks up 2. He makes 1 into 2. 254 for 5. And he's into the 30s now, on to 31 on the scoreboard, as well as in terms of his age. Waits with bat raised. Mulder in, bowls. Bowled him! Seams back in, and Cox is bowled. A couple of times he's had to dig it out, and he wasn't able to dig that one out. Came back in, hit the top of middle for me, and Mulder, his accuracy and his movement rewarded. Seen him do that a few times for the Foxes. Well, now he's done it twice against the Foxes, dismissing Jake Weatherald and now Ben Cox. And Leicestershire, who are beginning to go nicely post tee. Another setback and a second bowling bonus point for Essex.
Mulder now taken 3 wickets and just clip the top of off stump. That's all you have to do. In fact, I believe seam bowlers are generally told to aim at the top of off. So out for 31. Thank you, Richard. The end of the over, I think that is. 254 for 6. Rushan's back from his shopping expedition in the city, which I hope was successful. Yet he's triumphantly. How can it not be in a wonderful shopping centre like Chelmsford? It's not bad, actually. In fact, it's very good, so my wife tells me. Very good indeed. So that sees
Ben Cox back to the pavilion, and out to replace him will be another Ben
Green.
Of the green variety.
And Snater to continue the attack.
Ben Cox's 31 came off 83 deliveries. An indication there of how hard he had to work for those runs. How well Essex bowled at him for the most part. Innings sort of back in the balance. 254 for 6.
Snater starts his longish, straight run up, bowls, and that's just nudged backward of point down to a deep point, I suppose you'll call it, or a very, very wide third man for a single. Brings Green down to the business end to face his first delivery. Another right-handed batsman. So that doesn't necessitate too much field changing or line of direction of line by this bowler. Green prepares to face up to Snater. Bowls now, and gets off the
Guess
mark.
where?
Gets off the mark with a 4.
Through. Third man. And there isn't a third man.
Well, you know, we've got one this end. You can't expect too much. So first ball he receives, 4 runs. Thank you very much. It is a very obvious. I mean, that was a good shot. I'm not taking anything away from the shot, but it is such an easy place to pick up runs, isn't it? As Snater moves in and bowls to Green, and that's just pushed out forward of square on the onside. No addition to the score of 259 for 6. I think I'm just obscuring the screen from Richard.
No, it's good.
Put the laptop in front of me, that's better. Yeah, we've got the television screen which shows the live stream, and it's about no more than 2 feet from me. Not much more than about 4 feet from Richard. That's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score.
But like most of the streams, I think, if not all of them now, I think the quality is outstanding, frankly.
I agree entirely. It's come on in leaps and bounds in a fairly short period of time. There was a time in a lot of the counties they just had one camera and it was static. So
the ECB camera, basically, that was there for sort of controversies, really, and things like that.
So that's just pushed out the offside. Yeah, so in the early days of live streaming, yes, you'd have a camera focused on the 22 yards on the strip, and if it went off the square, then viewers would have no idea what it meant, where it went, apart from listening to the commentary. But yes, it's really...
I've got the works now. Replays, slow motions.
Yeah, it's very, very good.
Fixed and handheld cameras.
Several cameras. I think probably as Snater moves in and bowls. And that's played down to... Well, there is a third man now.
There is now, yeah.
And they only pick up a single. I think it's particularly impressive at... I remember at Old Trafford. I was up there a few years ago, and
yeah, they have their own TV studio and everything down there.
Yes, I was taken into it. It looked like sort of mission control to land on the moon or something. Well, so I would imagine I've never been to mission control to land on the moon. But it was very, very impressive. I'm trying to remember the name of the technical guy up there, and I can't. But never mind.
Well, when you go to Grace Road next month, you will see in what used to be a commentary box a sort of miniature version of that Old Trafford studio with banks of computers and screens and mixer desks, I believe they're known as.
Oh, right.
So,
yeah, well, here they're buried away at what's now sort of extra cover, the far left-hand end of the hospitality suites.
Vian Mulder is in, bowls to Ben Green, thick inside part of the bat. He's still looking to seam it in. Ball runs out to mid-wicket, wide-ish mid-on, runs round and slides next to umpire Long, makes the stop, but Green picks up a single. He moves on to 6. Mulder 3 for 61 now, his figures. So a 5 foot against his former county, still very much a possibility for that South Africa international. Goes running in and bowls to Eskenazi, who walks forward into the defensive press, pushes the ball off stump, out into the offside. No run. Darker cloud over the ground at the moment, but not for long. Every prospect of a full day's play. I was telling the guys at Sussex last week, who had to use the floodlights a few times, which they can do, they finally got permission to use them during the day in championship games at Cardiff. As Mulder turns, runs in and bowls, edged down to third man for 4. Well, went through about 3rd/4th slip, and Harmer sort of looks to his right, ponders, could I have dived and maybe got half a hand to that? Whatever, he didn't. He stepped across now to where the ball went, which he's suggesting was 4th slip rather than 3rd, but he has gone a little bit wider, excuse me. Both the slips have, in fact. He did go quite hard hands at that Eskenazi, but he picks up 4 down to third man, which is, I would say 3rd highest scorer of the innings. The Leicestershire innings runs through third man. 265 for 6. Mulder is in and bowls. Lovely drive from Eskenazi, but he can't get it past the man at cover, who falls to his right to make the stop. That is Matt Critchley.
Yes.
And he's wringing his right hand.
Yes.
That was a stinger, because it was travelling. Yes, so Cardiff have put in new floodlights, much smaller, much more targeted floodlights, so they're allowed to use them during the day. The game against Leicestershire was the first chance they had, or the first match in which they were allowed to use them. They were kind of looking forward to it. Mulder is in, bowls, and forward goes Eskenazi, and we had 4 days of unbroken sunshine.
Yes.
So hopefully they've had a chance to use them since, but
at the risk
it
of,
had to happen.
At the risk of stereotyping, and I always enjoy going to Cardiff, well, I have roots in Wales. Yeah, there's probably a few grounds where they would need them more during the day. But, when the rain approaches from the valleys, it can get distinctly murky. The Sapphire Gardens.
Mulder in, bowls, Eskenazi gets a delivery coming back into him, deals with it, albeit something of a cat on a hot tin roof about him, hopping around the place as he pushes it out into the offside. He is on 33 now. That 4 down to third man took him into the 30s. Green has 6, Leicestershire 265 for 6 off 70 overs, so 10 left with the old ball.
Yes, cat on a hot tin roof. I like that. Tennessee Williams? I think so.
Fango, do you think Esky is being wasted a bit, he thinks, down the order? With 200s to his name and a 50, I guess he's getting time to bat. I don't think he's thrown his wicket away by trying to crack on or been stranded through batting with the tail. All the Leicestershire lower order can hold their end up. I think he quite likes it there, is my guess, and it is against the older ball.
Snater in bowls outside the off stump, but not very much outside the off stump. Just looking at the replay.
That was taken down almost over the top of the stumps, wasn't it? Good leave, as they say.
It is. Knows where his off stump is. Yes, there's nothing more embarrassing, as Dean Elgar probably found out during the last game when he was bowled shouldering arms, middle and off, 2/3 of the way up. The ball didn't do much. It was a straight ball, and for some reason he declined to play. As the next delivery from Shane Snater is played out to the Essex captain, Tom Wesley, at mid-on, where he's invariably found. Captains are often to be found at mid-on, so they can have a word with the bowler. or failing that in the slips where they can see how the ball's deviating and the pitch is playing.
Foxy Phil, Ben Green could do with a knock. Yes, he could. But with Ben Mike coming in at 9, and not a bad lineup, says Hamish.
So that's just goes up on his toes, plays it out correctly and pleasantly into the covers. Sun's still shining. It briefly went behind a cloud, but back out again. I'll remind listeners of the Essex email address should you wish to contact us, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That's outside the off stump. Pepper standing up to the well, he's not lightning pace, but he's fairly sharp. As Shane Snater, probably a little bit quicker than he looks. So you're relying on accuracy to stand up to a bowler like that. Snater. In again, bowls. Allowed to go by outside the off stump. That was less dangerous as it missed the off stump by a comfortable amount. I don't know, probably another wicket's width, if not more. Wicket's what, 9 inches wide? Yeah, it was probably between a foot and 18 inches. As Snater moves in again and bowls, and again batsman goes up on his toes, plays it out into the covers. It may slow down, slow up, just not sure. Yes, apparently it was scooped back, and so that saved. I didn't see how many they went through for there, but yeah, it was a good bit of fielding, good bit of recovery, and the score moves on to 268 for the loss of 6 wickets, one since tea, being that of Ben Cox, who was bowled by Mulder, just hitting the off stump for 31. They ran 3 off that one.
They did. Green on to 9.
Well, I can hear shuffling. I'm not quite sure who. I'll go. Shall I? You are the guest. You're the guest after all. The least we can do is.
You have a break, Dick. Roshan will come back alongside. Mulder's going to continue from the Gooch end of the ground, the Graham Gooch end, as he bowls on off stump. Green with a lot of time there, just stands solid and plays it firmly out into the offside. Critchley again the fielder to extra cover. Solitary plane drones low in the vicinity, maybe towards London Southend. I see the airport's called London Southend or London Stansted, both of which are quite a long way from London, really.
Yeah, the atmosphere.
In the same country, near
So
enough.
Mike's really doing their job today, aren't they?
Mulder is in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Green's bat. I don't think he withdrew it. He looked as though he was pushing at that one. It was tucked in the bat to an extent, so perhaps he was just playing deliberately inside the line.
Yeah, it's been a sort of tentative post-tea performance from both sides. It kind of owned a session each, and you just wonder, with 24 odd overs to go, how does this day end? Are Leicestershire battling on? Are Essex having a bat? Who knows?
Mulder is in. Green goes for the drive, rather hits it down into the ground, but it is wide-ish of mid-off, who has to scramble to his left to field, so he can pick up a single, move into double figures onto 10.
The one thing is dead certain of today is we've had a full day's play. I'm not going to lie, I packed a load of life admin, a to-do list of things to do while it rained today, and it hasn't, which I'm really thrilled about. I mean, terrible for my life admin, but excellent for the cricket.
Were you You probably tempted fate nicely for us there. Mulder is in and bowls Eskenazi again. Lovely looking shot. Punch drive. Didn't follow through all the way, and he did middle it, but again it was too close to Critchley at extra cover, and Critchley fell to his left to make a two-handed stop. Players casting much longer shadows now. Harmer has gone quite wide at that sort of second slip. He could squeeze another one in there.
Yeah, there's been quite a variation in distance between the slips today, actually. We've seen 3 bunched together, we've seen 2 spread apart.
Mulder is in, goes through. Stevie Eskenazi, who gestures slightly, well, what can you do about a delivery like that? It seemed back in, went past his inside edge, over the top of the stumps, over the top of leg stump, and was taken diving to his left by Michael Pepper behind the stumps. Just a little bit too good in every possible respect from Vian Mulder, who's bowling sort of lively cutters almost at the moment. He could be actually rolling his fingers across the seam. But if there's movement to be extracted, he often does. In he goes and bowls, and that one goes straight on and past the outside edge of Eskenazi's bat. It was Eskenazi who groaned there. He remains on 33, having been comprehensively done with each of the last 2 deliveries of that Vian Mulder over, but he's still there, and he's experienced enough to put that behind him. 269 for 6 off 72.
Yeah, Eskenazi and Green having a long chat in the middle. This is not quite a rebuild job, but one where Leicestershire will want to be careful because it could spiral either way. And it's
Alistair Cook and Matt Critchley.
It's been an entertaining day's play, and we are going to see Matt Critchley return. So spin quite early in the evening session.
Pleasingly, he's from this end as well, our end, so we can watch a leg spinner from behind his back rather, so we can see his lengths and whether there's any turn for him.
Yeah, he's just having a little extended warm-up with Tom Wesley as captain. Just a couple of words exchanged between the 2 players, and with that, Critchley is ready to go. It's going to be Green who faces. Critchley's absolutely no rush to start this over. He knows the over will be quick once he gets going, so he's really taking his time, just adjusting his field a little bit, just seeing cover and point to shuffle around a little bit. The first delivery is in now, it's flighted and it's pushed to that fielder at cover who they all just sort of moved, you know when you sort of do that thing, everyone moves 2 steps to the right, 2 steps to the right. We almost sort of saw that in the offside just now with Critchley adjusting his field. Second delivery is in, slightly less flighted and driven again. Gets past the fielder at cover, mid-off will jog round to get it, the batters will take a single, and Leicestershire will move to 270 for 6. Eskenazi on 34 now. 33 even, for his 78 balls. Green with him on 11. 23 overs remain on this fascinating first day as Critchley's in this time, and there is a half-hearted shout as Eskenazi looks to sort of lazily cut the ball. Doesn't move a lot in the crease, and the ball just whips through into the gloves of Michael Pepper, the wicket-keeper. So no runs added to the score, and Critchley rattling through this over as we knew he would. Next delivery slightly lower, flicked off the pad straight to square leg for no run.
It's, with Foxy Phil saying that Ben Green could do with a knock. I'm just looking at his scores this season.
Critchley again, flighted delivery, driven to cover, no run.
He's got a best of 43 not out. That was in his first knock of the season. Home to Sussex, a 37 second innings against Nottinghamshire. But there's also a 0 and a 1 in the last match at Hove.
Next delivery is blocked out by Eskenazi. Yeah, sort of a lot of starts, a few single figures, so yeah, could do with a knock. I don't agree with that statement actually.
But he also has 21, is it, wickets to his name this season?
That was the end of that Critchley over, a very quick one. So Leicestershire 270 for 6. with a minimum 23 overs to go today.
Yes, 21 wickets with a first-class career best of a seven-for. Got his bat in his hand now, though, as he faces Vian Mulder. Drives, a big booming drive, and misses. Bounces past his outside edge. Nicely bowled again by the persevering Vian Mulder. That's a very familiar walk back to the top of his mark. He's a trudge with Vian. He looks. You know, he always looks weary, but he comes in with all the energy in the world. Just saves it, really, for the bowling and the action. In he comes, in he charges and bowls. A couple of steps down the wicket, Mulder tries the Yorker, appeals late, and in response to the appeal from behind, from Pepper and from first slip, is that... He's got his sweater on. It's Paul Walter at first slip, isn't it? And dug out by Green. The suggestion from Pepper and Walter was that it was foot first and then bat. But Mulder's appeal was very much in response to theirs. It was not so much delayed as posthumous from Mulder. There he goes. Sort of stood and looked for a while. In he goes and bowls, and Green drives straight to Critchley at extra cover. Critchley is making some good stops in there, but they are driving very close to him at the moment. But he's a big fella, Ben Green. Benjamin George Frederick Green. There's something splendidly old-fashioned about that name. Devonian Ben Green.
As he say? Yeah, trio of Bens in the batting lineup.
Popular name.
Yeah, popular name in the Leicestershire team today.
Mulder is in, bowls, bounces past the outside edge of Green's bat again. And from the extremely well populated upper tier. In fact, that whole stand is extremely well populated next to us. Good crowd.
It's a very popular stand. I think it's the closest thing that you get to the kind of classic television view, I guess. That slightly heightened, almost behind the bowler from one end. And also quite close to the action in terms of the wicket they're playing on today.
Mulder in, bowls, seems back in, but from slightly short of a good length, and Green can stay on the back foot and defend it off middle stump out towards mid-on. Many a time I've been here and every seat has been taken in front of us.
It's something I've seen clubs do this season a lot. They on social media tell you which stand to sit in to be closest to the action. So Surrey in particular do a lot. They sit at the gas stand, be played on the wicket nearest. It's quite useful when you come in knowing where to head.
Mulder bowls, big booming drive, and he's got that one through between point and extra cover to the boundary for 4. It was out there to hit. He didn't get to the pitch of it, but he just about got on top of the bounce and cracked it away. Leicestershire again keen to make the most of the old ball, really. And he was offered width by Mulder and launched himself at it and got plenty of it. So Green onto 15. Eskenazi 33, Leicestershire 274 for 6 off 74. The run rate, if you looked at it, if you just came in and saw, they're scoring 3.7, that's a reasonably healthy. But it has steadily come down since lunch when it was pretty close to 6. So Essex will be pleased with their efforts in that respect, but they won't want to be leaking too many runs now as the new ball approaches.
New over from Critchley.
Ooh.
First delivery is smashed away on the leg side.
His first drag down. Did it go all the way? Waiting for the
signal. Yes, it.
Waiting for the fielder to say. Waiting for the fielder to say.
Yes, it's gone all the way. 2 hands go up from the umpire.
He's asking for the fielder to confirm it. He's put up two hands, but it was like a
tentative two hands.
Yeah, it was an inquiring two hands. Had it gone all the way?
Well, there are enough people sat in that stand.
Well, I was going to say, surely somebody's
somebody saw it go over.
entitled to tell him. No, Nigel Long has walked all the way down to long on, and he's still waiting for confirmation. Staring at mid-wicket.
Perhaps we can help with a replay when the replay comes back up. It's come down, marked as a 6 on the old scoreboard.
He's coming down all the way to long on. I'm not quite sure why, really.
Here we go.
Here goes the replay.
On.
Now, did the cameraman manage to follow the ball? Very hard to tell because it's in shadow, just over the boundary. But he hasn't changed his signal.
No, it looks like it's going to go. Yeah, it's gone down as a 6, I think.
Is that the 6th of the innings?
We've seen a few.
Buddinger slapped a few. Weatherald hit one. Cox ramped a couple. Could even be the 6th.
Critchley in again. This time it's blocked out by Eskenazi. I've never had that before. I've like, oh, nobody seems to be sure if it's. I thought I'd missed it, but it turns out so did everyone else on the ground.
That was Critchley's first drag down, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it got punished. Oh, Eskenazi.
Critchley in again, driven back to the bowler for no run. Leicestershire 280 for 6. Eskenazi on 39. Green on 15. In this final session on day 1 of this county championship match, as Critchley comes in again. Eskenazi faces up and defends. Back to the bowler. Critchley stopping the ball with his foot.
Now have in mind what Sussex did this to Leicestershire at Hove last week. They took something like 45 off the last 4 overs of the old ball.
Critchley again bowled on the off stump, and it's cut late down to that third man area. Once again it's going to race away for 4 runs, and once again another boundary down the third man area. We've seen so many runs in that region of the ground today, and Essex still refused to put a fielder down there. And it's there to be exploited by the Leicestershire batters, and it has been exploited by the Leicestershire batters. So 10 off this over so far. It's becoming a slightly expensive one, and Critchley comes in again now, and this one is let through to the keeper. So that is the end of the over, 10 from it. And Leicestershire 284 for 6. Yeah, I mean, how many runs do we think have come from?
I'm certain over. I asked Leicestershire scorer Paul Rogers during the tea interval whether he had a pie chart, you know. And he said, no, the analyst does that, now the Leicestershire analyst. But when I said over 50, he said, yes, he thought so. And that was then. So definitely over 50. And, you know, they've had a third man, maybe a handful of overs, and we've seen that third man, whoever it was, save runs twice at least. But I don't know. I just feel that Leicestershire could be 230 for 6 really, if there'd been a third man, something like that.
Well, they've leaked runs almost consistently through the afternoon, and there's just not been anyone placed anywhere near there. We've seen 3 slips, we've seen sort of backward point type position, but neither have done the job of stemming the runs in that region. And every time they've either got a thick edge or cut it late, it's just run down for runs, particularly on that shorter boundary on the Graham Gooch end.
It has been somewhat baffling. Snater replaces Mulder, and Green steps forward and blocks the delivery out to backward point with an angled bat. Mulder's had enough for now. 5 overs until the new ball. Leicestershire likely to be past 300 at that point.
Well, Essex's over rate is on par, so that employing the spinners has done its job of keeping them on target.
Snater in, ball blocked even back up the pitch to him. Yeah, as there is a new regulation this season that the over rate is only a factor in a negative sense if over the course of the game a side has bowled for at least 8 hours. So it isn't necessarily a problem. if it's a negative over rate. Is it me from that end? Yes, it is. Snater is in, pushed by Green out to extra cover. No run. So it is calculated over the course of a game, but it might not be an issue if you've bowled less than 8 hours. This is a new regulation this season.
Well, it's been taken seriously because over rate now appears on all the scoreboards.
Well, it always, it pretty much has, or always had, up to a point, as Snater is in short, outside off stump, driven off the back foot, sort of almost cut by Green. But again, he's picked out, well, it's Critchley again. At this time, he's at backward point, isn't he? And there is no run. Peppering the field as Ben Green at the moment. Remains on 15. 20 overs left today after this one, which side with the scales favour. Critchley watches from backward point as Snater is in, bowls fullish on middle and off and clipped with a closed bat faced by Greens out to mid on. Again, there's no run. Twiddles the bat in his hand.
I just wonder whether Essex need 2 in the slips, and is it worth just dropping one of the fielders back down to that third leg position? They can always run even if it's a short third leg.
Snater is in, that seems back in toward leg stump, so Green can just work it off the legs out towards square leg and jog. I'm with you really. There has been one chance that went through about third or fourth, but he was nowhere near it really, Harmer, was he? And I think with this old soft ball, then I'd give yourself a bit more protection. Your seamers a bit more.
It's not as if we've had the sort of movement that you think it's going to get a big edge to second or third slip, and most of the ones that have edged have sort of been in that kind of keep first slip region. We've seen a few dives from Pepper through the afternoon, but I feel like they could have done with someone in that third man. As Critchley begins a new over, it'll be Green to face the first delivery, cuts this away, gets past the fielder at point. There is a fielder in the deep who'll jog across and cut this off. They will run a couple of runs to start off the over, and Leicestershire will move to 287 for 6. Who's been in the slips then? It's been I think Walter and Elwood.
Walter and Harmer for the most part, hasn't it?
First and second. They just wanted to have a little catch-up during the game, perhaps, as Critchley comes in. It's a flighty delivery, and this time, no question about it, I think that's definitely gone for 6.
Into the river? No, didn't quite clear didn't get quite that far, but...
big shot, leg side, and the...
hang on. Oh, it has, maybe. It's being picked top tier. Have they got it? That gentleman up there got it. He's pointing over the back of the stand, so it could have gone. May
well have gone over into the
river.
Towards the river, yeah. They're pointing out. They're gonna. Well,
it looks like it's fallen off the back of the stand.
It does,
so
yeah.
I think it's on the road between the stand and the river. Anyway,
it was a phenomenal shot over the boundary at Cowell's corner, high in the air. So. No doubt about it. And the umpire, when he signalled the 6, almost did it with a certain swagger. They've been very quick at getting a new ball out.
They've just plucked the oldest out of the box.
Quite right. I was going to say the actual new ball is not too far away, so
no,
there definitely be much protest or decision making involved.
Just found the oldest. Good hit. Good hit by Green. 6 number 7 in the innings.
8 from the over so far. Critchley in again, and Green this time on the back foot, drives to the covers, no run. Doesn't need to do anything silly at this stage. He's already got 8 from the over, so Leicestershire, despite the pegging back by Essex, are still keeping that scoreboard ticking. The run rate just under 4. They'll be happy with that for the day as Critchley comes in again and again on the back foot from Green. Tries to drive, doesn't do it cleanly, so it's back at the bowler. Yeah, I think if you offered Leicestershire a run rate of around just under 4 at the start of the day, they'd absolutely have shaken your hand. But obviously, we've been here through the course of the day where it's been as high as 6 and as low as 2, so extremities as Critchley comes in, and this time it's played into the offside and picked up by backward point for 1 run. And Leicestershire moved to 294 for 6. As I said, there was a slightly pained expression on your face. Now, do you think it's because of the start they made? You maybe thought they should have kept the rating?
No, I agree. I mean, I think they would certainly have taken 4s.
Critchley in, and this time defended by Eskenazi, and that is the final ball of the over. So 9 from it, And we've talked about run rate, but Leicestershire still finding the runs, finding the gaps, finding the boundary, and occasions, time for the odd flashy shot.
Well, these two have added 40 in quite good time. It was 68th, the last ball of the 68th over when Ben Cox was dismissed. So we've had 9 overs since then, and they've added, as I say, 40 runs. Sun goes behind one of the darker clouds, but absolutely no threat of rain, that is. 3 overs to go with the old ball, and Eskenazi is getting a replacement bat. Not sure who that... Leicestershire 12. Oh, it's Lewis. It's Hilly with the 12th man, who has promised to come across and have a chat with us at some stage during this game. Tough overs these for the seamers, and for Critchley. Snater to bowl the next. In he goes, and back on his stumps goes Green, and has to come down on it a little late. It pushes it away off stump out towards mid-off.
Counting down towards a new ball now, aren't they?
Yes, so it feels that way.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
Snater is in and bowls, and that one creeps through a little bit outside off stump. Green, a little bit of a flat-footed attempt to thump it away through the offside, and it's taken on the second bounce by Pepper behind the stumps. Indication of a soft old ball. Remember, this is a replacement ball. The other may be floating down the river somewhere.
I have to be honest, I looked out the window, I've not seen anyone go after it, so that might be lost to nature.
Snater is in, bowls on off stump, good delivery. Green has to treat it with respect, and does. Forward defensive out into the offside. 3 pigeons sitting in the stand alongside us on the fence that runs in front of it. They've spotted some crumbs or something. Snater is in and bowls, and goes past the outside edge of Green's bat. He may have been trying to push that one down to third man. It was a bit of an indeterminate prod from Ben Green.
Who can blame him? There's no one fielding there.
No, but there are still the 2 slips, so there was a risk to the shot. Nobody got very excited though, did they? 0 reaction. Sometimes happens. What is routine to the cricketers, less so sometimes to us spectators. Snater in, bowls, bang on off stump, and Green again. Walks forward into the defensive push, out into the offside, runs the ball. To produce a maiden at this stage of proceedings will be a pretty good effort on Shane Snater's part, but he's 5 dot balls so far in the over. A couple of ducks. They live in the park, don't they? I
Yes,
remember
they
seeing
do,
them from a while when we were last here. Not those ducks. In goes Snater and bowls, and it's up in the air. Should be caught at mid-wicket. Green is caught at mid-wicket. A wicket maiden for Snater, and that's a really good effort given that is the 78th over. He banged it short, but not so short. Green, conscious perhaps of the fact that of the 5 dots before, went back, tried to sort of pull it over mid-wicket, and in the end it was sort of almost like T20 catching practice. He just hit it, lifted it straight up into the air, and mid-wicket took a very simple catch. Charlie Allison, he had to wait for it, but it wasn't too high. It was frankly as easy as they come, really. So another wicket for Essex. He just sort of almost pulled out of the shot, but didn't. Just, as I say, like giving catching practice, really.
The new batter, Ben Mike.
Yeah, it looked that way, didn't it? It's sort of like a half-hearted shot. There wasn't nowhere near enough momentum in the arm movement, and in the end, just, yeah, like you say, a training shot. Charlie Anderson had plenty of time to get underneath. That did so. Took the catch running backwards, so still good coordination from Anderson there, but like you say, with the old ball, two overs to the new ball. I thought Essex were just churning down time to get that new ball in, but they've been rewarded with something of a treat of a wicket, a bonus wicket, let's call it, as Leicestershire end up on 294 for 7. And with 18 overs to go today, with a new ball to come in a couple of overs, Leicestershire looking potentially, if they're not careful, being bowled out before the end of the day.
It really was a bonus wicket in every sense. Tom Wesley is examining the older ball very critically, but he shouldn't do, because it's brought him a wicket and there's only 2 overs left to bowl with it. Then Mike, first appearance of the season for Benjamin.
Yeah, from Critchley then, and it's cut to backward point by Eskenazi. Leicestershire 294 for 7, couple of overs to go until that new ball there. Persisting with Critchley, who has been expensive in his past few overs, but bowling to a new batter in Mike, although Eskenazi who faced that last one, which was blocked out and defended for no score. 294 for 7. New ball coming in just over 1.5 overs. And 17 to go for the day. So which way does the rest of the day's play go? Every ball here on BBC Sport. Can Essex turn the screw and bowl Leicestershire out, or can Leicestershire frustrate as Critchley comes in once again to Eskenazi, who cuts this low, well, more of a thick edge really, back down to that third man boundary. This time not enough pace on the ball to get down to the boundary. It is chased down by the fielder from point. They will run a couple, and Leicestershire will move to 296 for 7. Very rare to see a ball go down there and not hit the boundary. It was slightly slower. There was not a lot on it, and Eskenazi didn't add much to the ball, more of a deflection than a shot. Critchley in again, and a flighted delivery driven through the covers as a fielder. Deep extra will find the ball and return it as they add 1 more to the total.
He's entitled to be a bit frustrated, Critchley, because that was cut very, very close to the slip, and he was just a fraction slow to react, really, there, Paul Walter. He's a tall man, and sticking out his right hand, he almost goes down as a chance. He didn't get all of it by a long way.
Critchley into Mike, and his first ball is defended onto the leg side. The final of the trio of Bens in the Leicestershire team today. Seen Cox and Green go, and Ben Mike completing the hat-trick of Bens. Was a bit confusing in the changing room. Critchley in again. It's another flighted delivery, defended, and that is the over. 3 from it. 1 over to go before the new ball, and Leicestershire are 297 for 7.
Yeah, I'm sure just like to pick up this second batting bonus point before the new ball, but they'll have bigger ambitions than that. They'll be hoping for 350 plus. Ben Mike has got an average of over 25. Obviously Eskenazi is now thoroughly established, 46 not out to him. And both 10 and 11, well, neither 10 and 11 are mugs with the bat. Ijaz Patel has already got a first-class career best with the bat this season in the 60s. Josh Hull has made himself into an obdurate number 11. So Eskenazi won't start throwing the bat yet by a long way. Snater is in and bowls. Eskenazi just drops it out to the vacant point area. Essex prepared to give him 1 to get Mike on strike. Not necessarily sure that's the right tactics.
Eskenazi's name was familiar, and I just double checked. He has played in the BPL
Sorry.
The Bangladesh Premier League. I was like, I know
Ben?
your name. Stephen Eskenazi.
Eskenazi, yes,
He
yeah.
played for the Chattogram Challengers. I was like, oh no, I've heard this name. I'm very familiar with it.
Yes, indeed.
And yeah, he's just played in franchise cricket in Bangladesh. Very well travelled, as are many of this.
You've got to, haven't you, if you're a modern cricketer?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to make a good living. Have bat and spikes will travel. Chatting away to Neil Pratt at the moment. Mike will be on strike to Snater for the first time. Runs in and bowls. Ben Mike stepping right across his stumps. Blocks it away from outside off stump. Into the offside. No run. Good to see him back involved. In the first team picture in readiness for the T20s. Is a mighty smiter of the ball, Ben, when he has his eye in. Waits with the bat raised. Steps across solidly forward. Plays it back past Snater. Out towards mid-off. No run. Three deliveries to go with this ball, or maybe three. It's up to Wesley and Essex, but I suspect they will take the new ball and look to finish this Leicestershire first innings off quickly. Snater hair flopping, runs in and bowls. Mike walks down and defends. Again, out towards mid-off. Again, there's no run.
Yeah, they'll want Portrait Cook to have another go, won't they, this evening, and just try and wrap things up. Which would be a really good position for Essex to be in. But like you say, this Leicestershire tail can wag. And they'll look to see out this evening session.
Snater is in. Mike turns it off middle and leg out towards wideish mid-on. Calls for the single that was always there. Eskenazi responds and one is taken. 299 for 7. Yeah, many memories of cricket, of watching cricket on this ground. One in particular, again going back to reporting days, newspaper reporting days. I remember Essex playing the visiting Australians in the days when touring sides did play the occasional warm-up game. In goes Snater and bowls. Eskenazi drives, and that's probably going to... Oh, it will slow down actually. It will be dragged back from the cover boundary, about a yard or two inside. Eskenazi picks up 2, and Leicestershire bring up their 301 for 7. Eskenazi on to 49. After 80 overs, so Leicestershire have 2 batting bonus points. 301 for 7. Would they have taken that this morning when they were put into bat? Interesting. It's a question I'll ask at the end of play.
Yeah.
And the new ball has been taken.
I think it depends where it goes from here. I think if they find themselves struggling through the next 16 overs, bowled out for 325, 330, I think that will reflect maybe a par day.
With the new ball, Jamie Porter.
As in equal?
Yeah, I think so. I think Essex, when they won the toss this morning and the conditions, I think they might have wanted to make inroads earlier on, but to their credit, they've come back strongly. I think particularly that afternoon session. I mean, as things stand, I'd say it feels relatively equal, doesn't it?
Yes, I think I would agree. I will leave you, and Dick will be coming back shortly.
So they have taken the new ball, and we are going to have Jamie Porter bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end. I believe where we're sat in the commentary box, bowling away from us. Here he comes, first delivery is into Ben Mike. It's a short delivery, it's pulled and hooked away. And that's going to go for 4, a couple of bounces in front of the pavilion. So new ball, no problem for Ben Mike, facing only his 7th ball. And Leicestershire fighting fire with fire, showing a bit of intent as the new ball's taken. was a shorter ball there for the taking and hooked away really, because it was coming up on Ben Mike's waistline too much. So 305 for 7 the score of Leicestershire. Eskenazi is on 49, Ben Mike with him on 5. As Porter runs in again, Mike faces up and lets this one go. Had a foot forward in stance, almost like he was going to drive it forward, and then thought better of it at the last minute. Every ball of this game on BBC Sport, BBC Essex and BBC Leicester, as we watch this battle between the two sides, who started the day in 7th and 9th, Essex and Leicestershire respectively. Both desperate for points in this county championship. Here comes Porter, bowls, it's a fuller delivery and it's driven through the covers. 2 fielders in pursuit. They should be able to cut this off because it's slowing down in the outfield, but they have run 2. They think about a third and no is the call. So Leicestershire moved to 307 for 7 now. Ben Mike moves to 7 runs from his 9 balls. Eskenazi's on 49, waiting patiently to try and get to his half century. He's got 21 first class half centuries to his name. A 22nd could be added if things go his way today. As Porter slowly walks up to the top of his run up from this Alistair Cook end here. And here he comes now bowling over the wicket. 2 slips in place and it's a full delivery. And Mike gets behind this front foot and pushes this to mid on for no run. And I'm joined once again by Dickie Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Rushan. I'm glad you had a successful foray into the city centre.
Oh, I had a lovely time. I had enough time to pop into Boots and pick up. My wife sent me a shopping list. She knew I'd be off mic for half an hour and thought, well, that's enough time for you to go pick up a few bits as Porter comes in and bowls and bowls. Pushed through the covers, driven aggressively. This one has plenty on it, but another fielder is in pursuit. Will they get there? Oh, they looked close. I think they just about managed to slide and stop it, hence the round of applause. It was a good bit of fielding there out in the deep to cut off 4 runs. They're having to work hard. It's the longer boundary, so it's a long way to go. Plenty of aggression in that shot, but enough there to stop it, so they run 2 instead. I'm not sure that was the shot he was entirely trying to play. The swing of the bat seemed to look like he was trying to clear the rope, maybe Cal's corner, but through the offside it went, and that means Leicestershire will move to 310 for 7. And it's going to be Eskenazi to face the final ball VA from Porter, and this one is pushed through the covers. The fielder will stop, but they will run across for the single, and that means Eskenazi will make it to his half century, the 22nd of his first class career. He's been there stabilising this Leicestershire innings after a little wobble through the middle session. And it's a very calm celebration, a fist pump with his colleague Ben Mike, and it's come from 96 balls.
His half century was from 96 deliveries,
6 fours, 1 6,
and 1 6.
and he's gone along steadily, has Eskenazi. Really stabilised the innings when Leicestershire needed it the most. And that is also the end of the over, 311 for 7.
Yeah, we've had a couple of emails, one from Istanbul Steve, who's been one of our emailers for donkey's years. Although, he says, currently in Scandinavia, the Faroe Islands, I think this might be the first email we've ever received from the Faroe Islands.
Fantastic. Now, is that on holiday or?
No, I don't think so. Well, it might be. It doesn't say, and it's none of my business.
Oh, fair enough. Valid.
But so, if it's on holiday, I hope you have a wonderful time. If you're working, then don't work too hard. As Cook moves in and bowls, and it's just played out in the offside. Don't let work get in the way of listening to us if you are working. He thanks us for the commentary and says, can also confirm, oh yes, Hanya, what's the name of the fellow in Hanya? I ought to know. Is that another Steve in Hanya? Was saying that watching it in Crete occasionally gets interrupted in Greek. Well, similarly, in Denmark and the Faroe Islands, they get interrupted by adverts in Danish.
Fantastic.
as that's played out into the covers, not with, very near the bottom of the bat, as his scrutiny of that part of the woodwork bears testimony to.
I'm genuinely not mad at it because, you know, clubs could put streams behind a paywall. I've chosen not to, so but monetising it brings in, you know, a little bit of additional cash into the club. I think, you know, it's not a bad thing.
No.
I don't mind the odd advert, put it that way.
No, quite.
I'd love a Danish one chucked in occasionally, though, if I'm honest, that'd be fab.
And that's just nudged down. No additional to score. I appreciate that the advert goes to a split screen so that you can still see the feeds. The other adverts, it hijacks the feed completely, which is highly annoying. Well, it is annoying, but as Rushan said, it basically pays for the thing. So, yeah, I mean, when you first log on, you have to put up with not an hour and a half, a minute and a half of adverts.
An hour and a half,
yes,
entire session.
As always bowled him. Yeah, sort of seeming to sort of feel for the delivery there. Wasn't quite sort of confident. It was a bit of a diffident sort of shot, and he paid the penalty, and his off stump is distinctly askew.
Well, the new ball paying off almost immediately there for Sam Cook.
Yeah, so Ashkenani is out for a very well crafted 50 at more or less a run every 2 balls, 50 off 99, and Essex will be delighted to see the back of Eskenazi, bowled by Cook, and the score is now 311 for 8. Gives me ample opportunity and time to carry on with Steve's email. Anyway, to the match, he says, seems quite important now. Perhaps a couple of wickets for Essex could swing it their way. Well, maybe since you put fingers to keyboard, maybe those wickets have come.
They have indeed.
The Essex work after lunch in slowing down the scoring rate was a superb effort. Very much appreciate Mulder's addition to the team. Looks as though he's very happy in the team. Not so sure if he should open the bowling as a strike bowler. I like the idea, he says, of one of the best opening partnerships to continue, then to bring on Snater and Muller.
Yeah, we were discussing this earlier, whether Mulder could have a go at the new ball.
Yeah.
But I think we're all in agreement that the Cook-Porter combo.
He says, as regards the ends, Gooch and Sir Alistair Cook. Oh dear. Which of those two? He said both great heroes of mine. Which one had a bigger effect on the club, not the country, but Essex? Any thoughts? Well, yeah, I mean, I too have the greater respect for them. The next delivery as left-handed batsman is Patel, just come to the wicket. But much as I respect them both, I don't have too much difficulty in answering that, because you say which has had the bigger effect on the club. I think really in all respects, all-round performance, and not just performance out in the field, but I think Graham Gooch has undoubtedly had, not only has he had the bigger effect of those two, he's probably had the biggest effect of anybody. I mean, he's still to be seen. That's outside the off stump, allowed to go by. He's still on ground most of the time. He acts as ambassador, and I can't think of anybody better to give that role to than ambassador. He's almost reinvented himself from the old days when he could be a little bit, and I'm sure he'd be the first to admit it, could be a little bit morose and unapproachable. Now he's the most affable of people, and he's always willing to stop and willing to talk. And so, yeah, all-round contribution to the club, I would say, with little hesitation, Graham Gooch, but that's to take nothing away from the ability of Sir Alistair. He says, thanks again for the entertainment and the elucidation. Cheers from Istanbul, with his usual tagline that he's had for years. I don't know if he's invented it or not. The outcome is certain, only the timing is in doubt. There. Confucius is alive and living in the Faroe Islands.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with Gooch as a choice. 6 county championships? I mean, in terms of titles and contribution. Well, of course, mentored Cook, so I'm sure Cook wouldn't mind that. Here's Jane Porter with a new over, bowls to Ben Mike, defended to the covers for no run. Leicestershire 311 for 8. With a minimum of 14 overs remaining today. Plenty of time for Essex to take 2 more wickets. We could see Essex having a bat today if things go their way. And it's Ajaz Patel who will face the next delivery. He's phase 2, not yet to score. A high score of 62 in first class cricket, but an average of 15, so Leicestershire will want the tail to wag as Porter comes in, and this is played off the ankles onto the leg side to square leg. There's no run added to the score, 312 for 8.
Dennis emails us, and he starts off, it says, Dr. Don. Well, I don't know if that's an instruction. Anyway, thank you for the rest of your email, which I'll come on to. No.
Next delivery, a big shout for LBW.
Missing leg.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's
even
down the net.
Porter didn't appeal either, only behind the wicket.
Now, before we read the rest of that email, we should definitely check the content of it and check it's not been misaddressed to us and it's not intended for an actual medical professional, Dickie.
Yes, quite. Yes.
Would hate to.
Yes.
Read that out on air.
Read my last examination.
Just get to double check these things before.
For which I had to wait 3.5 years.
Here's Porter around the wicket, bowls, and Patel turns this down the leg side. They'll get a single here as the ball's retrieved at backward square leg. The score will move to 313 for 8.
He says that he agrees that the camera coverage has improved immensely. Well, he says this year, but I think the last couple of years it's improved immensely. And I really enjoy taking the afternoon off and watching the Essex broadcasts on YouTube. My dad, Edward Charles, was a member from the late 80s until he passed away in 2013. He's going to take his annual pilgrimage to the county ground next week, and we'll be watching.
Here's Porter back over the wicket into Mike, who pushes this leg side. Fielder should retrieve in the deep. They will jog across for another single.
And he says we'll be watching the T20 game versus Sussex Sharks next Friday evening. How many home runs? Oh yes, I omitted to say that his top line, a line immediately after Dr. Don, is greetings from cold and rainy Massachusetts. So we've actually had very few from this country, they're nearly all from abroad today.
That's fantastic. That's the reach of county cricket as Porter comes in. Final delivery of the over, 2 slips in place, and this one's bowled wide of the off stump and pushed cagily into the offside for no run.
Thank you for the great coverage, he says, this season. Dennis Charles. Thank you, Dennis, very much. Also had an email from Mike. We were discussing, for some reason, down another little cul-de-sac of conversation that we had on Sunday, was what I was going to have for my evening meal. When Mike suggested maybe, because he knows that I like toasted sandwiches, he wondered whether I might get offered a toasted sandwich by my dear wife, and I pointed out that if that was all I got offered, then I'd probably go and start divorce proceedings with him, or some form of legal advice. What did you have for Sunday? Good Lord, Sunday evening? That's 4 or 5 days away.
I got a wife for lunch yesterday.
No, I've no idea. That's just nudged down to third man, which is not vacant. I think it's well fielded because there's applause from those watching on top of the Tom Pearce stand. And
I think that was that was Dean Elgar running around to cut that off. Covered a decent amount of ground to get down there and stop it being yet another third man boundary for Leicestershire.
as next to be round the wicket, and a single down to third man now. Just played with a sort of, almost looks as if he's taking the bat away. Maybe he was. Anyway, no, I'm sorry, I don't know, Mike. I really can't remember. But what it was, whatever it was, no doubt that it had imbued within it, cooked by my dear wife, limitless love and affection. Dream on, she's probably thinking now, listening at home. What world do you live in? She's thinking. As Cook gets to the end of his mark, just has a. Oh, I think the batsman's not quite ready. The batsman being Mike, who's on 13. Faces up to Cook. Short of a length, hooked away, and goes down to Porter, long leg for a single. The grumbler. You mentioned Gucci turned far more genial as he's got older. Who was the grumpiest Essex player you interviewed?
That's a good question.
I assume you've interviewed them all since the 90s. 96 was my first commentary. You're probably too polite to name them. In both those suppositions, you are spot on, grumbler. I would have an unhesitating answer as well, which I daren't say. Well, I don't want to say. I don't want to malign the poor fellow. And no doubt by now he has also mellowed. And I like the question, though.
Great question.
I just don't like giving the answer in public. If you ever see me in the ground, then stop me and I'll tell you, but not on air. Another run picked up there. Score moves on to 318 for 8. Patel not out 3, Mike not out 14. We're getting towards the end of the 84th over, so there'll be 12 overs after this of the day. And Cook. Essex will undoubtedly want to take those 2 wickets before the close, and that's pushed out into the offside, but no. Yes, first there was no attempt to score a run, then I think they realised it had been played out into a gap, so they took a very straightforward single. So 12 overs to go, 2 or 3 depending on what part of the over it falls in between. Essex won't fancy an unpleasant 2 or 3 overs towards the end of the day, so from the Essex point of view, the ideal outcome for the rest of the day would be, this is a little bit fanciful, but for Leicestershire to score no more runs, but to stay there for long enough so that
another 8 overs.
long enough so that when the 10th wicket falls, there's no time for Essex to bat again. But that won't happen, of course, and there's every possibility that these 2 may still be there in 12 overs time.
New over, Porter bowls to Mike, who plays us onto the leg side, and it's a single that's taken, so it's 320 for 8. So fortunately, Dickie, that wish of no more runs has been rejected almost immediately by the Leicestershire batters.
If they do bat today, Essex, and it's a big if, there's no reason to think that Essex we mustn't take for granted that Essex is going to take these 2 remaining wickets today, but if Essex do bat, I'd guarantee it, one of them will be a night watchman.
Yeah, you would expect so, wouldn't you? Here's Porter bowling. It's Patel to face, 2 slips in place, and this is bowled on the off stump and blocked out by Patel, who's not looked the most comfortable for his 3 runs off his 9 balls so far. He does have a high score of 62, and Richard assured me that he can have a bat. I'm sure Leicestershire will want the tail to wag for as long as possible, and just try and add a steady flow of runs into this final 10-11 overs of the day. As things stand, Leicestershire are 320 for 8. They owned the first session, Essex the second, and now things feel fairly balanced. But how will the last 11 overs go as Porter comes in, bowls down the leg side? Patel has a swipe at this, doesn't connect, and it's gone down straight to the keeper. Yeah, Patel's not looking particularly comfortable, so I think Porter just looking to just keep him on his toes and test him a little bit with a bit of variation in his line length. Jamie Porter, 67 runs for 1 wicket, so not the best day at the office. He went for a few boundaries.
No.
That third man boundary, which has been left open quite a lot. There's a fielder there now, though, as Porter comes in again, and Patel blocks this one out confidently on the front foot. There appears to be, just watching on the TV screens, something of a patch almost, just wide of the off stump to well, Patel's bat, I think. Yeah, if you look on looking down from the Sir to Cook end, I just wonder whether that's just a mark that's gradually appeared through the day, or there's a mark that bowlers have been hitting that could do something for bowlers bowling from the Cook end as Porter comes in, and this one is flicked powerfully down the leg side from Patel. They'll take off for a couple. Field from third man will run across to cut this off, and they'll take a second run as the ball comes back in. So Patel will counter-attacking with a little bit of aggression, but it is the longer boundary down that end, so no chance of it going down to the rope, instead just running a couple there, so 321 for 8. Patel on 4, Mike on 16. Porter's final ball of the over to come on this sunny Friday afternoon. No rain through the day, which I'm really pleased about. It was predicted. I came in with an umbrella. I had a load of life admin planned for the day. Dickie, let me tell you, I was going to do so many emails during the rain delays. Got none of it done, which I'm really pleased about, because I've got to watch some excellent cricket instead as Porter comes in, bowls to Mike, who places onto the leg side, and there'll be no run. That's the end of the over. 2 from it, and Leicestershire 321 for 8.
I hope the umbrella didn't have a metal or steel end, otherwise it wouldn't have got past security.
No, I left it in the well, it's in my rucksack, but it was absolutely fine. It was not particularly big, very compact number.
Oh, right.
Pretty mainly plastic based.
Yes, it's worth it. It's not sort of what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not being facetious when I talk about umbrellas, but it is important because it's almost a tradition of county cricket that you often, because of our climate, take an umbrella. Well, apparently, if you take one with a metal point, there's probably a technical term for the point of an umbrella, but you know what I mean, then you won't be allowed on the ground. It needs to be plastic or some other composite material, as that's just played defensively. So yeah, bear that in mind. If you bring a brolly, don't have a steel end. Of course, in some spy movies they have sort of lethal poison embedded in the final bit of the umbrella point, don't they? So perhaps they ought to check for that as well. As that's outside the off stump, moves away off the wicket. It was well judged, well left by Patel, very well left by Ajaz Patel. So thanks for the email today.
It's been a fantastic flurry of emails from across the world. I've really enjoyed it.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you so much for listening. We don't take it for granted at all.
Very few from this. Oh, here comes another one. Oh, that gets the better of the batsman, and moved away. Probably too good for him, to be honest. Right, from Matt in Braintree, and he says, as I keep getting pop-ups coming on the screen, they're even more annoying than pop-up adverts on YouTube. Good afternoon, gents. Great commentary as always. Well, thank you, but it's the emails that enhance them. That's just played with totally dead bat. Hoping Essex can polish off this tail so I can settle in to watch a long batting day when I'm at the ground tomorrow. This is addressed to me. You often mention that rugby is the other sport you follow. However, as a Colchester United fan who regularly listens to footy commentaries on the station, I'm sure you're used to report on Canvey Island. I did indeed. for several years when they were in what was then known as the conference. When they had lost their... Sorry, come back to that after this delivery. I'm sure you used to report on Canby Island FC when they had their brief period in the old conference. Is my memory failing me, or was this you? No, I did indeed. And yeah, I derived a great deal of fun from it as well. Living in Leigh-on-Sea, Canby Island's not far away, and I really got quite involved with the club actually. Went to 2 trophy finals, one of which they won, one of which they lost. Neither was at Wembley, like this Sunday's is. And that's turned down to long leg. No addition to the score. And from time to time, particularly if they went on over long distances, if they went to sort of somewhere like Morecambe or Southport or other places a fair distance away, I used to go on the team coach, and if they'd won away, it was quite an education, and it took a long time to get back. It seemed to me at the time we had to stop at almost every licensed premise that we passed, and it's a long way from Lancashire to Essex. So yes, I usually got home in the wee small hours of the morning. But yeah, great fun, and you're absolutely spot on with that, yes.
Well, sport's very much alive in Essex at the moment. I mean, obviously you have great days like this at the cricket, and you know, even if you're not there, it's amazing to follow on socials. I follow Victoria Polly on Instagram, and she's always at a ground around Essex, and the coverage on BBC Essex is just phenomenal at the moment to follow as a neutral or as a resident of Essex. New over from Porter, it's going to be Patel to face, and this is defended out onto the offside. Straight to the field at a point for no run. Leicestershire 322 for 8, so 10 overs left of the day. Essex took the new ball and have taken a wicket with it, but they'll look to try and disrupt these two. I'd say Patel looking the less comfortable of the two so far. 5 runs from 20 overs, and you imagine Porter and Cook will look to try and target him as the next delivery comes in. This is well wide of the off stump. He slashes a bat of it, gets bat on there. That's down towards the third man region where it's cut off. Not the cleanest of shots, but they all run and add a couple to the total. So Leicestershire moved to 323 for 8. Patel's on 6, Mike's on 16. As the shadows start to creep up over this stunning ground here. One of my favourite grounds. It just feels homely. That's the best way I can describe it. And I think partially is the kind of the crowd you get, the kind of intimacy of the stadium, but also, like I always mention this to you, Dickie, the fact that I watched Bangladesh play a 3-match series here against Ireland. So even though it's Essex's home ground, it feels a bit like Bangladesh as the next delivery is nudged towards the first slip.
I thought for a moment it was caught.
It looked like it carried, but no, there was a bounce just in front of the first slip.
Because often Simon Harmer has taken a lot of catches in that position, and he's always very nonchalant when he takes them. There's not sort of lots of hooting and hollering and shouting and celebrating and triumphant, laps of honour. He just sort of catches it, tosses it to the umpire, and let's get on with the game sort of idea. And I thought for a second that was one of those instances. And that was outside the off stump. I think commentary's on you, isn't it?
Yes, apologies. Yeah, sorry. Just watching here on the old. Just reading about Rajas Patel on my phone, Mr. Ball. Thank you for picking up.
Well,
it's 1 for the over. Porter's gone for 69 runs. He has gone. Do you think Porter will look back at this as a disappointing day at the office? Possibly wanted a couple more wickets to his name, you imagine, as he runs.
Yeah.
That'd be Ben Mike, who drives past the bowler. Umpire's tumbled as this races away for 4. Quite a dramatic. I don't think the ball was anywhere near the umpire.
Well, he was taking evasive action and fell over in quite a spectacular manner. Oh, people watching on the YouTube would have, on the live stream, would have loved that.
That's my favourite boundary of the day. It was
Yes, I think so. It's a magical moment.
and the umpire's tapping at the ground. That's just to say, I tripped on the ground. Almost reminds me of, you know, when David Beckham skied that penalty during the World Cup and then looked at the penalty spot. That's to say there's something wrong with the turf.
Yes, that's
It was
right.
a very, very similar reaction. What a phenomenal moment to play. Okay, Porter's back in now. And this delivery is Fuller, and oh, it's a big appeal.
And he's gone.
And it's gone. He was looking to clear the leg side, didn't connect, didn't read or time that well at all. So after a boundary, Porter gets his second wicket of the day. It's that of Ben Mike. He departs for 20 runs off 21 balls. And Porter's day just got a little bit better. He has toiled somewhat, but he gets his second wicket for his 73 runs. And with 9 overs left of the day, Leicestershire are 327 for 9.
Yes, so the little tumble that the umpire took didn't affect his umpiring finger. So it gives us an opportunity. Mike in North London says, I went to college in Shropshire in mid-90s. During this time I drove to Staffordshire to see Graham Gooch in Rainstop play, a lovely evening. Yes, he is actually absolutely superb with audiences now and with the public, and I can imagine he goes on these cruises, and I would imagine he's among, if not the best. Yes, Matthew, we're talking about Canby Island. He said, I remember Jeff King was a character. He certainly was. Don't get me on to Jeff King, otherwise I can go on for ages. A great character. I still keep in touch with him. He's on an island in the working on an island in the Mediterranean, and I could tell you many stories about.
What a life!
About Jeff King, but I don't. It won't be of too much interest, especially to Leicestershire listeners. But yeah, Jeff King was a larger than life, in fact larger than most things, a big man in every respect, manager of and former player of Canby Island, and yeah, cool. We're now getting from Andrew in Newmarket again. An umbrella consists of several key parts. Oh, here we go. He's either into umbrella manufacturer, or he's been doing his homework. The canopy, the ribs, the stretchers, the shaft, the handle, the runner, the ferrule and panels, each contributing to its structure and function.
Brilliant.
Well, that's fantastic. Thank you very much indeed.
First delivery from Cook went straight through to the keeper. Was Patel facing. Second ball to come.
As Cook moves in and bowls, and that's just inside edge down to fine leg. The man to come in was, or rather is, Josh Hull.
Yeah, last man. So Essex now looking like they're going to clean this up and mop up things. And maybe even have a bat today. I mean,
put into bat on a greenish looking pitch. They lost Rishi Patel back on his home.
So that part of the umbrella, probably known as the shaft, that's just dropped on the leg side, and they amble through for a comfortable single. Oh no, the ferrule is the emboldened and in red. The ferrule is the tip at the top of the umbrella, often decorative, which also helps to protect the canopy. Splendid stuff, thank you. I won't forget that. Well, I say that about lots of things, and then I do. And then I do, like just minor things like where I live and things like that. But
nothing important.
No, the ferrule, yes, thank you. As Cook moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively. Ball goes round the corner, and 1 run accrues, 329 for 9. Yep. So thanks for all these emails, I really appreciate them.
It's been a phenomenal day of comms. I've really enjoyed the emails.
Very informative.
Yeah.
And good fun.
Yeah, we don't take it for granted, but I look forward to more tomorrow.
Yes, Saturday's usually not such a busy day for emails because that's just played hard into the ground and then into the second. Well, no, although there's only 2 slips, Harmer is really at third. It's first and third. So you would almost put money on the fact that it'll go through with the vacant second slip position. And Cook wanders off into the distance. So there's 8.1 overs remaining. So it's probable, but not definite, that Essex will have a few awkward overs to bat at the end. But these two may well bat out time. And that's just played out into the covers. And the score's 329 for 9, with Patel on 7 and Hull on 1. 8 overs of the left of the day left, which takes us half an hour, 25 to 7, possibly 20 to 7, depending on who's bowling, something like that. So pretty normal day, which theoretically it's scheduled to end at 6, but nobody ever believes that. And
it looks like
well, it presupposes that you can bowl 16 overs an hour, which doesn't sound a lot, but it's
no, it's
apparently not possible.
No, it's an ambitious target, isn't it? Especially if the ball goes missing in the river, as it has done today. It's going to be Porter to continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. 8 overs to go today. Hull to face second delivery, and that's close to the batter, but whips through to the keeper for no run. 329 for 9. And yeah, like I say, probably another half-hour play, I think. And
yes,
I think Richard Ray will probably jump in my place and take us through to the end of the day. He's currently doing an update on BBC Leicester. Jamie Porter, who's added a second wicket, that's going to make his figures palatable, because he had a tough day up to that point, but here he comes again, bowled into Hull, and it's back of length delivery, driven to cover for no run. And it's another dot ball for Leicestershire, who can look to try and survive these 7.5 odd overs to get through to the end of the day, but Essex would like to mop things up. I think they'd like to come out fresh with the pads tomorrow morning.
Unless, of course, Leicestershire think, well, we're not going to get many more tonight. We'll declare now and have half a dozen overs. Well, not quite as many as half a dozen, but 4 or 5 against Essex.
Porter again blocked out by Hull.
It wouldn't be the first time that that sort of declaration has been made at this time of day and under these circumstances.
It's been an interesting one, wouldn't it? And 6:08, the sun seems to have come out the brightest it's been for a while. It's a very sunny end of the day, cold but sunny. Jackets are on, but so are the sunglasses. Almost a paradox of weather, if such a thing exists, Dickie. Here's Porter, starts his run up, he's bowling to Hull, and this is shorter, get a little bit of extra bounce as it whips through to the keeper for no run. Very tiny over from Jamie Porter so far. 329 for 9 Leicestershire. Day 1 in this county championship match that has ebbed and flowed. It's been a thoroughly entertaining day of cricket, actually. For sometimes a day 1 of the county championship can feel like a batting fest, but we've had everything. We've had boundaries and wickets and quality innings as Porter comes in again, and this time Hull defends onto the offside. There'll be another dot ball. Coverage of this game will continue on BBC Essex, BBC Leicester and the BBC Sport app, where you can find coverage of all the county championship matches across both divisions. Every ball brought to you by the BBC. Be looking forward to seeing what day 2 has in store, Dickie.
Sorry?
Be looking forward to seeing what day 2 has in store.
Very much, yes. And the weather forecast is excellent for tomorrow.
That's fantastic. That's what we want to hear. Final ball of the over comes in from Jamie Porter, and it's another defensive shot. Josh Hull. 329 for 9, 7 overs to go.
Unless, of course, weather forecasts aren't foolproof. Maybe we've got tomorrow's weather 24 hours early and tomorrow's not going to be so good. But well, we'll just have to wait and see. And rain, bad weather is always the great imponderable in cricket. And I think I've said before, and if I were to be given the chance, I'd probably say it again. But yeah, when you get interested in cricket, either as a player or supporter or in any capacity, you have to accept the fact that there's nothing you can do about the weather. And sometimes it does you favours, and sometimes it doesn't. But that's just the way it is. That's outside the off stump. You know, people often say, "Oh, we were robbed by the rain," but they conveniently forget that there'll be many times when their club has probably been saved by the rain. In most aspects of life, I'm inclined to think the sort of swings and roundabouts theory works fairly well. What you gain one day, you lose the next, and vice versa.
Yeah, it's poetry, isn't it?
So Cook moves in, bowls, and that's just played away on the onside. No addition to... Oh yes, sorry, one runner cruise. If you can hear Richard in the background, he's giving a long update for BBC, presumably Radio Leicester. And I think he's updating people about the apparent injury to... Is it Buttinger or... Not sure.
Weatherald, I think, is having an X-ray.
As next delivery is a batsman pushes forward and it goes off the edge. Out backward, square on the offside, no addition to the score of 330 for 9. We're in the 90th of 96 overs, uninterrupted. And I would have been surprised, well, yeah, very, very surprised if somebody had told me at the beginning of the day we're going to have an uninterrupted day. Maybe I paid too much heed to weather forecasts. As Cook moves in again and bowls, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Hull. And that's just played out on the offside, no addition to the score as the shadows lengthen and the hands on the clock just go past 10 past 6 on a sunny late spring Friday afternoon or early evening. And, yeah, very, very pleasant setting and an interesting situation as well. Somebody, I can't remember, some illustrious cricket writer or reporter said that it's a bit of a sort of broad rule of thumb, but from his experience or her experience, quite often, if the side batting first gets out for, or is bowled out for roughly 300, give or take, then you're in for a good game of cricket.
Dickie, I'm going to hand over to Richard Ray again, so thank you for today, and I'll look forward to day 2 of this fascinating match.
It's always good to have your company, and have a good journey home. Drive safely.
Thank you.
And I hope all the other users of the road also drive safely to help you. And it's the end of the stint of Rushan, to whom we're very grateful. And the last ball of the over goes through to the keeper. So 90 overs left, 6 remaining. We may well see Essex having to play out 2 or 3 distinctly uncomfortable overs, and but on the other hand, as we've been saying, these 2 batsmen might play out time.
Well, if the wicket falls in this over, there'll be just 3 for whoever opens. I'd be very surprised if a night watchman comes out, but you never know.
Oh well,
it has been known.
Yes, I would think there would be. Well, it'd be
2
interesting.
night watchmen. Send out the 10 and 11.
Well, I doubt that, but it happened in a very recent game when Essex were obliged to bat late on and they sent out a night watchman, but it doesn't mean it'll happen today. In fact, we might not have an opportunity to find out.
No, indeed. Josh Holt, as I say, is an obdurate number 11. 1 off 11 for Big Josh. Ajaz has proved his worth as a number 10. Round the wicket goes Snater and bowls to him. He whips him away through mid-wicket, almost casually.
Yes.
And he should pick up 3. He's going to turn and take the 3rd. They're happy to do so, these two very contrasting left-handers. One about, Ajaz Patel, I would say the New Zealander is about 5'7". Josh Holt, about a foot taller.
Yes.
Something like that. It's about 6'6", 6'7", Josh.
Well, when the Essex opening batsmen come out, it's just as big a difference between Elgar and Walter.
Josh Hull on strike as Snater is in. Bowled in! Off stump, not out of the ground, but leaning backwards. It did hold its own off the seam, and Leicestershire are all out for 333. They would have loved to get that third batting bonus point. They weren't quite able to do so. Well, it is hard to say whether 333 is a competitive score.
Yes.
So you mustn't judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it. We shall see what, if anything, Leicestershire can get out of it over these last 3 overs. And of course tomorrow as well. So Dick and I will have a 5-minute break, and then we will talk you through those last 3 overs, unless you want to go through the card now. We'll do it over the last 3 overs, and interesting times at Chelmsford.
Please welcome back your on-field umpires, Nigel Long and Neil Pratt. Taking to the field are visitors from Leicestershire, led by captain Ben Cox. Apologies, captain Ian Holland.
Neither of those is
Opening the innings for Essex,
Paul Walter.
Sam Cook and Dean Elgar.
Sam Cook and Dean Elgar
Yes.
opening the innings. There you go. They did put in
Cook will be
a
on
night
strike
watchman.
to Ian Holland, opening the bowling at the Sir Alistair Cook end.
Okay, welcome back for these last 3 overs with Essex. 3-3-3 is the was the Leicestershire score. So Essex's sole aim for these 3 overs will be to survive, nothing more, no heroics, and it's going to be Cook, not Alistair. He's retired, but Sam Cook facing up, and that's outside the off stump. 4 slips, unsurprisingly, and
Ian Holland opening the bowling, Leicestershire captain for the Foxes.
yes, sorry, I overlooked that.
Looked to nibble it away from the right-hander and then bring the odd one back in at a reasonably gentle pace.
Yes, Cook tapping the creases. Oh, he's bowled him. Oh dear, oh no. Well, that wasn't the start that Essex wanted. So second delivery, and the night watchman.
It didn't work.
It didn't work on this occasion. It has worked on many an occasion, not just for Essex but for others, but not on this occasion. And
interesting to see who comes out next. One assumes Walter, but
well,
work their way up rather than down, perhaps. Leicestershire.
Sam Cook was bowled by Ian Holland.
Do a bit. Let's have a look. It did straighten a bit, in fairness. That was a pretty tricky delivery for a night watchman's second ball up in the evening. It sort of was angled in, straightened up a little bit, and knocked the top of off stump. Cook was just a little bit slow to get fully into line. His back leg, his right foot, ended up at sort of 45 degrees. You know, he looked to have everything covered, but the nip was a little bit too much for him. Nicely bowled by Holland.
well, thank you so much, Paul, for your comments. Which, as you can understand, I can't really read out on air. It's a bit embarrassing, really, but I'm glad you've enjoyed listening over these years.
Yes, this is Dick's last game here at.
Well, I don't know for sure.
Right. Okay.
I'll check my schedule this evening. It's one of my last. I mean, I know I'm doing Leicestershire away. I'm not sure if I'm doing another one here. I'll find out this evening. I never, as football managers say, I never.
Never say never.
Well, also no. Take each game as it comes. I was going to say. Anyway, so to the wicket comes Porter. So
another night watchman.
Another night watchman.
This is interesting.
Well, it is interesting.
If he goes early.
Yeah, exactly. As Holland moves in, bowls to him. Oh, and he didn't play that with a lot of confidence.
Well, he may have been confident, but there was no competence.
No
about
competence. No. Now, yeah, I mean, night watchman. I'm more of a fan than my dear former colleague Paul Newton, who just doesn't like the whole idea of them. But I can see the disadvantages. Among them is that the proper so-called accredited batsman can run out of partners, of course. Well, Essex are underway there. Well, they could be. They could be, because it went for an obvious single, which was declined.
That's a little hard to understand, because he's going to have to face some bowling, you would have imagined. Elgar tonight.
so there's
2.2 overs to go. Turning
only
down a single would have left just one ball to face.
Quite.
I'm slightly baffled.
As Holland moves in again and bowls. And well, they must take the single now. Yes, they have done, out to deep mid-wicket. Now the bowler could, or the fielder could have let that go over for 4, thinking we can still bowl at the same batsman. But I think that comes under there's some regulation which doesn't allow that. You can't deliberately concede runs. And, so thanks again, Paul, in Grays, Essex, currently listening in Hampshire. So I used to work in Grays.
So he's from Grays, but he's currently listening in Hampshire. Okay. Which is close by.
As final delivery of the over, which is outside the off stump, and Elgar has the luxury of just letting it go by. So 2 overs to go. And the first over was very much to the benefit of the visitors. Essex 1 for 1.
I am going to imagine that it will be Ben Green who will bowl the only over of the day from the Gooch end, the only over of the day that will be bowled by Leicestershire, that is, from the Graham Gooch end, and it will indeed be the Devonian Green.
Opening the bowling from the Graham Gooch end, Ben Green.
He too will have the 4 slips. Rishi Patel at first, Ajaz Patel at second, Stevie Eskenazi at third, and John Tattersall at fourth. There is a mid-wicket. There is a mid-off. Lewis Hill, I would imagine, is out there somewhere. And there is a long leg. Josh Hull, a good 15 yards in from the ropes. And I'm guessing there's a third man, because it's Sam Wood who's out there at mid-on. And jogging back at mid-wicket. They're going deep to give Porter 1 if he wants to take 1. He won't want to take 1 at this stage. Green is in, bowls to him outside off stump. He steers it down towards third man. Emerging from the shadows is Sol Budinger. But the 1 isn't taken. As I say, Leicestershire posting a third man from the off. Lovely evening here in Chelmsford now. Expanse of blue above us as Green is in, bowls and rather dug out by Porter, pushed wide of mid-off, but again Holland has all the time in the world to run across the field, because Porter, not interested in taking 1, examines the bottom of his bat, just checks it isn't too cracked. Now Eskenazi's got all sorts of vocal advice for his captain, but no obvious changes to the field as a consequence. They're quite close to each other, the slips. First, second, third and fourth as Green is in and bowls. Porter is solidly forward on off stump. Fluorescent orange grip on his bat handle. Gives it a twiddle. The bat, that is.
3 deliveries gone, 3 to go. Be interesting to see if the field changes after this next one, depending on what happens from it.
Porter averaging 6.5 in the County Championship this season. 6 innings, 4 not out, so that's a good sign from a night watchman's point of view. Green bowls, and again he covers up solidly as the ball zeroes in on middle and leg, pushes it out to mid-on. The field comes in.
Yes, he used to be always the night watchman, but now, well, admittedly he is today the second night watchman, but Sam Cook seems to have taken over the mantle.
Porter wants it back, clearly.
Yes.
Green is in, bowls to him outside off stump, and he very competently leaves, steps forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
I can remember one match at the Oval when Essex only needed single figures in their second innings to win, presumably by 10 wickets, and It was in Cook's day, Alistair that is, and I think Jamie Porter, who was a lovely lad, must have made a special request.
Green is in, bowls 2 Porter, comes back a little bit, but again Porter is very solidly and competently behind it, pushing it out into the offside. A maiden of sorts for Ben Green.
And on this occasion, Sir Alistair Cook, at that time in his absolute pomp, opened the batting with Jamie Porter, and Porter, you could see, grinning from ear to ear. And he said afterwards that his only disappointment, Essex duly won by 10 wickets, was that when he went out to bat with Sir Alistair Cook, there wasn't a battery of photographers to take a picture of them walking out together.
There was nobody. He didn't get a photograph. There must be extant.
Well, there must be one somewhere, but I think most people had gone home, especially as it was at the Oval, and it was obvious what was going to happen. Right, Holland round the wicket, bowls, and again Elgar can allow it to go by outside the off stump. No addition to the score.
Very wide.
4 slips. Backward point, or was it 4 slips, or was it 3 in a gully? Where's Tattersall going? No, 4 slips in an arc. Holland 2. That's 4 runs, and just dabbed that did Elgar. First one he's had to lay bat on, and he just dabbed it down to third man for 4 runs.
Nurdled it away. Right on, made sure he was right on top of the bounce.
Yes, he was. Yes, only a short man. Dean Elgar, I was alluding only a quarter of an hour ago to. It's quite a comical sight when he normally opens the batting with Paul Walter, who is 6'7", I think. As Holland moves in and bowls to the South African, and more or less a repeat. Although maybe it's not so definite that it'll go for 4, but it does. But it had a little less pace on it, but nevertheless. 8 off 2 consecutive deliveries. The score moves on to 9 for 1. Porter on 1, Elgar 8, and the man out, night watchman Cook. Bowled by Holland without scoring. So 1, 2, 3 deliveries of the day remain. And Holland round the wicket to Elgar, and he pushes that for a single, and that was a somewhat premeditated move that obviously either had a word or a nod saying if we get a chance to get me off strike, we will. Yeah,
well, leaves Porter just the 2 balls of the day to face. Interesting day's play, one way or another.
It's been very interesting day's play, I think. Yes, gripping from start to finish, really.
I think it's only tomorrow really that we'll have a proper idea of where the game is.
Yes, moving day, as they say in golf terms. Be able to see which way it's going as next delivery over the wicket rather to Porter.
I thought that was the 3rd day.
1, 2. Golf. Oh yes, I was thinking it's the Saturday, isn't it? Which is the 3rd day in championships. Yes, sorry.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the golf champ.
Yes, of course. Yes, because that's the first day after the cut as well, yes. Cut after the first 2 days and moving day on the 3rd, beg your pardon. Golf is one of my favourite other sports, golf and rugby. That's the end of the over, the end of the day, and Essex 10 for 1 in reply to the visitors 333. They'll be disappointed to have lost to the wicket of the night watchman Sam Cook, but it's a setback, but it should be recoverable from, to use a rather ungainly phrase. And so before we sign off, anything particular to say, Richard?
No, I don't think so. I think it'd be interesting to see what Leicestershire play. I'll have a chat to Sol Budinger. They'll all be very, we did well after being put in, etc., etc. How well Leicester have done, as I say, it'll be probably about this time before we can be sure. I think there still is a little bit in the pitch, but day 2, after a day of sunshine on day 1, is often the best day to bat on.
Yes.
So Essex, I think, will be against a slightly weakened Leicestershire seam attack in particular, will be, I think, confident of going past that first innings 3-3-3. But when you've been put in to go over 300 is usually a decent effort. We shall see tomorrow, Dick.
We will indeed, yes. So thanks, Richard. Thanks to Rushan, who's now somewhere on the motorways of England on his way home. And yes, please log on again at about 5 to 11 tomorrow, and we'll take you, the same team of 3 commentators, will take you through the second day. Thanks ever so much for listening.